I'm muted. This is super annoying. Actually, I think it's actually a good thing. Nikke, I've started Nikke, and I found out that it's one of the games that makes it so it makes it so when you like aren't tabbed into it, it like mutes itself and everything and freezes, which is most full screen games if I'm being honest. But it is kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying. I was also trying to figure out why the game wasn't capturing. Like, it was capturing audio, but the actual game capture wasn't moving, and I guess it was just a setting, because I changed the captures thing in OBS. It was set to automatic, and I just changed it to 1093, and it started capturing just fine, which is really cool. Anyway, I found out that you can reset your event progress, which is really cool. So, I'm gonna be doing... I've got the Overzone event. I was trying to just see if I could just do the recollections for Overzone, but the game is making me replay like the entire thing in order to unlock all the stuff. And decided that, well, I was like, oh, fine, I guess I'll do it, because the fun thing about Overzone is that the map actually changes as you play the event and things happen. But I decided to I was like, I'll do it for the stream, but I found out you can reset the event, so that's really cool. Also, right now I'm limit breaking Eunhwa because I'm #1 on my server for Elysian rankings, and I intend to keep that because it's the only thing I can compete in. That's cool. But no, we're gonna do Overzone because if that doesn't, I think it's gonna take a while, but if it doesn't, then I'll move on to Red Ash. But I thought, you know, Red Ash is coming out, I might as well replay Overzone now that we can do that. I've actually put off replaying it specifically for this purpose. Okay. I'm gonna keep listening to the stream just in case it's too loud. Anyway, let's move over here. Oh.
I wonder if my little brother will be as outstanding as you.
I forgot. I can't use my hotkeys in, while I'm tabbed into Nikke because the number keys are used for the controls. I also have not played Nikke on PC in a very long time. So I mainly used it for Altazen, but now that I can do Altazen without having to use the widescreen thing, I just do it on mobile now. Okay, so that sounds kind of loud. I'm gonna turn it down. But every time I change something in OBS, the sound cuts out. Okay, so how do I play this again? Let's see. Okay, so burst is ASDFG. Okay. Pretty much always AAS or AAA. Switch Nikke is the bottom row. Okay. Shift is auto aim. Space is cover. Tab is skill use. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Anyway, I've got my lovely Diesel. Playing the ass game, huh? Yeah, I am, because the archive feature... I'm gonna do my dailies first. The archive feature lets me replay the best event, which is Overzone, and it's great. It's lovely. It's so good. It's fully voiced too. But aside from that, I think I figured out I don't need Snow White to do this, but I'm gonna do it. Even though Modernia does more damage, I'm gonna bring Rapunzel. I'm gonna bring Rapunzel because I found that using Modernia, I was actually dealing too much damage, and I was going into the second phase too soon, and if I can, I like to avoid Modernia's second phase if I can, because it's just super annoying. She teleports around, she flies away. Okay, let's get it now. I probably should turn off auto skill. I failed. I failed to one-shot her core. Oh, wait, the other thing I probably need to do is I need to turn off auto lock. I always forget that. The auto aim, or like the aim assist on PC has never worked well for me. Let me do that real quick. Aim assist. Turn that off. It has never worked well for me. It's always way too strong. There we go. And you can see how bad I am. Oh, I've lost all my cover. Let's take this one out right now. And then... Quick. No! Okay. Alright. Maxwell, do your thing. Alice is such a fun and balanced character. Such a fun and balanced character. This is actually way harder. I find it way harder on PC to do the quick shots. I think it's a lot easier on mobile, because you just have to tap the screen. I just find it more annoying to, like, hold my mouse down long enough to make sure that I don't just end up stalling. Because if you release it too soon, you don't actually fire at anything, which is kind of annoying. Oh, did Maxwell, like, early... No, it's okay, this is my burst. She was just reloading. So what happened yesterday when I did this was I had Modernia on the team instead of Rapunzel, and I ended up destroying that second wing too soon, so she started the second phase where she teleports and flies around and sends missiles at you, and I was just like, I just don't want to deal with that. So that's why I'm using Rapunzel. I don't really need to use her. We don't take enough damage to warrant her healing, but it's more of having a third DPS just is too much damage. I can do sim room pretty quick too. Now that they changed it so you can skip everything.
You're the looking good.
It doesn't matter which one we take. It's so easy. Cool. Cool. Cool.
It's going to be a bore, isn't it?
Cool.
You've made it this far. I'll give you've made it far enough.
And let's use the Snow White team. Snow White's really fun. She's really satisfying to use. I don't have a good team for her, and I don't know really how to play her well. She just has a really, like, satisfying team. Nice. Nice. It's just a giant, like, anti-aircraft gun. It's just a huge nuke. It's just like a giant blast. It's so much fun. Also, I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure the new Snow White that we got for the anniversary is the other half of her weapons. I'm pretty sure anyway. Oops, that's Alice. Snow White, 7 dwarves, 5 and 6, 7 dwarves, 1. Okay, so 5, 6, and 1. Five, 6, and 1. Oh, 5, 6 again. So 4 and 3. So we still don't know what the second dwarf or the 7th dwarf is. That's interesting. I would have thought that, excuse me, all of these would have just like done the other set, the other 4, but we still have the ass game. Hello, Blue. Yes. Oh, I also have my free recruit. I did 60 pulls yesterday to try and get Red Hood, and I did not get her, and I was sad. But copium. Hey, what are you? Product 8. Product 8's pretty cool. I like the design of the rifle. Bam, bam, bam. the replay squads, they got some pretty cool looking designs. I like Soldier EG, Product 8, and then Idle Flower. But conveniently, Overzone gives us a nice thematic team to use. So let's go do that. Outpost. I'll do the other stuff later. Like, but I did the important things. I got my skill manuals and I did my interception runs. The rest of the stuff's kind of whatever. Command center. There's also the anniversary event, which is going on right now, but I have not done that. Recollection. Archives, Overzone. Let me reset this. I reset now. Okay, cool. The other fun part about this, hello, is I'm going to be able to redo White Memory. White Memory was really fun. The current event, though, Red Ash, has a really fun, like, Vampire Survivors-esque, like, minigame they have, which is pretty cool. So this is the little outpost, and this actually changes. This is one of the things why I think it's really cool that you can reset your event progress and like keep playing it over and over again, because the map here actually changes the more you play the story. Like as things happen in the story, things change in the actual map.
Very well.
No, I want.
Very well. Moving out.
I want Snow White to do her.
Moving out. Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
Okay.
Very well. Moving out.
Dorothy, would it kill you to have one other voice line? Would it kill you to have literally any other voice line?
Hello, everyone. This video was to be sent to you all upon the termination of my life signals. I've always disliked this term, but you could think of this as my will. Anyway, when we first met...
There's gameplay and story in this? There's really good gameplay. There's really... the story is actually one of my favorite parts about Nikke. Like, the lore and everything, it's really cool. Especially Overzone. Overzone is such a good event.
Cried and shared a lot of emotional moments together.
It's like... Well, one, it's like a prologue to everything. It takes place 10 years before the main story, I think. So it's insight into Inherit and Pioneer. The set of pilgrims after the dissolution of Goddess Squad when they sealed the art from the Raptors. It's really cool.
We met the commander, and together we fought to save humanity. People looked up to us. There were bad times as well.
Oh, I think I need to turn off one of the stream element timers. Hold on a second. I know that it's going to cut off the sound, which is really annoying. But I think I have to turn off one of the stream elements things. Chatbot. Timers. Bam. I'm going to turn off the viewer discretion one. There are some minor things that you might consider viewer discretion, but
there were many times when you
it'll be
wanted
fine.
to give up. As did I. But you must remember one thing. You all have overcome so much. You have protected mankind. You have saved the world. No matter where you are, whatever happens to you, or whatever you do, nothing will ever change that.
I also finally got to, since they added the recollection thing, I finally got to finish No Caller ID, and that was really good too.
Feel proud. You deserve...
Oops.
I am so happy to have met you all. I don't want to leave. I'm starting to ramble. Don't want you to have to keep watching this video forever. Still, if you are watching this video, please do me one last favor. Take care of this world and survive, my dearest friends.
And I totally could just not play the game. I totally could just not. I have all the story things here, but I have to finish all of the stages to unlock part 2 of the story. So even though I could just play all of the cutscenes here, we will actually have to play the game. We're gonna put together... This is my team for No Caller ID. But we're gonna put together the Goddess Squad team, the canonical one for this event, which is Dorothy,
I will join you, Your Grace.
I will
Pina,
do whatever I can to help.
and then Scarlet.
Who shall be the next to fall under my blade?
Where is she? Snow White,
Battle. I'd love to.
and Rapunzel.
I'm always by your side.
We're also super overpowered for this stage, but it'll be okay. Oh, I forgot. I have to read things. Snow White slowly walks forward.
Has she gone?
Yes.
Let me know if it's too quiet,
Did
too.
she say what her name was?
I didn't hear her say anything, and it wasn't exactly a convenient time to ask. Her name tag said Kate.
Kate?
There's no way to know for sure if that's her name, though.
Nikke corruption. Scary.
Very. It robs you of your own identity.
Not even she could endure it.
Sounds pretty good. Just listen to the
I'm
stream.
going to pray.
Don't bother. How many have we
You're allowed to
sent
them in
off?
the game, but I think that's the correct way to
I
do that. Yeah.
understand how
I
you
wanted to
feel,
make sure
but
the
we're
game
dealing
wasn't
with mass casualties
too loud, but I
here.
also didn't want to have a case where like you can't hear what they're saying at all.
Unattended.
The silence that accompanies death is all-consuming.
In general, though, I'm gonna try my best not to talk while they're talking, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
If you keep the dead closer to you than the living, it will claim you as well.
Oh. Rapunzel walks off in the same direction that Snow White came from.
Such stubbornness. Snow White, why don't you dig some graves while we're here?
That's Rapunzel's job.
So your job begins and ends with blasting a hole through their heads. Is that it? Stop.
Division of
That's
labor.
not what she meant. Is that so? It seems to me that you're quite clear about what each of our professional responsibilities entails.
Rapunzel has always been the one who digs the graves and prays. It consoles her as much as it does the deceased. As of right now,
Does it
that's all
though?
she can do.
Does it though?
Also, I'd like you to put a little more thought into how it must feel to be the one responsible for giving corrupted Nikkes a proper send-off, day in, day out.
My apologies. My exhaustion got the better of me.
It's okay. I've got the most bullets. It makes the most sense for me to do it.
No, I will perform this task henceforth. My blade can be swung infinitely.
No, I'll do it. All I have to do is pull a trigger. You'd have to swing your sword.
They're two very different things. You shouldn't use your sword for something like that anyway. Your sister would not have wanted that.
Exactly. So I'll take care of it.
Very well. I apologize.
Dorothy, when was the last raid?
2 days ago.
Things seem to be
It's gonna be a
slowing
lot of
down.
sitting around listening to them
Hard
talk.
to believe we were once dealing with 3 waves a day.
It's the natural progression as time passes.
Very different from Mamiya.
Raptures have less and less incentive to raid this place. So long as we ride it out for another 2 months, mankind will have a fighting chance. If not on the surface, then in the Ark at the very least.
At long last, the end may be in sight.
Took long enough. We've still got a long way to go, so let's stay frosty all the way to the end. When all of this is over, we'll be rewarded. People will call us Goddess of Victory, the saviors of mankind.
Name drop.
We'll live the rest of our lives in luxury, reveling in our well-deserved praise.
If you say so.
2 months. Time passed so swiftly up until now, yet 2 months seem like an eternity to mine ears. So strange, how mine feelings doth change when the end is near.
It doesn't feel real to me either.
At any rate, I'm heading back to my post and continuing my watch.
Already? Don't you want to rest a little? There are plenty of Nikkes who can fill in for you. Relax for a moment.
No, the only reason we suppressed this raid was that we knew about it in advance. Nothing bad can come from remaining alert.
Ah, Snow White walks away.
'Tis most difficult becoming accustomed to the new Snow White.
Yeah, a little.
However, mine eyes hath not witnessed many mind switches, but how shall I word it? 'Tis the first time the changes have seemed to be for the better.
I'm just glad she remembers all of us. And she's actually become dependable for once. To be honest, after Lilith's death, I didn't know where to turn.
We were all affected by her passing.
Yeah.
Is she still there? At that place?
Yes. Every time I go to see her, I can't help but be surprised at how peaceful she looks. As if she's sleeping.
Do not go there too often.
I know. Anyway, if we're going to be back in the fray this evening, we probably shouldn't eat anything too heavy, right?
Yes. But is there any nourishment remaining?
Not that we found.
Very well. I shall lend a hand.
2 a.m.
Visual confirmation on raptures. Heading into firing range soon.
I am ready.
Same here.
Ready when you are.
We have to protect this place at all costs. Humanity's future lies in our hands. Goddess Squad, ready. Encounter.
That's my favorite part about the PC client, is that whenever you're in a loading screen, the music gets like really funky.
You can rest for a moment.
Anyway, I'm gonna switch to Snow White because she's way cooler.
Remaining ammo is in good condition.
I'm also gonna look at the gameplay itself because I don't need to really do anything.
Reload.
Yeah, like...
We will also emerge victorious, so long as we never give up hope.
There it is.
Give me a damage report.
No serious damage to the guard post. Only some minor repairs are required. Some of the other Nikkes have been injured, many of whom are beyond saving.
Darn it.
Our resources are depleting.
Have any Nikkes been corrupted?
None in today's attack.
May the dearly departed rest in peace.
Let's give them a proper burial.
I'll do it.
Are you sure? There are quite a few of them.
It doesn't matter. It's all I can do at this point.
Very well.
Rapunzel walks
I'll
off.
keep watch.
I shall make any necessary repairs.
Sounds good. I'll contact the Ark.
Snow White and Scarlet take off.
This isn't good.
A dilapidated rust bucket of a robot comes clanking over.
Do you wish to contact the Ark?
Affirmative.
Communication open. All recorded messages will be transmitted to the Ark. However, in the event of poor signal, transmission may fail.
This is Dorothy, acting leader of the Goddess Squad. I have assumed this position due to the death of our former leader, Major Lilith. Our current situation is as follows. Our mission is to protect those who have been deemed important and escort them from the surface to the massive underground facility known as the Ark. Operation Ark Guardian is approximately 72% complete. There are officially no more humans remaining on the surface. The Goddess Squad and several mass-produced Nikkes are stationed at temporary outposts situated at the Ark's entrance. We are to protect the entrance against any future Rapture raids until the Ark is completed and sealed off. It is expected that we will be required to do this for approximately 2 months. However, the situation is becoming dire. Our resources and troops are both slowly being depleted, and we are becoming physically drained due to the incessant fighting. We do not expect any form of backup from the Ark. We will do everything in our power to succeed. In exchange for this, you must promise us one thing. Once the city has been sealed, we are to be taken back to the Ark, where we will be regarded as goddesses of victory. Make us feel proud for continuing to fight for humanity. That is all. I will be waiting for your answer.
I'll take it from here. Reload. Reload. Do what you have to do.
It's really funny watching them like shoot one time and then immediately reload because the enemies are all gone.
There's no time to bask in our victory. Let's move on to the next mission.
Any response? from the
Move
Ark?
on.
Not yet. It hasn't been that long since everyone settled in there. I'm sure they must be busy.
If that is what you think, then so be it. What is that long face for? You should hold your head up high.
I will. Thank you. Why don't we eat something?
That came out of nowhere.
Now's the perfect time to eat and get our energy up.
I agree. But will we be okay without our rations?
Our reserves are enough to last for 3 months, and we only need to hold out for 2. We should be fine.
That is true. But are you not concerned about a worst-case scenario?
No, I'm not. We will protect this place and return to the Ark all in one piece.
Very well. Let us eat.
I'll notify Snow White and Rapunzel. We can all eat together. I'll cook us something.
I didn't know you could cook.
I'm no Lilith, but I can whip up something simple. It'll at least be better than all this preserved junk, that's for sure.
Sounds good to me.
Be right back.
A bigger
Thank
death
you,
flag has
but I
never
must
been set
continue
before.
standing guard.
I'm not worried about a worst case scenario. We'll all survive and make it back home.
It'd be much appreciated if you brought my food here.
I was kind of hoping that we could eat together.
I cannot abandon my post. The Raptures could invade at any moment.
If that happens, we'll stop them together.
That would mean the deaths of more people. We must be the first to strike. If we retaliate after an attack, it will already be too late.
Then I'll cook here. That would work, wouldn't it?
I don't foresee any problem with that.
I'll tell everyone to gather here then.
Fine. What are we having?
I haven't decided yet.
I hope it's something delicious. Why are you laughing?
Sorry. I was just thinking that you haven't changed all that much after all. Even after a mind switch, you're still the same old Snow White. Your way of speaking may have changed somewhat, but you're still you.
Is that so?
Yes. Anyway, I'll go get Rapunzel.
She should be over by the gravesite.
I figured that's where I'd find her. I'll be back.
His spirits rest well, and then his trembling casting. I missed him.
Rapunzel,
Hello, Dorothy.
are you praying?
Yes,
What are you praying for?
I'm praying that everyone here will find peace moving forward.
Then I will pray with you.
You will?
2 is better than 1, isn't it?
I appreciate your concern. But it's okay. This is something I need to do.
Well, when you're done, come down to the guard post. We're all going to eat together.
Very well. I will pray for 30 more minutes.
Sounds good.
A table has been set up under the guard post, atop which there's a smorgasbord of food. Wow, smorgasbord. What a word.
Snow White, why don't you come down and join us?
No, I'm not moving from my post.
No.
Fine, then I'll bring some up to you.
Wait, hold on. There we go.
Are those mashed potatoes I smell?
That's right.
And that beside it, is that cream of mushroom soup? With black pepper sprinkled on top? What are you frying over there? Is that tempura?
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Why don't you come down already and eat with us?
Yeah, come on. There aren't any raptures around.
Oh. A shot rings out from Snow White's rifle.
Raptures off in the distance, numbering approximately 4,000. All artillery types, take cover!
Everyone, get down!
There's a cacophony of noise as Snow White's gunfire melds with the artillery fire from off in the distance. The guard post takes a direct hit. Dust flies everywhere amongst the ensuing explosion.
Snow White, try to get the artillery types.
Roger.
Scarlet, you and I will get closer. We can't do much damage at this distance. I'll cover you once we get close. You get in there and slash them to pieces.
Understood. Let us proceed.
Rapunzel, take the mass-produced Nikkes and aim for any raptures that we miss.
Leave it to me.
We're going in!
I'll take it from here.
Who was that? That's Snow White. Oh, actually, no, that was probably Hina.
Target down.
Yeah, that was Fina.
Fancy a drink?
Rapunzel, give me a sit rep.
All mass-produced Nikkes were wiped out, except one. The building for our food storage was hit as well.
This is not good.
Some of it must be salvageable. We can gather whatever survived the impact.
It was a direct hit by an incendiary device. It's all been burnt to a crisp.
So nothing is left. What misfortune indeed. It doth seem we shall go hungry for the 2 months that are to come.
Scarlet crouches down and picks up a small bag.
What is this? Seeds? Who would bring seeds to a place like this? How long did they plan on staying here? Such piddly sustenance would not even make a dent in my appetite. It would be an age before these seeds grow. They are useless.
Scarlet tosses the seeds back onto the ground.
First things first. We need to gather anything edible.
I will stand guard.
No, right now it's more important to...
The only reason we're here right now is that we got the drop on them. If we had been late to react, there's no telling what would have happened.
All right. I trust your judgment.
1 hour later.
This is all that's left.
10 protein bars, 2 bags of cookies, and 3 bags of potato chips. With our numbers, this cannot constitute even 2 meals. Speaking of which, whatever befell our alcohol reserves?
Untouched.
Praise the heavens, not all is lost.
I thought this was a densely populated area.
Correct. Throngs of people gathered here, hoping that there was space in the Ark. I doth recall a veritable sea of temporary camps.
I'll head over there and poke around. There could be some leftover food.
Perchance, but mine hopes are not high. Nevertheless, 'tis better than doing nothing. I shall accompany you.
No, I'll be okay by myself. You stay here with Rapunzel and keep this area secure.
A leader acting alone? You of all people should know how foolish a proposition that is.
Precisely. I'll go with you.
No, I have to do this on my own. A true leader should always be the one to take the first step into the unknown. Lilith would have done the same.
I'm going with you. I insist.
Attend to the mass-produced Nikkes. They fought until the bitter end. Give them a proper send-off. They deserve that much. I knew coming here would cost them their lives, yet I asked them to come anyway. I have no right to mourn. If more than one of us leaves this place, we won't be able to protect ourselves.
If anything happens, fire off a signal flare.
I will. Don't worry.
Pina? Are you okay?
Wow, you remember my name?
Of course.
It's just that most people do not remember us mass-produced Nikkes by name. I'm fine. My comrades fought with all they had.
And we thank you all for it.
I apologize for intruding, but I overheard you say you're heading towards the temporary camp?
Yes. We have to procure more food.
May I go with you? At the very least, I could help you carry whatever we find.
No, that won't be necessary. It's dangerous. There could be raptures in hiding.
What difference does it make whether I'm felled by a rapture or starved to death? I end up the same either way. I'm sorry. Bad joke. I just want to be of some help.
Pina?
That's why we're here, isn't it? To help with mundane tasks.
You don't have to say it like that.
I'm only joking. You may think I'm overstepping my boundaries by saying this, but are we not comrades in arms? When times get tough, we must work together.
Dorothy.
Fine. I suppose I could use your help.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Maybe I missed something and just don't remember. I don't know if they've ever given a specific thing, or maybe I just don't know the reference of what fairy tale Scarlet's supposed to be from. Because Snow White is obviously Snow White, like her weapons are named the Seven Dwarves. Rapunzel is Rapunzel. Red Hood is Little Red Riding Hood. Or whatever. Oh, Dorothy is Wizard of Oz.
We will also emerge victorious, so long as we never give up hope.
I'm sure you could find something for Lily Weiss. I just don't remember if there was ever a specific thing with Scarlet.
Look at all these abandoned cars, tents, kitchen items. Do you think people wanted to live here?
No. They were holding out for a miracle that would never come. Only a select few, a fraction of the population, was able to enter the Ark. Most people weren't so lucky, so they made these camps near the entrance of the Ark and waited, hoping against hope that there would be more room.
And that never happened?
No, it didn't. Other candidates were selected for entry.
So the people who were here... If that's true, why didn't the people here go somewhere else?
There was nowhere else to go. Their hometowns had been destroyed by the Raptures, along with everything else on the planet. Coming here was their final option. The Ark seemed so close, yet so far away. When they realized there was no space for them in paradise, and their last traces of hope had been snuffed out, they broke.
Will the same thing happen to us?
Not for us, no. There is a place we can go back to.
I see. Well, let's hurry and find some food. Should we start by searching all the tents?
Yes, but be careful when you open the...
The tent opens up. Inside, there are the bodies of a couple embracing each other. A pungent chemical smell permeates the air.
I don't see anything. I'll move on to the next one.
Does that not bother you?
Of course it does. Just not as much as it used to. Maybe it's got something to do with whatever job I had as a human.
Do you still have memories of when you were a human?
Nothing specific. More of a general feeling, I suppose. That reminds me. Don't the members of Goddess still have all their memories?
Yes.
Wow. That must be really... painful.
Huh?
I feel like there would be some cognitive dissonance. It's like I'm myself, but different. If it were me, I'd probably have experienced a mind switch by now. That's why I have so much respect for you.
Thank you.
How about we move on to the next tent? I'll check what's inside the tents. You can check the surrounding area.
No, I can check as well.
Dorothy, be honest. You're not familiar with the sight of a human corpse, are you? I'll do it. We don't want a goddess doing all the dirty work anyway.
I want to do it, please.
If you insist.
Thank you.
Ark entrance, temporary outpost.
What is this? Canned food?
Yes, I brought back some that were still in good condition. Be sure
Oh,
to
I think
inspect it before eating
the
it,
music
though.
playing is the
Better
acoustic
safe than
version
sorry.
of
This is
the
the
Pilgrim.
most fruitful bounty you've returned with. More than enough to last us until tomorrow.
Hina did exceptionally well.
Please, I didn't do all that much. Anyway, eat up, everyone.
What about you two?
We ate on the way back.
So you choose to transport some material back in your stomach. Most sagacious of you.
That was the idea.
I'll divvy this up to everyone. You go ahead and get some rest, Dorothy.
No, I'm fine. I can help.
You say you're fine, but your face says otherwise. Get some rest.
Fine. Oh my good...
Ew. This one looks pretty nasty. No wonder. The tent's all ripped, so it's been exposed to the sun.
What is this?
A person.
But how?
Humans are different from Nikke's. Once they die and enough time passes, this is what happens to them. Let's move on to the next tent.
Yes, that might be for the best.
The additional context we have about Dorothy from Red Ash makes this scene a little bit funnier. Because Red Ash talks about how Dorothy is the daughter of like some big like company exec, blah 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 blah. She's like the oh ho ho Ojo sama, and Red Hood like always pokes fun at her for that. So that kind of makes this scene a little funnier because she's just like, wait, humans decompose when they die? It's made extra funnier because we literally just established that one, all of Goddess Squad were once human, and two, Dorothy still has all of her memories from when she was a human, unlike Pina. So she just like it's just like a person decomposes when they die? Ooh, maybe I should. Thanks for that tip, game. Maybe I should turn the skill cutscenes on.
Scornful dunderheads dare step forward.
Maybe I should turn them on because, we want this to be cinematic, right? Although we're never gonna get to a point where we even use any of the skills. The burst gauge has to fill up, and that's never going to happen.
The hour of retribution.
It might happen at like the very end of story 2. Maybe if we fight a boss or something, but it's never gonna happen here. We don't have enough burst generation. We have too much damage and not enough burst generation. Okay, so we've hit 1-5. I'm gonna let this play out, and then I'm gonna go check out the map, because the map should have changed by now. 2 weeks later. Dorothy stares at the empty box as she speaks.
Nothing today. Same as yesterday. We haven't found a single scrap for 4 days now. There's nothing left back in the camp.
Sorry, but I gathered every last morsel I could find. That place has been picked clean.
Have there been any word from the Ark?
No, I'll keep trying.
I see. Did thou perchance notify them of the destruction of our water tank in the last skirmish?
Yes.
And that our forces have been reduced to a single mass-produced Nikke?
Yes.
That we don't have any electricity?
Yes.
That we are slowly but surely dying?
Yes. I included everything in my report.
There are still 5 weeks remaining until the Ark is sealed. I do not say this in hopes of crushing your spirit, but from the looks of it, I think we...
Stop. That will not happen. We are the Goddess Squad. Mankind's last hope. The Goddess of Victory. That will never happen. It can't happen. It's just that our communications haven't gone through yet. You must trust me, Scarlet.
I'm trying to.
I will go and pray.
You've been doing a lot of that recently.
Because so many have passed on.
I realize that, but sometimes it feels like you act more on behalf of the dead than you do the living.
The
Nope.
dead might be better right now.
What?
Wait, hold on.
I realize that, but sometimes it feels like you act more on behalf of the dead than you do the living.
Okay, so it was just cut off. Okay.
They do not get angry, depressed, or hurt others. If you ask me, being here right now is worse than death.
What are you saying?
Do you yearn for the silence that comes with death? Such a yearning is not unreasonable given our current predicament.
I'm leaving.
No, wait. We have to discuss our plans going forward.
Then why aren't you calling Snow White?
Because she is standing guard.
There hasn't been a single attack for 5 days now.
She's been keeping watch for 5 days straight, without any sleep. For us. Not for the dead, but for us, the living.
I too need some time alone.
Then you stand guard. Keep watch with your staff that couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Are you saying that I'm of no help?
No, I'm sorry.
Enough. Cease with these squabbles. If we are to go hungry for a few days, then what of it? We are Nikkes, so we can withstand such... What is this?
Dorothy approaches Scarlet and grabs her hand.
Halt! Steady thy hand!
I'm detecting high concentrations of alcohol.
Given our paucity of options for nourishment, I elected to drink instead. 'Tis made of grain and all the same.
Have you lost your mind? Drinking in a situation like this?
I fail to see what is so egregious about it. I simply imbibed one drink. Merely one.
Yikes. It got really tense in here all of a sudden.
Everyone's tired.
It pains me to see the goddess squad fighting like this.
My apologies, but we are not dancing simians sent here to entertain you.
No, but you're a spectacle nonetheless.
Thy tongue doth become loose. Watch thy words.
Me and the other Nikkes have been watching you all this time. Ever since you first came onto the battlefield.
Huh.
Mankind's last hope. The goddess of victory. Is there any other title more suitable for you than this one? So you have to keep it together. Don't fight with one another. And if you do it somewhere we can't see.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of accommodating such a banal request.
I won't accept that. Even if you can't, you should at least try.
Thou dares to speak to me in such a manner?
Every last one of the mass-produced Nikkes volunteered so that we could fight alongside you. That includes me. We didn't risk our lives to see our heroes bickering and tearing at each other's throats. You dishonor those who gave their lives by acting like this. So I'm begging you, please stop. I'm going to rest. Call me if anything happens.
With that, Pino walks off.
Oh.
We should rest as well.
Okay, let's check out the map. If I'm remembering correctly... Aha! There are now no more Nikke. Except, if I can zoom in, please. Except for Pina.
Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
One I doth proclaim.
Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
We can do white memory now.
Moving out. Moving out.
I'm not gonna do white memory until we reach... There's a point in the story that like lines up with white memory.
Very well. Moving out.
I'm not gonna do that until that happens. I wonder if you can do the challenge.
Moving out.
Oh, Archive does not support this function. That's no fun. The danger zone. Does that make that the highway to the danger zone?
Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
What's the
Very
classic
well.
master? Oh, is that
Moving out.
story 2? Yeah.
Very well. Moving out.
I'll do white memory now that we have it unlocked. I'll do it once,
Very well. Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
once we reach a point in the story. Because there's a part where, like, canonically white memory happens. I'll do it then.
I pray for their souls' safe return. May they return to their hometowns in peace. In the next life, may they be at peace and live a life without war. Save them. Save these souls who died in agony. Comfort them. Care for them and welcome them into your arms.
Dorothy walks off without a word.
Dorothy? Why are you up so late? Are you on patrol? Come, sit beside me. What, this? Fear not. These are not spirits, merely water. I was rather parched this evening and wanted to quench my thirst. Should thou doubt the honesty of my words, then pray take some yourself. This is a magic elixir that will melt all your worries away.
Again, Dorothy walks off without saying a word. Oh, saying anything.
Is that you, Dorothy?
Yes, it's me.
Nothing unusual sighted yet. Go in and rest. I'll stay here. Do you have new orders for me? I'm sorry, but I cannot abandon my post. You should speak to Scarlet or Rapunzel.
They're both...
Huh?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Is that so?
Would you come down for a moment?
I cannot. I must stand guard.
For a third time, Dorothy walks off without saying anything.
Do you wish to contact the Ark?
Affirmative.
Communication open. All recorded messages will be transmitted to the Ark. However, in the event of poor signal, transmission may fail.
Goddess Squad to the Ark. The situation here is hopeless. We are in desperate need of backup and additional resources. The likelihood of us being able to successfully protect the entrance of the Ark is dwindling. Please send the materials I have requested as soon as this message is received. That is all. Awaiting further correspondence.
Recording complete. Transmitting voice message to Ark. In the event of a failed transmission, what action would you like to take?
Keep sending it until it goes through.
Command recognition complete. Proceeding to area with superior signal.
The collection robot rolls away.
I need to go see Lilith.
The grass flutters in the blowing wind. Dorothy gazes at a woman lying in a crudely constructed sarcophagus. The woman looks at peace, almost like she's asleep.
Lilith, it's not easy being a leader. You made it look so simple. You always made the right spur-of-the-moment decisions and got along with everyone. I didn't know it would be this hard. What should I do? How can I get myself out of this hole I'm in?
I know the answer.
Peanut, how did you...
This is Lilith's resting place. I come here every once in a while. I never knew her personally, but she is a legend among legends. As for tonight, I followed you here.
You just said you had the answer. What do you mean?
Dorothy, you've never once asked for help from anyone else. Is it a pride thing? Or do you just like solving your issues on your own?
Is that what I've been doing?
Yes.
I had no idea.
You don't trust others.
That's true.
Why is that?
I'm not sure. Doing things yourself is so much faster than asking someone else to do it. And I know for sure it'll get done if I handle it. I've never liked asking people for help.
So stubborn.
That's right.
You need to learn to ask your colleagues for help.
I don't know how.
Then let me teach you. All you have to do is say a few precious words. I need your help.
Does that actually work?
Works like a charm. People don't say it enough. It's genuine, unambiguous. It makes your intentions clear as can be.
Tonal dichotomy. Time to go fight robots. Oh, rip. One shot.
The hour of retribution draws
Man thought he was gonna be cool. He was gonna put up a shield generator to block our attacks, and then immediately got destroyed. Rip.
There's no time to bask in our victory. Let's move on to the next mission.
Overzone also has some really good music. I mean, all the events have had really good music, but the Overzone music is really good.
I will show you what Eden is capable of.
I don't even know what they're shooting at.
We will also emerge victorious, so long as we never give up hope.
So we're over halfway done now. Or at least with story 1.
Dorothy, is that you?
I don't remember if there was a different story. I don't think story 1 has a hard mode. I think it's just story 2 that has a hard mode. I might do that. That'll be really quick. The only difference is the last stage of the hard mode for each event has like an alternate ending or like an additional like cutscene at the end of the event.
Yes,
Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
that's good.
Any orders for me?
Snow White,
Yes?
have you slept?
No.
Eaten?
No.
Will you come down?
I have to be on the lookout.
I need your help.
Huh?
Please.
Snow White jumps down from the lookout and stands in front of Dorothy.
Out with it. What do I need to do?
We need food. We need to get the electricity back on, and we also need drinking water. We need to repair the equipment that's been damaged, and we need more ammunition.
Okay, I will handle it.
I can't get through to the Ark. Meanwhile, all Rapunzel does is pray, and Scarlet is drinking herself into a stupor. Lilith is dead, and Red Hood isn't here either. I am losing hope.
Dorothy,
Yes?
have you slept?
No.
Eaten?
No.
Snow White takes out a protein bar and hands it to Dorothy.
Eat this, then go get some sleep. I'll search the perimeter and gather the supplies we need. The lookout can wait. I'll leave this area to you.
I'll go with you.
If you aren't here, who will be in charge of defenses? We can't leave it to an alcoholic or someone lost in prayer. You look like death warmed over.
Do I?
You're our leader. This isn't a good look for you. Be bold. Be proud. We've earned that right. You have most of all.
You really haven't changed.
You have.
Have I?
This is the first time you've ever asked for help. I don't know whether you honestly are willing to work together with your squad mates. Or if you're simply grasping at straws because you're desperate.
A little bit of both, I'd say.
I'll drop in once a day.
Snow White walks away.
Oh, Snow White.
Hmm?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Alright. So provided we don't get sucked into a battle, which I think we might... Yeah.
If you believe in the Creator, you better start praying.
Oh, that was Snow White.
You are out of harm's way, fleeting as it may be.
Okay, so after this, I'll start doing White Memory. I didn't want to do it, even though it unlocked. I didn't want to do it until now, because this is when Dorothy asks Snow White to go out and look for things. I'm also going to try my best to...
We will also emerge victorious.
I'm pretty sure I can do all of...
Never give up hope.
Dorothy,
Cutscene.
I haven't seen Snow White around. Nothing bad happened, right?
She went off to search for anything useful nearby.
Then who is on lookout?
I'm taking over for her.
But
Pina, it's like you said. We are the goddess of victory, mankind's last hope. We are the goddess squad. We mustn't show any weakness.
Oops. Well, not really an oops.
If any one of us stumbles, then the others will pick them up. We must put on a brave front in front of mankind, and in front of everyone else. In order to do that, we need to be strong. That means we can't waste all of our time praying or drinking.
you mean...
Yes. Rapunzel and Scarlet have fallen, and I'm going to pick them up. Will you come with me?
Can I?
Of course. You saw us stumble and you were saddened by it. I need to show you how we get back up. It's the least I can do for someone who has stood by us for so long. I want to be someone that you and everyone else can look up to.
Okay. Now, you can also see Snow White's no longer up there. She's over here. Let's do White Memory.
Moving out.
I don't know, is all of this going to be unlocked? Oh, click. Snow White pulls out her weapon. She recalls the time Dorothy came to see her. We need food. We need to get this electricity back on. Oh, get the electricity back on. And we also need drinking water. We need to repair the equipment that's been damaged. And we need more ammunition. There isn't any more food, and we've lost all contact with the Ark. The waves of raptures are endless. I've lost several of my squad mates, and those that remain are mentally broken. The situation is hopeless. Leaving the guard post when things are so dire may not seem ideal, but I have to go. I need to secure us more supplies. Dorothy? Oh, Dorothy, the leader, would have wanted that. Snow White finishes cleaning all of her weapons, outfits herself, and stands. She finishes the last sentence in her journal entry, detailing the preparations for her exploration. Off we go. She sets off into the great unknown. Are all of these unlocked? I'm not sure. Okay, so this reset as well. Okay, so these are locked. Okay, cool. Snow White approaches the forest. Despite the seemingly endless internecine interesting word, conflict between man and raptures, the forest remains a bastion of life. As Snow White gazes upon the forest, Russell? A deer suddenly leaps into view. I remember some of these, so I'm going to choose the ones that'll give us bad endings so we can loop back around pretty quick. Let's shoot it with the anti-ship rifle. Tendrils of flame belch out of the anti-ship rifle's muzzle. However, as the flames die down, the deer is nowhere to be found. The shot also attracts raptures, and Snow White is forced into a confrontation. The sounds of the battle only attract more raptures. It takes everything for Snow White to subdue the threat. In the end, she goes back to the post empty-handed. That's one ending. Cool, so now we can redo that. And this time, we're going to shoot with an ordinary rifle. Tendrils of flame belch out of the rifle's muzzle, and the deer is blown apart into a burst of arterial spray. It's only then that Snow White realizes how fragile a deer is. Having newly discovered the fragility of ungulates, Snow White decides to walk around the woods and find alternative hunting tools. Turn right. On the right, the ground is covered with mushrooms that have brilliant red patterns. Snow White begins to pick the mushrooms. She wonders if she should do a taste test before bringing them to her colleague. Let's taste them. Snow White feels somewhat hesitant about sharing food with others that hasn't been tested. She puts a mushroom in her mouth. Suddenly, a white fog envelops her. A female figure can be made out amongst the fog. It is someone whose face she has longed to see for some time. Snow White, someone calls out. Snow White opens her eyes. The white fog is dissipated. After making sure she hasn't sustained any injuries, Snow White realizes something. The mushroom she ate made her hallucinate. Snow White contemplates whether she should eat the mushroom again. Although she can't explain why she wants to see the woman in her hallucination again. After hesitating for a while, Snow White decides to, I'm pretty sure we can't do this yet, so I'm going to say not eat the mushroom. No matter how badly she wants to see that woman, falling into a hallucination is a risky proposition. She puts the mushrooms down and heads out of the forest. Having newly discovered the fragility of ungulates, turning left. On the left, Snow White sees a chain-link fence. She walks towards it, intending to snip it into separate parts that could be used to make traps. She approaches a metal fence and sees a corpse draped over the top of it. The body is clothed in a camouflage outfit and carrying a bow and backpack. Snow White cuts down the metal fence and sets the corpse on the floor. The duffel bag contains electrical wires, a phone, dry rations, a pail, and a map. Snow White looks at the bow and arrow. These weapons, along with the camouflage, might prove useful for hunting. She contemplates whether she should take them. We're gonna take everything. Snow White apologizes and takes the dry food, bow, and arrow, and camouflage outfit. She must survive for the sake of her colleagues. If that means benefiting from someone else's death, then so be it. Snow White prepares to hunt. She starts to set up a trap using the metal wire she got from the fence. Being proficient with crafting, she succeeds in making a trap and resumes her hunting once again. Snow White returns to the spot where she saw the deer and sets the trap. The bleats of a deer can be heard in the distance. She decides to hide behind a tree and watch. To conceal herself, this is the one that gives us another failure, so I'm going to take this one. The unwieldy camouflage does not fool the deer. Just as it is about to approach the trap, it widens its eyes and flees the scene. Snow White watches in desperation as the escaping deer slowly disappears into the distance. No matter how long Snow White waits in hiding, the deer doesn't return. The trap she made only manages to catch a few small woodland critters. With the small animals in tow, Snow White trudges back toward the post. We're gonna turn right. I'm just gonna choose to not taste them. Snow White feels that the mushrooms are bad news, so she puts them down and heads out of the forest. That's just to get that done. We're gonna turn left this time. Make this. Put down the bag and leave. Same thing. And then this time, we can wear the camouflage outfit. The deer is fooled by Snow White's camouflage and comes closer. The moment its foot is clamped by the trap, Snow White shoots it with an arrow. Snow White captures the deer. Looking forward to the delicious dinner she'll be having that night, she returns to the post in good spirits. Nice. Let's proceed straight ahead. Walking forward, Snow White discovers a wooden cabin. She heads inside to look for any useful items. The cabin is entirely bereft of food and supplies. However, Snow White can ascertain from the antlers hanging on the wall and the bearskin on the floor that the hunter resided here. Scrawled directly on the table in red are the words, "Don't be the prey." Snow White turns and heads back into the forest. Having newly discovered blah blah blah, turn right. We're gonna taste them. Then we're going to eat the mushroom again. After ingesting some more of the mushroom, Snow White sees two flowers amidst the fog. One is white, the other is red. Which one should she follow? The white flower. Snow White heads towards the white flower and sees a white figure. The faceless figure asks, "Can you see me?" No. Thud, crash. Snow White stumbles over a tree stump and tumbles to the ground. After waking from her hallucination, Snow White wants to see that face that may or may not be a figment of her imagination, so she eats the mushrooms again. No matter how many mushrooms Snow White ingests, the face she longs to see remains forever indistinct. Snow White spends the entire day lost in meaningless reveries. Okay, now we can choose to eat the mushroom, and we can follow the red flower now. Snow White heads towards the red flower and hears the buzz of a radio. An old song is being played. Someone can be heard humming along to the song. They sound homesick. Suddenly, a long-forgotten memory comes rushing back to her. She used to listen to songs with Red Hood, who loved old songs. Hey, little one. Snow White was in a terrible mood that day. So many of those close to her had lost their lives. Snow White could never forget their eyes as they died, filled with fear and a hint of relief. As the music continues to play, Snow White walks up to Red Hood. "Why do you look so solemn, little one? You're gonna give yourself wrinkles if you keep scrunching up your face like that," Red Hood says with a grin. "Stop doing that. Take a look at this." Red Hood brings the radio closer. It's playing a song about missing one's hometown. It's an old, guitar-centric pop song, which didn't suit the battlefield at all. The song is nice, right? This is what music is all about. Red Hood attempts to coax Snow White. Want to try singing it? Did Snow White sing with her back then? She can't remember. That's more like it, you dork. You act like an old geezer. Really? Snow White's laughter and the music are the only sounds that linger in Snow White's ears. Or Red Hood's laughter. Thud, crash. Snow White trips over a tree stump. She wakes up from her hallucination and sees a tent, a broken radio, and a cassette tape near the tree stump that she tripped over. Snow White keeps the cassette tape and begins humming the song as she heard in her hallucination. Oh, the hometown I long for, the friends I miss. Even if the sky above us is forever gray, we'll return to our hometown someday. It's actually one of the songs in Red Ash. They turned it into like into an actual song for the Red Ash event, which is pretty cool. There's one more here, which I don't think we can get at all. It's the option to turn right, eat the mushroom, eat them again. Then, if we go to the white flower, and then here, to bid you farewell, I don't think we can get this until we finish all of the other endings. If I remember correctly. I believe that that is ending number 1. By clicking on following the flowers and saying that you can see me. Riverbank. Scarlet appears before Snow White, who's on their way to explore the riverbank. Dost thou intend on rusticating by the riverside? Prithee allow me to accompany you. Snow White nods. Scarlet is excited about getting to see some fish, which she hasn't seen in a while. Do you know how to fish? Oh, I don't remember who we're playing as anymore. Yes. Oops. Snow White answers no, so Scarlet says she'll personally make a fishing rod for Snow White. We shall require wood if we are to fashion a fishing rod. I'll look for some. Snow White looks around and fires her rifle at a tree that looks to be the right size. The tree sways a few times before collapsing on a pile of nearby rocks. I required but a few tree branches. Oh. Whoops. The sight of Snow White obliterating the tree makes Scarlet slightly uneasy, but she feels somewhat reassured upon seeing how embarrassed Snow White seems for her slip-up. Scarlet runs over to fetch some branches from the fallen tree. However, Scarlet is unable to make a fishing rod due to her poor crafting skills. Feeling embarrassed, Scarlet says she'll try to fish with her sword. Scarlet stands by the river with her sword and lightly swings it at the fish lethargically swimming by. Whoops. The fish is cut in two and floats to the surface of the water. I doth believe there is validity to this idea yet. I shall swing it properly this time. Scarlet adjusts her stance as she stands at the riverbank. Snow White is filled with a renewed sense of hope that they'll actually catch a bevy of fish, and her eyes sparkle. However, as Scarlet swings her sword with full force, the river is dyed a dreadful red as all the fish are sliced and diced. Both Scarlet and Snow White stare at the massacre silently and return to the post without a word. Let's just continue down this same line. Perchance there are canned goods buried under these rocks. Hast thou considered this? Snow White nods and begins rummaging through the rock pile. After they move away some rocks, some supplies hidden under the pile are gradually revealed. Scarlet and Snow White exchange glances. Their hunch was right. Filled with a renewed sense of vigor, they begin lifting up more rocks. Just then, Snow White feels something. It's a parasol. While looking at it, a memory of Dorothy resurfaces. Back when humans lived on the surface and not in the Ark, Dorothy loved using the parasol that had been given to them as a gift. Supplies were plentiful then. Nikkes don't get tanned even if they're exposed to the sun, so Snow White was curious as to why Dorothy was using the parasol. Why do you use that thing anyway? It's not like we need it. With a smile, Dorothy answered her. If I use this place won't feel as much like a battlefield. Instead, It'll feel more like a warm and sunny Eden. Eden? How should I put it? It makes me feel important. When the Ark is built, we'll all be sheltered safely under the same parasol. Snow White couldn't make head or tail of what Dorothy was saying. Will the Ark really become our Eden? When peace is restored, will the humans want us to stay under the same parasol as them? Of course. As Snow White stared at Dorothy, her expression was full of such hope for the future that she couldn't bring herself to refute her in any way. Oh, a parasol! Dorothy will be most smitten with this, Scarlet proclaims as she approaches Snow White. Snow White nods quietly. Both of them feel this will be the perfect gift for Dorothy, who's doing her best to be a fine leader. They bring the parasol back to the post. Snow White answers yes, so Scarlet tells her to try making a fishing rod. Given that thou dost intend on fabricating a fishing rod, I shall search for a suitable piece of wood. Scarlet begins looking for wood nearby and asks Snow White how long the tree branch should be cut. Tell her to cut it shorter. Snow White notices the branch is shorter than she expected. Scarlet asks if it is what Snow White actually wanted. Snow White ponders if she should use the branch for something else. Snow White passes the branch to Scarlet and tells her to sharpen one end. Dost thou intend on fashioning a fishing spear? After a while, they end up with a decent fishing spear. Splish splash. The fishing spear embeds itself in the bottom of the river. Alas, another miss. Snow White and Scarlet continue throwing their self-made spear with all their might, but every throw ends up with either stuck in the riverbed from excess force, or moving erratically due to poor aim. Perhaps we should entertain the notion of returning to a fishing rod. As Snow White listens to Scarlet, she stares at the fish in the river. It swims away slowly, as if mocking them. She manages to catch a huge fish with her bare hands. The fish Snow White is holding tries to writhe free from her grip. I had no idea thou art capable of such feats. Hello, Rodo. I figured I'd give it a shot, and it worked. Despite spending so much energy earlier, the thought of having a good meal later that night gives them both a second wind, and they begin catching fish with their bare hands. Misdive. Snow White fills the pail with fish and returns to the post full of delight, discreetly wiping the drool forming on the edges of her mouth. Hail to the king of fishing. Okay. There should be one other one here. Cut it longer. Scarlet brings over a branch with the perfect length. Snow White is very satisfied. To make a fishing rod, she... Let's do this one first. This should be a bad ending. Snow White doesn't find anything she could use to make a fishing rod. She gives it some further thought, and decides she can use the branch to make something else. Blame the new Twitch app. Is this a fishing spear? Okay. This is a repeat ending. Cool. Let's go back. We're gonna use the metal wire this time. Yes. Cut it longer. Take out the metal wire. Snow White is good with her hands, and she manages to make a fishing rod using the metal wire and the tree branch. The two head to the river to begin fishing. What's this game? This is a little, like, text adventure inside of the Overzone event for Nikke. Snow White... Let's give it to Scarlet. Scarlet is surprised that Snow White handed the rod to her. As she lowers the rod into the water, she proclaims that Snow White won't regret entrusting her with it. Scarlet says that no fish will come if she doesn't move the rod, and claims they can only catch a big fish if they shake the rod. Like the shoe. Yeah, kind of. She begins swinging the rod as she speaks. Almost immediately, they catch something. A pocket knife? Scarlet has caught a pocket knife. She hasn't seen something like this in a long time, and stares at it, forlorn. Snow White recalls a memory with Scarlet from long ago. The day they were starving, though they had succeeded in their mission, additional supplies were taking a long time to arrive as they were in a secluded place difficult for humans to reach. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. To a food lover like Snow White, enduring hunger is the worst form of torture imaginable. Suddenly, Scarlet tosses a pocket knife at the birds flying by. Scarlet takes the fallen bird and passes it to Snow White. For thee thou not be lost in melancholy. Grill this. The bird was tiny, but Snow White isn't concerned about whether it should be filling or not. Rather, she is shocked that Scarlet is willing to kill something merely because she is hungry. Isn't Snow White from the Grimm fairy tale? Yes. As far as I can tell, all the members of Goddess Squad are named after fairy tales. So Snow White is named after Snow White from Snow White. Rapunzel is named after Rapunzel from Rapunzel. Dorothy is named after Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Red Hood is named after Little Red Riding Hood. And then I'm still not 100% sure on Scarlet and Lillyweiss. Oh. Snow White mutters, "This is so cruel," which causes Scarlet to laugh. So killing a tiny bird is cruel, but killing a bigger bird is perfectly okay? It's not like that. Do not allow thyself to be vexed thusly about death. All lives have to end. Scarlet's nonchalance prompts Snow White to ask another question. How about us? Will we die as well? Scarlet chuckles. Flowers are fleetly fading. All things eventually come to an end. Scarlet stared at her katana. This is the lesson she gave me when she became my blade. She's the thinker. Flowers are fleetly fading. Snow White utters, startling Scarlet. Thy memory of this still rings true? Snow White nods, sending a smile across Scarlet's face. Precisely. Nothing lasts forever, and we are no exception. With that, Scarlet hovers the rod over the river again. Behind her, Snow White stares at her quietly. I believe Scarlet's sword is also called Fleetly Fading. Well, it's not her sword, it's the sword that she uses, which I think technically is her sister's. In Red Ash, she's using a different sword, which I believe is her sword. But, the one she's using now, Fleetly Fading, I believe is her sister's that she gave to her after she died. I'm just gonna go through the other one to have Snow White fish. Snow White stands by the river with the fishing rod she's made. She closes her eyes and tries to sense the movement of the fish. A long time passes, but nothing happened. Snow White, whose eyes are closed, can feel Scarlet nodding off behind her. The fish seem to have fallen asleep. Also seem to have fallen asleep, as nothing is biting the rod. Okay, cool. I've actually decided, I think I will do all of these. I know that Meadow... I'll do everything except for Forest, I think. I'll do everything except the last ending for Forest, because the fish kind of tired is fair. Yeah, I think the last ending with Forest I will do after we finish part 2 of the story, because that's like a kind of a spoiler thing. There's also the option... I think this is actually ending 1. Yeah, ending 1. You can choose to just not do anything and stand guard instead. Go to the suburbs. Rapunzel appears before Snow White, who's on her way to explore the church. Come with me today. I've been to the suburb. Oh wait, come with me today. I've been to the suburb. Snow White nods. Snow White and Rapunzel head to the outskirts and gaze at the structures demolished by raptures. They attempt to find a recognizable structure they can check out. Check out the factory. The factory seems to be a former refuge for the humans. Although some parts of the building have collapsed, there are some blankets and canned goods scattered around. Rapunzel and Snow White venture further into the factory. The inside of the factory is littered with all manner of supplies. But the cans of food are either empty or spoiled. Everything else is unsalvageable. Snow White and Rapunzel want to continue looking for things they can use, so they break open a locked door. When they break the locked door open and walk in, they see canned goods and other supplies all placed in a neat pile, although there aren't many of them. Desolate factories are no good. I've heard a creepypasta about it. This must be a room that had been used as storage. Snow White and Rapunzel begin gathering up the canned goods. In the midst of their scavenging, Snow White discovers a book under the couch. The abandoned factory reminds me of something from Solo Leveling, and then also from another anime I just don't remember the name of, so it can't have been that good. We'll leave the book alone. The two are elated, as they didn't expect to find such a major haul. As Rapunzel looks at the canned goods, she remembers how the atmosphere at the post has become fairly gloomy lately. Dorothy has also been rather morose as well. Rapunzel suggests that they make some dishes and give everyone else a pleasant surprise. Snow White agrees with the idea. Rapunzel begins cooking based on intuition. Related, like what? Rapunzel steps forward confidently, claiming she has always loved cooking, even as a human. As Snow White watches Rapunzel, she feels a little anxious. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An unknown substance boils in the pot. What was once delicious food is now a disastrous pile of black mush. It can no longer even be considered food. What in the world did you put in there? I just made it the way I did before. Snow White is speechless. She snatches the final can of food before Rapunzel can destroy that as well, and returns to the post. Bad ending. Become a master in your own kitchen tomorrow. Okay. Now we can redo this. We're just gonna do all the same things. Except this time... I'm gonna take the book. The book under the couch is a dirty magazine. What is this? Rapunzel walks over and stares at the magazine. Whoa, I thought this series ended already. Her eyes gleam as she speaks. Snow White suddenly remembers a previously forgotten memory of her, Rapunzel, and Red Hood. What are you showing, Snow White? Sex magazine. Rapunzel covers Snow White's eyes. Not being particular about her reading material, Red Hood had just passed a dirty magazine to Snow White. Rapunzel blushes and urges Red Hood to throw away the smut. Hawooga. Undeterred, Red Hood continues to tease Rapunzel with the racy magazine. While Snow White watches them argue, she realizes the animosity between the Red Hood and Rapunzel has given way to real friendship. You're not the slightest bit shy about reading this kind of stuff? Oh, you still remember that? Snow White nods, while Rapunzel smiles. How could I forget? After going through that, I don't think anyone else can make me feel embarrassed ever again. Rapunzel takes the dirty magazine from Snow White. I can read things even more salacious than this now. Red Hood would be shocked if she saw me now, wouldn't she? Actually, she's probably over the moon that she managed to influence me. Rapunzel returns the magazine to Snow White. I kept feeling like Red Hood was embarrassing me on purpose, so I was annoyed. But now, I kinda miss it. Rapunzel stops talking and begins collecting the rest of the scattered canned food. Meanwhile, Snow White watches her quietly. Okay. I think we need to go to the apartment buildings to get the recipe book, so I'm gonna go here first. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I can't go back. I guess we'll just go down this line of questioning. Snow White and Rapunzel go to the apartment buildings to look for daily necessities, but most of them have been completely obliterated from rapture attacks. There are only 3 houses they can still enter. Snow White enters the house on the left. Walking into the house on the left, the two find the posters of the Ark and lots of lottery tickets scattered inside. The lottery tickets have "Try Again" printed on them. Amongst the pile, there's a cookbook. Nice. On the pages, sentences such as "Recipes anyone can learn," "Become a master in your own kitchen today," can be made out. Rapunzel says it would be nice if they can find food and make some dishes to bring back to the post. Snow White asks Rapunzel if she needs a cookbook. Rapunzel says she needs it. There's no harm in having a cookbook, Rapunzel says. Snow White agrees with her. Feeling they won't find anything else in the house, they decide to... check. Getting her lottery tickets in the apocalypse, it's kind of different. We're gonna enter the house, and we're just gonna say we don't need it. When it comes to cooking, all you need is intuition, just so that closes off this option. Oh, I see. We have to choose to check out the factory, but let's check out the other houses. They come to the house in the middle and see a bunch of empty cans piled up neatly in the corner of the empty room. It seems that someone else has been here. While most of the doors are either open or broken, they find one door is tightly closed. They leave the door alone. For now, looking for supplies is the top priority. Upon picking up the familiar smell of death from inside, they decide not to open the door. Feeling they won't be able to... Okay, we're gonna go back around. We're gonna check this house again, but this time we're gonna go inside. There's a bed in the room. On the bed lie two bodies, fingers intertwined. Snow White and Rapunzel wordlessly look at the photo frame on the bedside table. A couple smiles happily in the picture. Seems like they were a couple. After looking at the picture for a while, Rapunzel says she wants to mourn the deceased and decides to take the photo frame with her. The door is tightly closed like it's normally closed. I assume it's like locked or something. Feeling they won't move to find anything else. We gotta check out this last house. The house on the right is entirely empty. Rapunzel posits the former residents must have taken refuge somewhere else. Snow White looks at the empty room and discovers a dried white flower that has fallen on the ground. There's a buzzing in her ear, and a voice rings out. This flower is... this is probably Lily Weiss that says this. This flower is more like you than me. Snow White? Rapunzel's voice brings Snow White back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choked. What? Despite Rapunzel's concern, Snow White insists everything is fine and tells her not to worry. Snow White then suggests they continue their search. Rapunzel agrees and walks away. Snow White picks up the dried flower. Snow White feels an unprecedented wave of emotions and surreptitiously takes the dried white flower. Feeling they won't be able to, let's go through here, enter the house on the right, da-da-da-da. We're gonna leave it, da-da-da-da. We're gonna go to the other houses. I think the only other option is to say, just do this. Believing there may not be many supplies or food available at the apartments, they instead decide to check out the factory. The factory seems to be a former refuge for the humans, although some parts of the building have collapsed. There are some blankets, we've already seen this. Let's do this. We're gonna leave the book alone, and then we're gonna follow the cookbook. Rapunzel says she happens to have a cookbook handy that she'll follow. She announces she'll use this canned food to make something delicious and goes out to start a fire. As Snow White watches Rapunzel, her anxiety slowly builds. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An appetizing soup boils in the huge pot. Its aroma fills the factory, and Snow White begins to drool. Can I have a taste? Of course! Rapunzel confidently ladles some soup into a small can and passes it to Snow White. Snow White puts a spoonful of soup in her mouth. She's filled with pure ecstasy. He just makes a goulash. How is it? Does it taste okay? It's wonderful. Rapunzel's mood improves when she sees Snow White's obvious delight. With the big pot and canned goods in tow, they return to the post triumphant. Okay, we're just gonna run that again. Believe there's still one more thing in the factory. Walk into the room when the curtains are closed. What's this? There are matches, extinguished candles, pictures of people hanging in the room. A line is written on the wall. May you rest in peace. This must be a place where they mourn the dead. The two look around for a while, and leave. Rapunzel and Snow White light the candles with the matches on the floor, and pray for a while. Then they walk out of the room and open the locked door. Da-da-da-da. We're gonna take the book, because this will give us a faster ending. Then we're gonna go back. Suburbs. We're gonna check out the factory. Oops. Check out the factory. We're gonna walk into a room where the curtains are closed, and we're gonna leave the photo from the frame. Last time I get goulash got heartburn. Rapunzel places the photo frame they got from the apartment building among the pictures on the floor and lights the candles with a match. Once all the candles in the room are lit, Rapunzel kneels down quietly. Without a word, Snow White stands back and watches. Snow White asks, "Why are you doing this?" "What?" "They're already dead." Rapunzel answers, "Death is not the end. The marks these people made during their lives will not disappear simply because they are no longer with us. Everything truly ends only when everyone who remembers them is gone." Rapunzel stands up and looks at Snow White. "So I decide to remember. I don't want them to be forgotten, for everything to come to an end and rob them of all meaning. So I will keep praying to acknowledge the previous lives they used to lead. I will acknowledge their deaths and bid them farewell. Death is not the end. The real end happens when one's existence is forgotten. Snow White falls into deep thought. She's never thought of it that way. Rapunzel looks at Snow White, who is lost in thought, and kneels once again to pray. While Snow White watches Rapunzel pray, she asks, "Then, how do we bid someone farewell?" "Look them in the eyes and say to them, 'Be well.'" Okay. I think... there's something... I don't think there's anything else, unless I'm missing something in the apartment buildings. Enter the house on the left. She needs it. Got the factory. Yeah. I think these are all open. There must be something in... yeah, I'm pretty sure this last forest one is something we can't do until we get to the end of this. I just don't remember what we need to do here. Yeah. This, I don't think it is. This might be, story lock. Because I'm pretty sure... that we can't do this. I'm pretty sure we still are missing things. I'm pretty sure this has to be the very last thing we do. Oh no, we do have this. The white figure smiles. "If you want to see me, you should come see me. Oh, come meet me, Snow White." Snow White opens her eyes. A towering tree stands before her. Something about this all seems oddly familiar. Snow White looks at her feet. As she does, a long-forgotten memory comes rushing back. One day, when the fighting had no end in sight, she came over a memory capsule and a sheet of paper. "Everyone, write down your wishes on these and place them in this memory capsule." They tore the sheet of paper into 7 pieces, wrote down their wishes, and placed them in the capsule. She buried the memory capsule in the ground and spoke. "One day, when our job is finished, let's open it together." Under that enormous tree, she made a promise that would never come true. Snow White takes out the memory capsule buried in the ground. There are 7 pieces of paper inside. "I hope everyone is still alive after the war. I'm willing to follow the red flower until the very end. I hope that one day everyone will know our names. I want some food and alcohol from my hometown. I hope that we'll emerge victorious. I hope she'll be safe and sound." After reading 6 of the clippings, Snow White opens the last one, which has been neatly folded. It's hers. "I hope we can save the humans." Snow White considers the last words she ever wrote. "I hope we can save the humans." Snow White returns the slips of paper to the capsule and stands up. To commemorate her, Snow White decides to go to the meadow where she is buried. Let's see. I assume this one is Rapunzel. This one could be Red Hood or Scarlet, although I feel like this might be Red Hood. And it could also be Lily Weiss. Think this will be. I think this one's gonna be Dorothy. The red flower until the very end. I don't know. They say 7. I'm trying to think. Unless this could be a retcon. Lilith, Lily Weiss, and the Commander. Like Lilith and Lily Weiss being 2 different people, or Lilith and the Commander being different people. Because they keep saying Major Lilith. And, saying where Lilith is buried, which could be referring to Lily Weiss. And they're just calling her Lilith as a nickname. Because it's obviously not the Commander, because they talk about how... well, it's implied Lilith is a Nikke. Because she doesn't visibly decompose in any way, shape, or form. I assume the 7 includes the legendary Commander. I would assume so. But if we assume Lilith and Lily Weiss are 2 separate people, that still only leaves us with Dorothy, Scarlet, Snow White, Red Hood, Lily Weiss, and Lilith. So one more that's 6. One more would be the Commander. That would be 7 total. It could also be Cinderella. Isn't that one a demon? Lilith is a demon. It could be Cinderella as well. From it is a demon name. It could be Cinderella, since Cinderella was just introduced. Or at least her existence was introduced. I haven't played the set of stories that were unlocked today. But it could also be Cinderella. So it could be Lily Weiss and Cinderella and then the Commander. I don't know. Buried memory. Okay, cool. So now we can get to the meadow. Oh, but first we can go... Actually, I think for the suburbs, I think we actually need to go to the meadow first. And then backtrack to the suburbs. Snow White walks toward the field. The sun's rays cascade across the peaceful meadow. At the far end, there's a stone coffin, encircled by towering trees. It is there that she slumbers. Snow White walks from afar, half in a daze. I'm gonna do this real quick just to get that completed. Walk forward. Snow White holds the memory capsule. Although Snow White isn't confident about maintaining her composure whilst facing her, she musters the courage to step forward. There's a buzzing sound, then a voice rings out. You're Snow White, aren't you? Hello. I'm lit. Remain stationary. Way more mean. Snow White remains where she is. She doesn't have the courage to move forward and meet her. I'm not ready. I don't deserve to see her. I haven't achieved anything at all. I can't even remember her face or her name. How can I possibly face her? Not yet. It's not yet time. I can't face her yet. Snow White fails to take another step. After taking that one step towards her, Snow White stops. Okay, now we can go back. Now that we've got the step she failed to take, we can go back to the suburbs now. And we can go to the factory. We can go into the room. We can take out the photo frame. And then we can leave Rapunzel alone and explore another location. Snow White leaves Rapunzel behind and begins exploring the factory again. Ash cleaner in the fireplace? Oh no. Oh, you just made me think about something. You just made me think about how her name is Cinderella. Snow White leaves Rapunzel behind and begins exploring the factory again. She smells the familiar scent of flowers. Snow White follows the scent and finds a door towards the back. Snow White opens the door. Snow White takes out the dried white flowers she got from the apartments and opens the door. As the door opens, a sea of white flowers greets Snow White. Excuse me. Should we put to work in every language then? Damn. Yeah. You just made me realize how clever that was. It's not nearly as clever as the German one, but that I just was reminded of that. She knows the name of these flowers. They remind Snow White of her. Memories of her come rushing back. Memories Snow White has been wanting to forget. She was always fond of her. Being together with her was always a happy existence. Snow White was never happier than when they had chatted in a prairie full of flowers just like these. This flower has the same name as you. Yes, that's where I got my name. Snow White loved that flower ever since. But now, It seems like this flower is more like you than me. No, this flower still resembles her. What's with the flowers? They gonna San Francisco or what? Like Brendan Flowers? The Killers? The flowers are Lily Weiss flowers. And one, Lilith, I believe, is Lily Weiss, who's named after the flower. No, this flower still resembles her. The purest, strongest, and loveliest. Oh, I see. I see what they're doing. Let me reread that. The purest, strongest, and loveliest. Snow White, Lily Weiss. Flowers in the Hair song. Snow White runs toward the field of lily weiss before her. After staring at the flowers for a while as if in a daze, she sits down and caresses them. Can I go and see you, please? The sky turns red. Snow White continues to cradle the lily weiss in her arms, even when Rapunzel comes looking for her after praying. Cool. So now, we can go through, go to the meadow, walk forward, Lily Weiss a flower in English? Yes, it's the name of a flower. Snow White looks at the Lily Weiss flower. It was Lily Weiss's favorite. I have to go. At long last, Snow White makes the step she'd failed to take before. Leave with the flower. A coffin lies in the vast meadow, surrounded by soaring trees. Lily Weiss, the first Nikke, the leader of the goddess squad. Snow White's hero, who was stronger and more beautiful than anyone else. After a long journey, Snow White finally arrives before the slumbering Lily Weiss. Bunches of flowers adorn her grave. A grief-stricken Snow White salutes. Hello. Lily Weiss, my hero. Never did I feel I was in danger, so long as you were there on the battlefield with me. Never once did I retreat from anything. My honor was your honor, and your happiness was mine. So I didn't want to accept the fact that you won't be joining me on my future journey. I didn't want to accept the fact that I won't be able to see you laugh once again. But it's time to say farewell. You gave me a mission. That mission alone proves you once existed in this world. It will be the reason this world remembers you and your great achievements. So please, my sister, my colleague, my soulmate, my hero, be well. Snow White places the Lily Weiss flower in Lily Weiss's coffin. Finally, she bids her farewell. And now, we can do one more thing, I believe. Snow White decides to check the surroundings. She slowly realizes that she's never given this place a proper once-over. As she started to move in the direction where she can see the Ark, playing, Snow White accidentally kicks something. She looks down and finds a dog tag. Yet another memory that had remained buried for so long resurfaces. Snow White remembers that person she has previously forgotten. He said he was a mercenary, but he didn't seem like the military type. He was the man who became our leader, who claimed he would suppress the raptures. Commander. When did it begin? His bluntness and impertinence gave way to tenderness, and he began treating us like humans. I hope you don't get hurt again. Lily Weiss kissed his dog tag. He gazed at her then, the affection evident in his eyes. At that moment, if I Google Lily Weiss, this game comes up, no clue what the flower it is. That's great that Nikke shows up if you look that up. The affection evident in his eyes. At that moment, Snow White realized something. She was the one who changed him. Snow White picks up the dog tag beside her feet. His name is carved on it. Why is this here? Snow White can't bring herself to leave it here, so she decides to bring it to Lily Weiss. Snow White remembers how she loved him just as much as he loved her. And finally, walking out of the post, Snow White says goodbye to everyone and sets off on a long journey. Snow White decides to go to Lily Weiss's coffin, which she has not visited in a long time. There's something she must tell Lily Weiss before she leaves. With a heavy heart, Snow White comes to Lily Weiss's coffin. She takes one step, then another. Snow White accidentally kicks something. There's a familiar-looking piece of rock in the ground. It's the sharp corner of the coffin. Snow White lifts her head and looks at Lily Weiss. It's gone. Her head is gone. In the shattered coffin, only her body remains. The white lily-white flower has black scuff marks from being trampled on. Desperately, Snow White searches her surroundings. It's gone. Why? How is this happening? Her face is gone. Only her body is left. No one will remember her this way. I haven't achieved anything yet. I haven't accomplished anything she expected of me. Will her story really end so meaninglessly? No way. I refuse to accept this. This can't happen to her. Not to Lilyweiss. Clang, 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 clang. A sound echoes from somewhere. The sound of machines. Gray intruders that disturb the ground. Raptures. Raptures. The black marks upon the white flower. They say they took away her head. Exterminate them. I'll exterminate them all. I'll find her head. I have to fulfill her legacy, what she wished for. I hope we can... I have to save her legacy. I have to save the humans. I hope we can save... I have to save her legacy. I have to save the humans. I hope we can save the humans. Click. Snow White gets to her feet and walks forward. She will exterminate all the raptures on the surface and recover the human, hey, world, head. So with myself, you'll never guess where Scarlet comes from. Maybe where Lilyweiss comes from. Interesting. I probably won't. I should look that up. Or you could just tell me. It might come up in Red Ash, but I'm not too worried about spoilers, because they're really only named after... Unless you just, like, looked up the character page, because I know people have already finished the story. So if you went to a character page, then... I mean, if you do, it's impressive. Yeah, no.
Very well. Moving out.
Okay, now that we finished White Memory, we can continue on with the main story. It was a Reddit post? Oh, okay. There's something contention about whether or not Alice was supposed to be a pilgrim, because her name is Alice, like Alice in Wonderland. But who knows? We got 9, 10, 11, and 12, so 4 more stages, and then the next 4 stages of story 2. So 16 stages left. And then I can go do Red Ash. And watch as the game plays itself, because I'm a summary by Clueless European if you want, and that doesn't tell anything about the story. Interesting. Yeah, if you want to sum, I could look it up, but if you want to sum up the point, like some points, feel free to. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I can just look it up.
Fancy a drink?
It'll be interesting to see if it actually plays into the story, like the story here at all.
Rapunzel.
Give redemption to those who have gone before us. Let them be forever at peace. Let them suffer no pain.
Get up.
May all of us be redeemed.
Rapunzel.
Have mercy on us and lend us the strength to carry on.
No one will save us. The only one that can save us is us. We must keep those who are gone in our hearts and continue to fight for those who are still alive.
Scarlet, because you'll never figure out. Scarlet's from a Korean fairy tale. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Who said their deaths were in vain?
What?
I do remember
Who
hearing about
says
that.
those who are buried here
Yeah,
died
yeah.
for nothing. This is the first time I've heard such a sentiment.
You may not hear it, but you know it in your heart.
I do remember
Those who
hearing
perish
vaguely
do
about
not
that.
feel
I don't
the
remember the
death and
specifics,
meaningless
but
death.
now that you mentioned that. Also,
You.
I hate that this game tabs out, or like mutes the audio when I tab out of it. Makes it really annoying.
They proudly gave their lives and remained brave until the very end.
No.
Lilyweiss
they
is straight
cry
up
out
Lilith?
with
Okay.
anguish, bemoaning the injustice of
Okay.
it all.
None of them would ever think that, let alone say it. Having fought alongside
That's
them,
interesting.
this
I mean, I guess
much
there are only so many fairy tales, right?
Then what is it that I'm hearing? Then what is this voice stricken with such grief, crying out at this injustice?
Oh, once we finish
how you
110, I think the music changes
All of these soldiers gave their lives in a
in the
battle they
lobby.
never
Not the
signed
lobby,
up
like the
for.
main map.
The Ark that we're putting our lives on the line for isn't responding
wow.
to us. You're upset. We have no food
Yeah,
or water.
that's
The electricity is down, and countless
mainly out
soldiers
of
have died.
Judaism,
We never know when the
if I remember
raptures will
correctly,
strike at us next. We're on edge day and night.
as
You're
opposed to like
exhausted and
Christianity.
want to give up, but your comrades who lifted you up and cheered you on are no longer here. That's why you're lost.
Dorothy.
These history things and all.
Just as
I think
miss
that's what it
Lilith,
is. I'm not
you
either,
miss Red Hood.
but I'm pretty sure that, and I could be just forgetting something about like Old Testament, but I was pretty sure that's one of the distinctions of like Judaism versus Christianity.
But they are no longer with us. Getting yourself killed won't mean you'll
'Cause-
get to them again.
That's a lot of like biblical mythology with like Gnosticism and like Judaism with like the Sephirots and the Book of like the Key of Solomon and stuff like that, and Ars Gotia, which like isn't necessarily historically accurate or any sort of like historical basis, but you know, it still exists.
You want to hear their voice again, but you can't. We cannot see or communicate with the dead. If you say you hear their voices, then you're only lying to yourself.
Do I have a PhD in
You're only
theology?
hearing what you want to hear. An illusion.
That's
of
the
your
pot
own
calling the kettle
creation.
black, Dorothy.
Listen to my voice. I'm asking for your help. I'm right in front of you, living and breathing, talking to you. And I'm offering my hand. I'm hoping that you'll take it and stand up. The dead can't pull you up. They can only pull you down.
And now I'm trying to think if there's more fairy tale girls.
Take my hand, one that's living.
There's the fairy tale that Frozen is based off of. It depends on what you count as a fairy tale too, right? Because even if you just want to go like Disney movies, there's Aurora or Sleeping Beauty. There's the story that Frozen was based off of. Those are the only two I can think of off the top of my head. In terms of like things I know are based off of like stories, isn't Aladdin vaguely based off of the Arabian Nights? Like I know there's Princess and the Frog, and I know that there's the thing with Pocahontas, and I know there's Mulan and everything like that. But I'm trying to think of things that are like specifically based off fairy tales.
And get up. If we fall,
Jasmine
we'll
from
fall
Aladdin would
together.
also work as a fairy tale.
If we get
Yeah.
back up, we'll do it together. We are the Goddess Squad.
It'd be really
Mankind's
funny if they had a
last
character
hope,
named
the
Elsa
goddess
in
of
Nikke.
victory.
That'd be pretty funny.
I never thought I...
You've already become one. You are a symbol of hope. You are a goddess.
I was gonna say, if anyone would ever look like a goddess of victory, it'd be Rapunzel. You know?
No one can ever defeat you.
The nun lady with the long
Please,
blonde hair and the
Rapunzel.
big halo.
Don't turn your back on those who are still living. Get up.
If there's ever
Only the
a
commander
member
of
of Goddess
Lilith
Squad
wanted
or
you
Pioneer
to be overcome by
that looked
death.
like they could be the goddess of victory, it would be Rapunzel.
Rapunzel,
Can you give me a little more time? I want to say farewell. Then I'll get up.
Rapunzel begins to pray, then grasps Dorothy's hand and slowly stands up.
Thank you, Dorothy.
thank you too, Rapunzel.
And now, time to go fight some robots.
I'll take it from here. Reload. I don't need any cover. Do what you have
I
to
should
do.
probably turn off auto. Well, no, the battles are too short. Dorothy's aiming thing is really funny. One, her gun looks like something from Valorant, and two, her reload animation has her face changed completely, and it's really interesting.
Oh, if it isn't my lovely compatriot, Dorothy.
Dorothy.
Did thou finally decide to partake in the imbibing of spirits with me? Sit, sit. I kept your seat warm.
Dorothy picks up a bottle and slams it into the ground. Only in German.
What are you doing?
Oh! You reminded me of another one. Hansel and Gretel. How could I forget about Hansel and Gretel? And they've already got Red Hood for Little Red Riding Hood. But Hansel and Gretel is another one. And then... they got Rapunzel. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. They have Dorothy. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. They've got, Snow White, Seven Dwarves. We've already said Aurora, Sleeping Beauty. We've already said Jasmine, Arabian Nights. Elsa, whatever that's based off of, Frozen. Then the two girls from Frau Hole. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that is. But I'll take your word for it. But Hansel and Gretel is another good one. The more I try to think of fairy tales, the less I can remember. I don't know.
Stop.
Why? Starting to sober up?
It will take more than that to get me sober.
I figured as much. That's because you were never drunk to begin with.
Huh?
Oh, the woman that, like, shakes. I don't know what you're talking about, but you reminded me of another one. The Princess and the Pea. She doesn't have a name, but the Princess and the Pea. Where the mother-in-law puts a dried pea under 100 mattresses that she's gonna sleep on top of. Because the mother's like, if she's a real princess, then even having this one pea under all these mattresses will be enough to disturb her sleep. And then Jack and the Beanstalk. Now that I'm thinking more of, like, good old, like, things like that. Jack and the Beanstalk. Princess and the Pea. The Boy Who Cried Wolf really isn't a fairy tale. That's just kind of like, what's that? A fable. Yeah. Because if we're calling, like, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, if we're saying that's a fairy tale, we might as well say The Tortoise and the Hare is a fairy tale. Those are fables.
Put that down.
Dorothy lifts up a half-empty bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Dorothy downs the entire bottle within seconds.
No, Dorothy. What are you doing?
She wants to get plastered, Peanut.
Have some, Peanut.
She's celebrating Oktoberfest. Peanut takes the bottle from Dorothy and presses it to her lips.
Huh? Oh. This is just water.
No, it's alcohol.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Something didn't seem right from the start. With how hard you've been hitting the sauce, or so you claimed, there's no way that much booze would still be left. So tell me, what exactly did you
In this fairy tale where there's Hans and you got a table, he puts foods on itself, like a baseball bat and a cover that beats people up? No, I don't. But you reminded me of another one I remember about this lady who leaves home with her kids, and she leaves home to go to the market, and her kids are all like, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. And she's like, all right now, I'll be leaving soon. Don't talk to strangers and don't answer the door. Stranger danger, children. And they go, got it, Mom. And then she leaves. And then a witch shows up. And she's like, hello, children. Please open the door. And they're like, our mom said not to open the door for strangers. And then the witch is like, but what if you did it anyway? And they're like, okay. And then they open the door. And then the witch is like, I'm going to turn you all into food and eat you. So she then, like, turns all the kids into food, and then the mother comes home And she's like, my children have been turned into food, and this witch is going to eat them. And she's like, please let my children go, witch. And the witch is like, if you chop off your legs, I will let you come in to see your children. And the woman's like, okay, got it. So she, like, then, using her dress, gets down on her knees and pretends that she's cut off her legs. And she's like, witch, I've cut off my legs. Please let me come in and see my children. And the witch says, okay. And then the mother's like, actually, I've got legs, and takes out the witch. And then she's like, all the items that she got at the market that her kids asked for, they've been turned into food that complements that item. So she's like, butter for the bread. And this for the, and salt for the whatever. And she puts them all at the table. And then all of the food turns back into her children. The goats and the wolf? I don't know that. It's one of my, it's something that every so often, it just comes back into my memory. When you said table that puts food on itself, that's the first thing I thought of. The witch who turns the kids into food, and the mom who turns the kids back from food. Dorothy sits in front of Scarlet. She takes another swig from the bottle of water.
Huh. Pretty good booze.
The best.
Let me pour you a shot.
Let me pour you one too.
The two take turns sipping from the bottle of water. Clink. Scarlet and Dorothy remain silent. Only the clinking of glass bottles fills the air.
My intoxication has soared to new heights now that I have a drinking buddy.
I'm feeling a bit tipsy myself.
Fairy Tales, it's
Then
very
let
bad
us
because I have a head of
exchange
how
some
it's supposed to be
honest
called.
words
Yeah.
in this state of inebriation.
Okay, can I go first? I have something to ask you.
By all means.
Why do you drink?
'Tis a source of solace for me.
Yeah, because she has depression,
I work
Dorothy.
myself to the bone. Forsooth, my sister and I spent many a day and many a night in battle, and all that while I wielded this sword and nothing more. One fateful day my sister shuffled off this mortal coil, and bequeathed this sword, the fleetly fading, to me. Then I met you all. Lilith and Red Hood were exemplary individuals. You all as well. It gave me the motivation to take up the sword once more. I had a renewed sense of purpose. I would help the humans get to the Ark. I thought that would be the end.
It's gonna be really
Yet
funny
here I
playing
am,
Red Ash,
fighting once
because they
more.
look a lot different. Dorothy's like the
Just
only one
want
that
to
looks the
rest.
same as she does now. Rapunzel, Snow White, and Scarlet look like completely different people.
I
It's
have.
really funny.
More than enough.
Scarlet's like
So
super
I'm going to
chilled
get
and like
up
laid back right here.
And fight again.
And
Good.
in Red Ash,
Dorothy?
she's like a 13-year-old edgelord.
Why
It's
do you
really funny.
fight?
I want
Least
to
favorite
be
one
proud of
is Hans
something.
and the luck. He has a clump of gold and trades it down all the time. In the end, he has nothing and is happy about it. It's just plain stupid. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like a worse version of the gift of the Magi.
I want to be someone other people look up to and aspire to be.
It just
Is
sounds
that
like a worse
perchance
version
why
of the
thou
gift of the
desires to
Magi.
become a leader?
Yes. Because I saw what I wanted to be right in front of me. Someone I wanted to become.
Let me ruminate on this. I surmise thou art 20% of what Lilith was.
Isn't there also the story about the
Thanks.
dude who has the
Lilith is Lilith.
The
and
hunting
you are
rifle?
you.
and he's in a shooting competition and he makes a deal with the devil to have like magic bullets?
Now
And
that we
so,
have drunk our fill and spoken
He gets to
much,
shoot the first 6 or
let us
whatever,
start
but the
moving.
7th bullet gets to be controlled by the devil.
Huh? What bothers thee?
Over there.
What's it called? Krykugel or whatever. Peanut points at something. Some distance away, there's a small sprout growing from the ground. The luck is with the stupid, and I don't like it.
Even in an inhospitable place such as this, life begins anew.
A
Those are
saying,
the
not a
seeds
story.
you threw
Yeah.
away.
Huh?
Krykugel. I think it's Frykugel. Frykugel is the name of the rifle? Dorothy, Scarlet, and Peanut stare at the sprout for a while in silence. Dorothy stands up.
Let's go.
Oh, I just noticed. Frykugel would be a free bullet. Yeah. It just stopped just now. But the music that was playing in the background was like a variation of Satellites, which is the theme for Overzone. The music that was playing just now was like a different version of Satellites. It was like a softer piano version.
We have a lot to do.
Let me look at what
Do
it
you wish
is.
to contact the Ark?
Not right now, Collection Robot. Alright, cool. It sounded like it could have played in my favorite Chinese restaurant. I just know that I was like, oh wait a second, this is the thing. Dare fry shoots. Dare fry shoots? Is that what that is? The six? Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. The legend is usually told 6 of the magic bullets are subservient to the marksman will, but the 7th is at the disposal of the devil. It's the free shot, yeah. The, which one am I thinking of? I think the one I'm thinking of is the one by Johann August Appel. I don't know that one, I'm afraid. Yeah. I think this is the one from 1810. In Appel's version of the story, a forester, Bertram, is the last male descendant of the hunter Kuno. He wants his daughter, Kathchen, I'm not even going to try pronouncing these names, to marry a hunter and continue his line. Kathchen loves a clerk called Wilhelm, who convinces Bertram of his skill as a huntsman. The couple get engaged, and Wilhelm prepares for a test to become a forester. However, from the day of their engagement, Wilhelm is cursed and begins to miss almost every shot. Yeah, Dare Fry shoots, or whatever. That one. Wilhelm meets an old soldier with a wooden leg who gives him a handful of magic bullets that always hit, but when the bullets run out, Wilhelm cannot find the old soldier to get more. After hearing Bertram tell the story of George Schmid, Wilhelm casts his own magic bullets on the night before the test, 60 of which will always hit, and 3 that belong to the devil. Wilhelm passes the test flawlessly except for the final shot, which kills Kathchen, killing her and driving Wilhelm insane. That one. And then the other one is the opera. Vaguely know it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variations, but it's all pretty much the same general idea of free bullets and then the devil, something, something, something. General idea. There's like a bunch of variations on the story. But no, the only reason I know about that is because one of the relics in Three Houses is called Frykugel, and it's named after Frykugel. It's just based off the thing, which is ironic because Frykugel has awful hit rate, and so you can't hit you can't hit the enemy like half the time when you're using it. It's so bad. It's got like 65 hit, and Hilda has a garbage dexterity growth, which makes it impossible for her to hit anything. Kaiser's New Clothes. The Emperor's New Clothes is so good. And then the kid's like, he's not wearing anything. It's a good one.
Affirmative.
Communication open. All recorded messages will be transmitted to the Ark.
Gro got gaslit so hard. He really did, though.
Signal transmission may fail.
Goddess squad to the Ark. We are 20
Gaslit the
days
whole
into
town into
Operation
thinking
Ark
he was
Guard.
wearing clothes.
Relaying status update on temporary guard post. Nothing further to report. All is well. You require no additional assistance. We will repel any and all rapture attacks until the time when the Ark is sealed. We do, however, request confirmation of the promise made to us. Once this is over, we will be taken to the Ark. Once there,
Look at her
we will
eyes.
assume our rightful place as Goddess of Victory.
She's got
We
some
have ensured
real
the survival of mankind, and we request
Ai
that we be
Hoshino
rewarded
eyes.
accordingly. That is all. Awaiting further correspondence.
I thought that was really funny.
Recording complete. Transmitting voice message to our...
The timing for the Oshinoko anime couldn't have been better
Transmission.
for the Overzone thing. Dorothy came out, and then like Oshinoko hit Crunchyroll, and it was like you look at her, you look at Ai. Great. The collection robot wheels itself away, rattling loudly as it does so. Alright. Potentially off to go fight more enemies? Yes.
You scornful dunderheads dare step forward.
Maybe I can get Dorothy to yeah, look at her face. She's got a really funny face when she reloads. Come on. Yeah, she's like, arm sleeves again though, kinda ick. Yeah. They're just floating. Dorothy's clothes are super funny because she has this thing called Pina, named after Pina.
We will also emerge victorious.
The game refuses me to give me the Dorothy end screen here, but her clothes actually transform between like her dress and her armor. It's really funny. They just like morph into each other.
What is this?
What's all this?
Something I found while searching the area.
Everyone stares at the various items that Snow White brought back.
Electric wires, bricks, canned food?
There's even alcohol.
That's the first thing you noticed?
'Tis instinct.
What's in this bag?
A deer.
They're all wearing like armor, and Dorothy's like
Dear.
fashion on the battlefield.
Beats me.
She's like, I
I know
slay
it's a
and
hero
I
of some
slay
kind.
my enemies.
I don't know how to skin it, so I brought it back whole.
Can we not simply tear its limbs asunder and proceed to feast henceforth?
No,
More
I know
drinkers
how to
than me.
skin beer.
you do.
That's the funny part about
Yeah,
Scarlet,
I've
is that she
written
was like
beer
fake
times.
drinking. Because she was
It's
drinking
not
water and
diet,
pretending it was
but
alcohol.
you can do a
But then
lot
in the
worse.
main story, she's straight up just like
Ooh, how
plastered
sickening.
24/7.
What happened out there, Snow White?
Sorry, I guess deer isn't really your style.
No, not that. I mean, how'd you keep lookout and capture this at the same time? Not that I'm complaining.
She's gonna be like, oh, I just wasn't keeping
Dorothy.
lookout.
Yes. From now on, our goal is survival. Since the Ark has been unresponsive, we should proceed on the assumption that we will be operating without assistance. We should ensure that the guard post is kept secure at the very least. 2 of us will stay here, while the others search the area for anything that will help us survive.
Is that the best course of action?
If we want to live, yes. We'll secure as much food as possible. In theory, we don't require food in order to survive. We just have to ensure that we provide the minimum amount of calories required to keep our brains functioning properly.
No thanks.
Right.
My core provides more than enough power, so I don't have to eat anything.
I forgot how weird
Mass
the
produced
original
Nikkes are different from us prototypes,
Nikke were.
and
The original
technically don't require
first-gen
sustenance of any
Nikkes.
kind. That much is true. However, as soon as you begin to
Situation is so
realize that
drastic, yet they're so
everything
static.
you eat,
That's when the
It is
mind
pretty
switch
funny.
occurs.
Mine own eyes hath witnessed it many times before. 'Tis a most excruciating sight to behold.
So even mass-produced Nikkes have to eat and sleep.
Understood.
When you've got time,
I don't think
we
anyone's
can
ever
focus on
gone through a
repairing
mind
the
switch in the
guard
main
post and
story.
enhancing our equipment. We won't be needing any blankets.
I think there's
to
only
wrap
been
or fire.
3
Or
known
since
cases of a mind switch,
So, as long as we can scrounge up more food,
and all
then
3
we'll
of
be
them
okay?
happened before the start
We
of the
can get
main
by on
game.
that, right?
No.
One of them I
We
think is
have
going to
to do
happen in Red
something.
Ash, and then I
We
think
can't
2 of them
just
happen
stay
here. I don't think there's been any other
Hmm.
cases. I'm not going to count
Lots of
Marion,
useful
because that's
routes while
different.
searching nearby. All of us can get a first look at them together.
I don't
we can
think
break
anyone
off
else
into
has had a
separate
mind
paths.
switch, though.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't think Rappy's Red
So we're
Hood
going to
thing is
abandon
the
this
same
place?
either.
Yes. Snow White, how long will it take to confirm all the routes?
Since we'll only be giving them a cursory glance, I'd say half a day.
All right then, let's move out.
Meanwhile, these can't meal at
Is
once.
this really a good idea? What if the raptures come while no one is here?
Don't worry. They'd need more than half a day to break through here and get to the
Reminds
Ark.
me of the Bond story with Snow White, where the commander's trapped on the surface and Snow White kills a rat and says, "Here, eat this."
We cannot afford to have
They
a
aren't
worrywart on
saturating.
our team. We are simply left with no recourse.
Sometimes you just gotta
We
eat.
will set off
But
the
yeah,
Ark-B.
if they're not filling, you just keep
Dorothy,
eating and eating
you
and
and
eating, and
Tina
you're just like,
stay
man,
here.
these do not fill me
We'll come
up.
back tomorrow and fill you in on what we find.
All right.
We'll be back.
Do the old trick of
Enjoy
just eating
yourselves.
like a lot of grain and then sucking down water. Snow White, Scarlet, and Rapunzel walk off together.
Pina,
Yes?
you said you know how to skin a deer, didn't you?
Oh, right.
Okay. A skinned deer carcass lies in front of Dorothy and Pina.
And that's how you do it. Not too hard, right?
No, it's quite simple. It's just... I can't do this.
Too much
You've
blood.
got a weaker stomach than I imagined. I thought there was nothing a goddess couldn't do.
Even if it's us, we are not invincible. Be honest with me, Pina. We're an embarrassment, aren't we? Going on about how we're goddess of victory, the saviors of mankind, when all we do is wallow in our own self-pity and misery. The fact that we've stooped so low in such a short amount of time.
I thought you had overcome greater adversities than this.
We have. That's because back then there was something to look forward to. But now, I can't see what's waiting for me up ahead. The place that we thought would be our paradise has turned its back on us. Despite that, we continue to lay our lives on the line to protect it. How is that fair? It's enough to infuriate anyone. So for the time being, it's no longer my top priority. If we want to protect the Ark, then we've got to stay alive, don't we?
That's true.
We will survive. And with
Should
these
have
two
insulted
feet,
Athena or something. Ah,
we
the
will
deep
walk
cut.
into the Ark.
The deep cut for Greek mythology.
I'll walk on a pathway of flowers, with a beaming
Right.
smile on my face as everyone lavishes.
What
my
about
praise.
Fortuna?
I
Or,
hope you'll be there walking with me, Pina.
I
What's the
will.
lady in Roman mythology?
Hmm?
Starts with a B.
I know that sound.
Something like
Let's move.
Barcelona. A horde of raptures rush forward, creating a thick cloud of dust.
There's so many of them.
That's why there haven't been any attacks recently.
What do? We can't take on so many of them.
Fire the signal flare.
Goddess of
Find
what?
some cover and don't come
Let me
out.
check. I have an easy way of confirming what this is. Bellona. Bellona. That's her name. An ancient Roman goddess of war. Let's see. Bellona was originally an ancient Sabine goddess of war, identified with Nerio, the consort of the war god Mars, and later with the Greek war goddess Enyo. Her temple in Rome was dedicated in 296 BCE near the Circus Flaminius by Appius Claudius Caecus. Caecus, yeah. During the war with the Etruscans and Samnites, this temple was the first location to have decorative shields dedicated to mortals hung in the holy place. Appius Claudius hung the shields and dedicated them to his family. Yeah. Her festival was celebrated on June 3rd, and her priests were known as the Bellonari, and used to wound their own arms or legs as a blood sacrifice to her. The rites took place on the 24th of March, called the Day of Blood, Dies Sanguinis, after the ceremony. In consequence of this practice, which approximated the rites dedicated to Cybele in Asia Minor, both Ennio and Bellona became identified with her Cappadocian aspect, Ma. Barcelona really was close. I knew it was something like that. Also, since I've already kind of derailed things, I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back. I'm still muted. No, I'm not. Do you know a lot of stuff? I know a lot of really random things that generally aren't helpful in everyday life. But they do make for some interesting conversation starters, especially on stream, you know? One of the in an interview, what do you think is your greatest strength? Knowing random like trivia stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
What about you?
I'm going to fight.
It's impossible by yourself. We should both hide.
No, don't ask me why. But I feel like I can do anything right now. Sit back and watch. Don't ever forget what you're about to see.
Surely this can only go well. Surely this can only go well. Oh, boss? Such is the life of universal education schools. Oh. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, the boss. Gone and certainly forgotten.
All clear. Pina, did you see? Did you see what I've done?
Actually, Dorothy, I didn't. It was over too fast. You must just straight fire at crosswords. Crosswords are interesting because sometimes you come across words and you just go, man, I never thought about that word. That's why I like Wheel of Fortune, like the word puzzles they have. Sometimes it's fun to be like, nice word, good word. Like, when I was reading the Bologna thing, they were talking about the Day of Blood, Dies Sanguinis, and that reminded me of exsanguination, which is like the loss of blood. And I was like, you know what? Sanguine is a really good word that's not really used a lot. Sanguination, exsanguination, sanguine. It's just not really used. Luck be in the earth, not the classic. That's an SNL skit, right? Isn't that a thing from SNL?
You can come out now, Pina.
Dorothy.
Well, how'd I do? Didn't I seem like a true goddess of victory?
Dorothy.
Oh no. Pina, who could have seen this happening? Who would have known that when Dorothy at the very start of this said, we'll all make it out alive together? Who could have seen that this would happen?
Dorothy, 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 Dorothy.
I don't know how, I mean, maybe I don't know how American TV shows are organized. I'm pretty sure that was an SNL skit.
No. No, 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 no.
Actually, it might not have been. I think it was. Or it could have just been dubbed over, like an edited clip that was dubbed over. I think the SNL thing was Jeopardy.
This can't be happening! Dorothy.
Props to the sound engineer for making the corruption dialogue.
Snap out of it! Pina! Pina, can you hear me? You can't be corrupted! I'm here! I am! The goddess of victory! Mankind's last hope!
Dorothy.
Pina!
Kill me. Hurry, before it's too late.
I can't! How can I do that?
Together, fight glory. Paradise together. Good.
The signal flare!
They couldn't have picked a worse time if they tried.
Let's go.
Dorothy!
Are you alright? Dorothy!
What are you doing? Put the gun down!
That's enough, Dorothy.
Has anyone seen my bullet? It won't fire. I don't have any bullets.
Snow White slowly walks up to Dorothy and gently takes the gun from her.
Give it back.
Dorothy.
Give it back. Give back. Pina. We were going to paradise together. So, give it back. My precious wings.
Where's Dorothy?
You know what else? I just put this together. I never thought about this before. The obvious, like, wings got us a victory, Pina being her wings. Something I never thought about before until just this moment was Dorothy talking about going back to the Ark and how fixated she is about going back to the Ark and returning back to the Ark and going back home with everybody. That's another, like, parallel to the Wizard of Oz. The Yellow Brick Road and the ruby slippers. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
In her room.
I hadn't thought about that before.
Is it not dangerous to leave her alone?
I removed anything she could use to harm herself. Snow White is also standing outside her door.
Very well. There was something that triggered the corruption. It must have come from the side instead of the front.
So, Pina...
Did thy eyes witness the sheer size of that rapture? It must have been 5 times our size. Nevertheless, Pina took it down entirely by her own hand. What an incredible spectacle, no? Despite the disparity in strength, she took it down single-handedly. All to protect Dorothy. At that moment, she was a true goddess.
Absolutely. She was stronger than any of us.
Pina.
Voice transmission from Ark. Would you like to listen?
Overzone, to be continued. Dun dun dun! And now you can see They all say
Very
little
well.
different things.
Moving out.
That poor child.
Very well.
If only we were a little faster.
Very well. Moving out. Very
Oh, we
well.
actually can't even
Moving
get.
out.
It would be most ideal, should they not consider?
Moving out. Very well. Moving out.
Be strong, we will overcome. Crackle. Oh yeah, I haven't been checking this either. But,
Very well. Moving
should
out.
click encounter robot, do not run, hide.
Very
The
well.
commercial master says different things throughout the
Very well.
course of the story.
Very well.
As you
Moving
complete
out.
the story, what it says changes,
Very well.
which is another
Moving out.
interesting fact.
Very well. Moving
But now
out.
we can do story 2. What were the reward oh. This time, because I don't actually have to play this, I don't believe anyway, I'm just gonna play the records. I don't actually have to do any of the battles, so I'm not gonna do any of the battles. I'm just gonna do the event album. It's all the same stuff anyway.
Is she able to get up?
I'm gonna change the title too. Oops.
Own mental fortitude will be the deciding factor.
Here's through another fairy
Regardless
tale
of
that goes very
reason.
hard. I might do Red Ash after this actually. Depends on how long this takes.
If you think I look haggard, Dorothy.
Remember
is
all this
far
stuff?
worse
I don't
than
know.
I'm going to go out
Sometimes
and
you
feel
just
it.
get that thing, something sparks it,
Realize
and then
it's
you go,
bad
I
time,
should go back and
but
like
we need
reread all
material.
this stuff.
I'll go with you.
I shall keep watch over Dorothy.
That was me with Overzone. I was doing Red Ash yesterday,
Dorothy.
and I was like, I should play
Are you
Overzone
okay?
again.
Of course, I'm fine.
Huh?
I got a message from the Ark.
Thou does not say this in jest?
Of course not.
Excuse
Let's
me.
listen to it together.
Voice transmission from the Ark. Would you like to listen?
Yes. Play message.
To the Goddess Squad. First and foremost, our deepest condolences for the death of your squad leader, Lilyweiss. Many of those in the Ark are grieving this great loss. We also thank you for guiding Operation Guardian Ark to its completion.
They switched it.
On
It used to be
behalf of all
Ark
the Ark
Guardian.
citizens, I would like to express our gratitude to you for a job well done. We are currently looking into ways to supply additional troops and resources, but there have been numerous delays due to many ongoing issues within the Ark. We apologize for the inconvenience. Due to these unforeseen complications, the operation has been temporarily put on hold. Additional complications have arisen on the surface. Therefore, we must entrust the only remaining forces above the surface, the formidable Goddess Squad, with an additional assignment. Should you resolve these issues, which I will go over in detail momentarily, the Ark will successfully be sealed, and peace will prevail. After you have listened to this message, please come to a decision. Of course, the final decision lies squarely with the acting leader, Dorothy. We humans are eternally grateful for everything you have done for us up until now. We are forever in your debt. So please, do not feel pressured to sway your decision one way or the other.
Huh.
Is that all there is?
No, there's more.
Play it.
Your orders are as follows. 1. Destroy the Alva particle generator in order to disrupt Rapture's ability to communicate with one another. The generator is powerful enough that it can negatively affect systems within the Ark itself, even from such a great distance. It is for this reason that we have been unable to make progress in certain areas with the sealing of the Ark. 2. Annihilate the Rapture hordes in certain designated areas. At these specific coordinates, sealing efforts are being conducted in close proximity to the surface. The loud noises generated by construction are likely to be detected by raptures. 3. Destroy the freight elevator. This elevator was originally used to deliver food and other materials to the Ark, and will not be used after it is sealed. Given that it provides a direct connection to the Ark, it could potentially be used by raptures. To prevent any potential and disastrous misuse, it must be destroyed at all costs. Should you choose to accept this mission, you are to start with destroying the Alva particle generator. It is the shortest distance from the Ark itself. Once that is destroyed, we will be able to establish direct communication with you. That is all. We await your decision. I do not know if this will be of any influence, but the Ark is anxiously awaiting the return of the Goddess Squad. We will ensure that you are sufficiently rewarded for all the sacrifices you have made.
The voice message has ended. There are 0 messages left.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I also just realized I made a mistake earlier. I'm pretty sure Overzone takes place 100 years before the start of the game, not 10 years. I was just thinking 10 years is really short. I think it's 100 years before the start of the main game.
So, there's been a problem with sealing the Ark.
Let's move.
Thou reached a decision most hastily.
Are you not coming?
Of course I am.
What do you think, Dorothy?
We have to go. Don't we?
Precisely. Let's go.
I knew you'd agree. All of us can tackle each of the orders together.
What? Even for you, that seems a bit extreme. We'll take turns.
No. A leader should always be on the front lines, especially when what lies ahead is unknown.
Don't be so stubborn. You haven't even had time to recover properly.
My spirits are high. Communication with the Ark has been reached. They didn't forget about us, and they've prepared a grand homecoming for us. We can go to paradise. Me neither.
I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it myself.
I feel like we're on top of the world right now. So we won't sit this one out.
Okay.
Wait, you agree with her?
I don't see any problem with what she's saying. Not in theory, at least. Who are you pairing up with first?
Rapunzel, will you join us?
Count me in.
All right, it's settled then. In the meantime, Scarlet and I will scavenge for materials.
Affirmative. Everyone ready?
Ready.
Dorothy marches forward confidently. It's really fun replaying this and picking up on all sorts of things I didn't pick up originally.
Yay gods, what is the rush?
I better get going too.
Rapunzel! Scarlet!
Yes?
I think it would be wise not to bring up Pina. Keep a close eye on Dorothy as well.
Huh?
Why?
I'm worried about her, that's why.
Don't know.
Okay. We will.
Promise?
Promise.
Nice. It auto
It's
goes
our
to the
first
next
time
one.
coming out this far. Before this, we were restricted to that small area right outside the Ark's entryway. Isn't this exciting? How about we have a little fun? I don't see any problem with it. After all, it's not every day we get to do this kind of thing.
It's nice to see you're in such high spirits. Feeling better?
Of course. Everything's peachy. Always has been.
Alright, well, that puts my mind at ease. We'll be arriving at the Alva particle generator area soon. Once we get there, even my jamming skills will be hampered. If we encounter any resistance, a confrontation will be unavoidable.
Your jamming ability comes from your hair, doesn't it?
Yep, each strand is a small jamming device.
I heard that Nikke's skills and appearance are the manifestations of whatever they considered ideal when they were a human. What was that for you?
Easy. to return home unharmed.
So that desire sublimated itself into a jamming skill. Kind of sounds like a monkey's paw situation to me.
Let's hope not. Wouldn't want the other shoe to drop on me. What about you? What
You're
was the
jamming?
ultimate
Oh.
for you?
This is just like, I guess specifically because they're like first gen prototype Nikke. The members of Goddess Squad are a little different from the Nikke, the other Nikke in the game. And Rapunzel's special ability for radio, the Raptures, the robots. Rapunzel's hair makes it harder or near impossible for the Raptures to detect her and like the people traveling with her by like messing up their communications and like their sensors and stuff like that. Kind of like how, I assume it's something like how with Vigil in Rainbow Six, with his like ability, you can't be seen on cameras. Kind of like that. The only other ones I know, I think they're gonna explain Dorothy's, but Scarlet's sword is special to where she can swing it and like cut things with it, but she can also swing it in a way that it creates like shockwaves in the air that can cut things, and so that's how she fights. And then Snow White just is a little grease monkey, and she can take apart and rebuild like almost any machine. That's just her thing. Her real thing is that she's got this huge like anti-ship like rifle that can like punch a hole in the side of a warship that she carries around, so that's fun, I guess.
Me? I'm not sure. I forgot.
She
Come
forgore.
on, don't be like that.
I just wanted to survive. The idea of the Raptures taking over seemed so implausible that once it happened, all I wanted was to survive. I don't know what skills that would have given birth to.
Well, it seems to have worked at any rate.
That's why the Seven Dwarfs never messed with her. Exactly.
You're still alive, aren't you?
Her guns are actually named after
suppose
Seven
you're right.
Dwarfs. Well, not named after, but we know of, I think, 5 of her 7 weapons. They're called Seven Dwarves 1, they're called Seven Dwarves 1 through 7. And we know about 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we don't know about 2 or 7 yet.
We haven't
I'll show
bought
you
the
after
farm
this is
just
done.
yet. And we're going to keep it that way.
Let
All
alone
of
in
us,
English.
Together in
The
peace.
only ones I can remember are Grumpy and Dopey. Happy, Grumpy, Dopey. Oh, let's see. The 7 Dwarves. Let's see if I can find. What are you doing? According to Wikipedia, in the Broadway show, they were called Blick, Flick, Glick, Snick, Plick, Wick, and Quee. But then the Walt Disney movie, they changed it to be Dopey, Doc, Bashful, Sneezy, Happy, Grumpy, and Sleepy. I guess I was getting Sleepy mixed with Dopey. Oh no, I said Dopey first. Yeah. Dopey, Doc, Bashful, Sneezy, Happy, Grumpy, and Sleepy. Grumpy was Grumpy, Sleepy was Sleepy, and Dopey was Dopey. I think it's funny though that the original, or that the Broadway show, they were named Blick, Flick, Glick, Snick, Plick, Wick, and Quee. Like Cord, Board, and Barst in Fire Emblem.
Promised each other.
I remember.
Okay. We're on the third one. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about with Snow White real quick. I wonder if this is gonna bring me back to Soldier EG or Watson. Or not Watson, Novel. Or is it gonna stay on? It stays on Diesel. Let me replace Novel with Seven Dwarves.
Seven dwarves, fully active. Blast away!
Yeah. Let's put Novel back in there. Where's Novel? Novel, where are you? There she is. And let's go back to Diesel. Snow White, Seven Dwarves, 5 and 6. Brim Boss. Seven Dwarves 1. Yeah, 7 Dwarves 5 and 6, and then 7 Dwarves 1. And then in the new Snow White that we got, Young Snow White, we've got 7 Dwarves 4 and 7 Dwarves 3. So we're missing 7 Dwarves 2 and 7 Dwarves 7.
What? Unexpired food?
Just Snow White thing to say. But yeah, there are a lot of pilgrims. I still don't have Haran, though. Film was crazy. Guard 1, Guard 2, Guard 3, Gay Guard. Classic naming. Yeah. Haran's the only member of Inherit I'm missing.
Wings of victory. They suit me. Walking is such an inconvenience.
So she says. I like that Haran is the one who says that walking is an inconvenience, and not Isabel, the one who, like, flies. Anyway, let's go back to Overzone. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's the one... Where's the really cool scene of Snow White fighting out Chatterbox? You know what? That's gonna take too much time.
Very well. Moving out.
I see the generator. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any raptures in the vicinity.
Good. Let's smash this thing and get going.
With pleasure. Dorothy, do you see that?
No, I don't.
Is that a grave?
We can't go there. There are raptures in that area.
Who cares? Let's go. There's only a handful of them. I can handle them on my own if I have to.
Is there any way to lure them over in this direction?
Are you worried that they'll desecrate the graves?
Yes. But if it's too much of a hassle, we don't have to do it.
That's a good idea.
Excuse me. Dorothy fires her weapon in the air, and Neon runs the command to add another counter to the hiccup thing. The gunshot resonates with a bang, and the raptures charge towards Dorothy's direction.
How's that for luring them over?
the top, don't you think?
Never thought I'd hear you accuse me of that.
Here they come.
The what counter? The hiccup counter. The synchronous diaphragmatic flutters. Rapunzel and Dorothy stare at the wooden posts that have been stuck into the ground. A dog tag hangs on each
There must
post.
be about 20 of them.
May I say a prayer before we go?
Of course.
Oh, I didn't show you. Never heard anyone have one singular hiccup and then be fine again? Oh. Yeah, that's usually how my hiccups go.
Yes?
Do you still hear their voices?
No. The dead don't speak, remember?
Then who are you praying to?
To no one.
Must be an
What are you
American
praying
thing then.
for?
I feel like it's pretty common to
Desire nothing.
sneeze twice in a
Then
row.
what does praying bring you?
But I normally don't get
Then
the
why do you
hiccups
drink?
of like long-standing hiccups. Usually it's just one hiccup. Sometimes I get a serious case of hiccups and then I gotta go drink some water, but
Because I want to hear their voices.
Hmm.
that's what a
I
Ouija
thought
board's
we
for.
settled this before.
When I get hiccups, I
It's
get
not
like
bad,
10.
Dorothy.
Yeah,
I realized that the voice I was hearing
but the hiccups,
before was
the
my
stream hiccups I
own.
have are kind of different than
But
how I
now
normally hiccup. I don't know. I think it's just
want to
because
really hear their voices.
I'm talking a lot and drinking water a lot, so I'm sucking in a
Why?
lot of air.
To help them find their homes.
Ouija
Homes.
board.
Yes.
It's we and then Ja.
I want them to
Can't be
spend the
that hard,
rest of their
people.
time there.
Get the Luigi
In
board.
the place where they were most at peace. Especially since their lives must have been so hard.
Get
near
the
end.
squeegee board.
What about
The sham
you?
wow.
Is that what you want as well?
Of course.
I gotta play some of the songs from
Not yet.
Overzone after I finish the story
There is something I
and
must
the
do first.
soundtrack thing. They're
What's
really
that?
good.
I've made up my mind.
Yeah.
I
Swoosh. What? Golden particles rise out of the grave and merge with Rapunzel's rosary.
those were
What rosary? Where's her rosary? I don't... She has a habit on. What's happening? I think she just absorbed the souls of the dead soldiers. Where's... I don't...
I see. This is where your memories reside.
What just happened?
Their memories just came to me.
Right, the first generation Nikke are in fact built different.
The
She just
memories of
absorbed their
such a
souls.
You mean those golden particles?
Yes,
Are you saying those were their...
their souls. Yes, or something like it.
Rapunzel is in fact built different. Also, I have no idea what they're talking about when they say her rosary. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Alright, Rodo.
Let's destroy the generator and get out of here. The others are probably waiting for us. Once we do that, we should be able to establish communication with the Ark, right?
Most likely.
Then let's go.
Dorothy starts to gather the dog tags that are hanging from the post.
What are you doing?
Unless they're counting her, like, Halo thing back here as her rosary. I assume that's what they mean.
We may not be able to move their bodies, but we can at least take their dog tags. We can place them at the graveside back at the Ark's entrance.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
These are now real nice and short. It might also be because we're not fighting in between.
Attempting to connect to live feed with the Ark.
Come in. Goddess Squad, this is the Ark. Do you copy?
Sounds very similar to Anderson's voice actor.
Success!
This is the Goddess Squad. We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. We noticed a drastic decrease in particle concentration, so we figured we should try contacting you. I take it you succeeded in destroying the generator? I knew we could count on you.
I am Dorothy, the acting leader of the Goddess Squad. And you are?
I'm the primary director responsible for the arc sealing project. For security purposes, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to disclose my name. You'll have to excuse me.
I have a question for you. How are we going to be treated once the arc is sealed?
As stated in the previous transmission, we are preparing a magnificent reception for you. You have my word.
Good.
Do you by any chance know how the commander is doing?
I assume you're referring to your previous commanding officer?
Yes. Is he alive? Can I talk to him?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything at this point in time. I asked around, but couldn't turn up anything.
But how?
I'm sorry.
No. Thank you anyway.
How is everything in the arc?
To be honest, it's a mess. With such a mass migration of people, there are still many kinks left to work out. To say it's chaotic would be an understatement. However, one thing is certain. Everyone is hopeful. Hopeful that we'll soon be living a life where we don't have to be afraid of raptures.
Right, that's good. If we finish off the remaining raptures and dismantle the supply elevator, will we be able to join the party?
Of course.
Okay, I'll give you daily updates from here on out. We'll be seeing you soon.
See you soon.
Live feed with the Ark has ended.
The plan doth seem to have progressed most smoothly.
That it does.
Let us rest and make our move tomorrow. I shall join you.
All right. I don't see Snow White. Is something wrong?
Oh, that. She's on the lookout.
She's incorrigible.
Do not fret. She would let it be known if she were truly fatigued.
No, she wouldn't. That's the problem. Forget it. I'm not chasing after her. She'll just talk her way out of it again.
She is truly a most inveterate individual.
Let's head in and rest. That includes you, Scarlet.
Very well. Good night.
Snow White!
Hey, you did well today. How'd Dorothy do?
She seemed fine. Whatever it was that was haunting her, it seems she's overcome it.
Okay.
She's stronger than you think. Snow White?
Okay, go rest now.
You don't want me to take over for you?
No,
Hey, you don't need to tell me twice. Thanks.
you're welcome.
Maybe I should pop in for a moment before heading to bed. Huh? Dorothy?
Oh, hey, Rapunzel.
Are you not sleeping?
I forgot.
Among the graves, 20 wooden stakes have been stuck into the ground, upon which hang dog tags.
You actually did move them all here. Thank you, Dorothy.
It was nothing. Rapunzel, I want to make this place a sanctuary for those who have lost their lives. For all those lost souls who perished on the surface with nowhere to go. We can bury them here. We can't bring their bodies, but as long as we bring some trace of them back here, this could become the holiest place on the entire surface, couldn't it?
Yes. It absolutely could.
Amazing.
Had the battle truly ended with such haste? They kept talking about how many were here, so I got my hopes up. I must confess they are dashed.
Is it just me, or have you seemed inordinately strong lately? More so than usual. What do you think is different?
Perhaps it is because I am cheating.
Cheating? Come on, be serious.
Let's see, it has been 5 years? For 5 long years, I have done battle with creatures most foul. In the beginning, these skirmishes merely consisted of prototype Nikkes against prototype Raptures. However, they both evolved in the blink of an eye. Both were enhanced in order to more effectively kill the other. The most obvious byproduct of this evolution for Nikkes was their ability to use firearms, whereas the Raptures became more capable of snuffing out these gun-toting Nikkes. Yet, train thine eyes upon mine visage.
Scarlet slashes her sword through the air.
I wield this.
I see. So you're saying this is far from the norm?
Precisely. Those creatures shan't ever evolve enough to send me across the river Styx. For all of them to evolve simply to take down a single Nikke who wields a blade would be worth neither the time nor effort. As for me, however, I am evolving. I am becoming more adept at rendering raptures asunder with this sword. Those beasts are stuck treading water, whereas I am darting through it like a torpedo. That is why I am so strong.
The Raptures must be keeping an eye out for you.
I am but one lone swordsman. How could I contribute to this war?
Don't say that.
It's about flipping that thought around. One day, I shall draw this blade across the Queen's throat. That is, if her life is not taken first by someone neither of us knows. The mere thought makes mine body quiver with joy.
That makes two of us. What will you do after?
I am unsure. I was born to fight, so my destiny shall be to wield this blade until my dying day. To do what one does best until one shuffles off this mortal coil. Surely such a life is not so bad.
Perhaps, but I think I can speak for the others as well, in that we hope you can have another goal in life.
Well, there is something I've thought about.
What's that?
Crafting my own alcoholic spirits. Don't look at me like I'm some lush worthy of pity.
But you are a lush.
Huh. Do you remember the seeds I threw aside a few days ago? The ones that ended up sprouting?
Yes, I remember.
To see new life blooming in the midst of this harsh wasteland was a most shocking revelation to me. There has been much devastation.
Is
yet
this
life
the
still
sus
breathes
game?
within this land. I had forgotten that.
If by... Hold on. Where is he? If by... Is he here? Also, hello? Hello, Don. If by sus game you mean the... Where is he? No. 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 Not that either. No. 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 Where is he? No. Aha! If by sus game you mean the game with Andrew Chad, then yes. Neon becoming a Nikke lore streamer is not my 2023 bingo. I put that in my 2024 bingo. Well, Red Ash just started, and I was playing Red Ash, and I had the sudden urge. One, Red Ash I think is a great event because there's a Vampire Survivors clone in it, but it's with Nikke characters, and it's really fun. But it made me realize, plus we got the recollection feature a couple updates ago, but it made me realize I could replay Overzone and then play Red Ash, because Red Ash is supposed to take place before Overzone. In Overzone, Dorothy, Rapunzel, Scarlet, and Snow White are defending the Ark as humanity's preparing to seal it off from the rest of the world. And at this point, I believe Lily Weiss and Red Hood have already died. But Red Ash takes place even further before that, back when Lily Weiss, the legendary commander, and Red Hood were all alive. So it made me want to play Overzone again. And then I thought, you know what? I can just stream Overzone, because it's such a good event. It's such a good event. We already got past the big climatic moment of part 1 of Overzone, where Pina gets corrupted by one of the Raptures, and Dorothy has to kill her. And then, Rapunzel, Scarlet, and Snow White return back to base, and they find Dorothy, like, collapsed on the ground trying to kill herself with her gun, but it only has one bullet, and she just used it to kill Pina, so... RIP. Now, we're currently engaged in something very interesting, which is they named after fairy tale characters. Most of them are. Dorothy is named after Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, which I thought was funny. I just noticed this stream that Dorothy keeps talking about how she wants to go home back to the Ark. And I was like, yes, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. Snow White is obviously Snow White. Her weapons are called the Seven Dwarves. Rapunzel is Rapunzel. She's got long blonde hair that works as like signal and radio jammers to prevent the Raptures from finding them. And then Red Hood is obviously Little Red Riding Hood. Scarlet is based off of a Korean fairy tale that I don't ever remember the name of. And then I think Lily Weiss is just the flower. I think she's just based off of that. But yeah. Lily Weiss is also called Lilith, and that's a whole like thing with like I think that's Judaism. Biblical mythology of like the demon Lilith. But yeah. Goddess, they are the goddess of victory, Nikke.
Although civilization has collapsed and humanity has disappeared, the land itself is still teeming with life. I know not if we should consider raptures
Makes
a form
sense.
of life, but all we have done is slaughter them indiscriminately.
There's also another character called Alice, and there was a big fan theory about whether or not she should have been a pilgrim or if she is secretly a pilgrim and all this stuff, because her name's obviously Alice. Alice in Wonderland. Actually, she has a bunch of stuff related to Alice in Wonderland, and I think that's just Ludmilla humoring her. But the chapter that she's introduced, I think, is called Wonderland, and she calls Ludmilla the queen.
Instead of ending
So.
life, I want to create it. That is why I have chosen to become a farmer.
A farmer?
Lilith is Jewish, but shows in the
Yes,
Bible.
a farmer.
Adam's OG wife, yeah. I was pretty sure that's how it was. One of the distinctions between like Judaism and like Ars Gotia and like the Sephirots and stuff like that. Jewish mysticism and stuff, as opposed to like Christianity.
I want to witness new life being born. I want to see it with my own 2 eyes.
Then turn it into booze.
Right.
Okay. An existence
She's
filled
a
with
queen
death
for
and
real.
destruction is no life at all.
So
We can start with a small garden. Let's make a small garden at the temporary guard post.
Every time I see
Nice,
Dorothy's
but
eyes
it'll be a
sparkle in the
start.
spray, I can only think of the
A fair
Oshinoko art
proposition
that
indeed.
someone drew of her.
We'll start straight away.
Okay. Just to context, and also because I think it's a really good emotional scene, I'm gonna go back to story
Clearing
1.
out, moving out.
Just to go back to what I was talking about. I think it was this one.
what is this?
What's all this? Something I found.
Skip
There
over
has
this.
What beats me? I can. What's up, door?
Yeah, from since wish to is the if speech. So
Understand.
we want
So
we can get no we have
I've all
yes. Snow White, how long will it?
since we'll only be giving them a cursory glance.
All right then. let's move
Speed.
out.
Yeah.
Don't worry. They'd need more than half a day to break through here and get to the Ark.
Famous last words. Let them speak.
Are you still concerned?
yes.
We cannot afford to have a worry ward on our team. We are simply left with no recourse. We will set off without thee.
Dorothy, you and Pina stay here. We'll come back tomorrow and fill you in on what we find.
All right.
We'll be back.
Enjoy yourselves.
Snow White, Scarlet, and Rapunzel walk off together.
Pina,
Yes?
you said you know how to skin a deer, didn't you?
Oh, right.
Time to cut open a deer. A skinned deer carcass lies in front of Dorothy and Pina.
And that's how you do it. Not too hard, right?
No, it's quite simple. It's just I can't do this.
You've got a weaker stomach than I imagined. I thought there was nothing a goddess couldn't do.
Even if it's us, we are not invincible. Be honest with me, Pina. We're an embarrassment, aren't we? Going on about how we're goddess of victory, the saviors of mankind, when all we do is wallow in our own self-pity and misery. The fact that we've stooped so low in such a short amount of time.
I thought you had overcome greater adversities than this.
We have. That's because back then there was something to look forward to. But now, I can't see what's waiting for me up ahead. The place that we thought would be our paradise has turned its back on us. Despite that, we continue to lay our lives on the line to protect it. How is that fair? It's enough to infuriate anyone. So for the time being, it's no longer my top priority. If we want to protect the Ark, then we've got to stay alive, don't we?
That's true.
We will survive. And with these 2 feet, I will walk into the Ark. I'll walk on a pathway of flowers, with a beaming smile on my face as everyone lavishes me with praise. I hope you'll be there walking with me, Pina.
I will. I know that sound.
Let's move.
A horde of raptures rush forward, creating a thick cloud of dust.
There's so many of them.
That's why there haven't been any attacks recently.
What do? We can't take on so many of them.
Fire the signal flare. Find some cover and don't come out.
What about you?
I'm going to fight.
It's impossible by yourself. We should both hide.
No, don't ask me why. But I feel like I can do anything right now. Sit back and watch. Don't ever forget what you're about to see.
And then we fight a boss, which got, like, annihilated immediately because I'm super overpowered for the event.
All clear. Pina, did you see? Did you see what I've done? You can come out now, Pina.
Dorothy.
Well, how'd I do? Didn't I seem like a true goddess of victory?
Dorothy. Dorothy.
No. No. This can't be happening!
Dorothy.
Snap out of it! Pina, can you hear me? You can't be corrupted! I'm here! I am! The goddess of victory! Mankind's last hope!
Dorothy.
Pina!
Kill me. Hurry, before it's too late.
I can't! How can I do that?
Together, fight glory. Paradise together. Good.
The signal flare!
They couldn't have picked a worse time if they tried.
Let's go.
Dorothy!
Are you all right? Dorothy!
What are you doing? Put the gun down!
That's enough, Dorothy.
Has anyone seen my bullet? It won't fire. I don't have any bullets.
Snow White slowly walks up to Dorothy and gently takes the gun from her.
Give it back.
Oh, Dorothy.
Give it back. Give back. Pina, we were going to paradise together. So, give it back. precious wings.
Da-dung.
Dorothy.
So what happened was, and they explained it afterwards in a long drawn out thing. In case you forgot, this is actually tragic. What the heck? All of Nikke is tragic. The game literally starts with Marion rescuing you from a plane, like your ship getting crashed, and you fight a bunch of raptures. You meet up with Rappy and Anise, and you literally take down Blacksmith. And then it winds up with Marion being corrupted, and the commander has to shoot her in the head in order to kill her to prevent the corruption from spreading. It's literally like the first thing that happens in the game.
Very well. Moving out.
Oh my god, Nikke is tragic. Laplace's whole arc is that she gets corrupted and she gets stuck with Vapaus in order to remove the corruption, but it also removes the nymph system from her, meaning that when she dies for good. They can't just like plug her brain back into a new body, and so she just has like a mental breakdown like the entire chapter and can't fight. Not goddess is a victory, goddess of tragedy. Nikke's super dark. If you want, there's in the Genshin way, it's dark. There are some like journals and like diaries that you can find out throughout the map about from like left behind from like humans who like died on the surface during the Rapture invasion. And there's one called Survival Guide, and I think it's step 4 of the survival guide is learn how to make a noose. It's like how to survive on the surface, and it's like step 4, learn how to make a noose. I believe we were on this one.
Attempting to connect to live feed with...
Come in. Goddess Squad.
Oh yeah, I think this was it.
Do you copy?
Success.
This is the Goddess Squad.
Oh wait, no, actually, we just did this one.
Excellent.
Is this?
I knew we could...
I am...
I'm the
Yeah, okay,
primary
yeah, no.
director responsible.
We already did this one. No, we did this one too.
We've received confirmation that raptures have been terminated.
There we go.
There is only one objective remaining, which is to destroy the freight elevator. Also, I must inform you that the sealing date for the Ark has been delayed for an additional 3 weeks.
Dang, bro.
I
3
presume
weeks.
The delays are due to all of these issues on the surface.
That is correct.
They've already been out here for
I'm
2
sorry,
months.
But can you handle 3 more weeks where you are? We will send supplies to your next objective, the freight elevator. It will be a full month's supply. Will you be able to get by in the meantime?
We'll make it work. With how things are, waiting another 3 weeks will not be a major issue.
All right, thank you. I will send the supplies immediately. After you receive the shipment, destroy the elevator.
Roger. Will communication stay up afterwards?
Of course.
Okay. I will contact you once the work is done.
I'll be waiting.
Communication ended.
Additional supplies.
Does that mean we don't need to go out scrounging for our own supplies?
We can concentrate more on guarding this area.
To be honest, though, there haven't been that many raids lately.
Don't say things like that, Rapunzel.
Where's Snow White?
Nothing
She's
has
off
ever
scavenging.
come
She'll be
good
back
come out
soon.
from saying, you know what, we haven't
Here
been
I am.
attacked lately.
Welcome back!
Did you find anything?
I caught a deer.
Again? Do you have something against deer? 'Tis most unfortunate that none amongst us knows how to skin this ungulate properly.
Dorothy,
The dearly departed.
Yes?
skin this deer for me, will you?
Will do.
Huh?
You know how to skin that thing, Dorothy?
Of course I do. How hard can it be? All you've got to do is follow the proper steps.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like baking a cake. 1 hour
That
later.
should do it. That wasn't
You
as
gotta
hard as I thought
exsanguinate
it'd
your
be.
deer.
Incredible. Teach me next time.
I'm not feeling well.
Let's smoke it and preserve it. I'll leave that to you, Scarlet.
Like,
Very
the
well.
mask?
Can we take some
Smoking.
of the meat and roast it as well?
Shouldn't be a problem.
Jim Carrey?
Let's go, Dorothy.
All right. Oh, right. Snow White.
What is it?
Thank you for helping me out before.
Don't mention it. I simply did what I had to.
Did you sleep after that?
No.
If you keep doing that...
Don't worry about me. I'll never lose touch with my humanity.
She won't be like Dio.
Dorothy,
Yeah?
Snow White stares at Dorothy intently.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at us like that?
Dorothy,
Aha!
Yes?
There it is again.
why do you keep saying us?
Hmm?
You're the only one here. What are you seeing?
I don't know what you're saying.
Forgive me, but I asked Rapunzel and Scarlet to keep tabs on you. They informed me that it was sometimes difficult to carry on a conversation with you. They said it was as if you were speaking to someone else.
Huh? That's obviously...
Is Pina with you now?
Yes. She's been here the whole time.
Dun dun dun!
My spirits are high. Communication with the Ark has been reached. They didn't forget about us, and they've prepared a grand homecoming for us. We can go to paradise.
The Ark! How exciting! I doubt I'll be able to get any sleep tonight.
Me neither.
I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it myself.
It's our first time coming out this far. Before, we were restricted to that small area right outside the Ark's entryway. Isn't this exciting?
Super exciting. It's great being able to venture out this far.
How about we have a little fun?
Is that okay? The other will be waiting.
I don't see any problem with it. After all, it's not every day we get to do this kind of thing.
It's nice to see you're in such high spirits.
We are still alive and breathing. And we're going to keep it that way. All of us, together in paradise. Do you remember? We promised each other.
Yes, I remember, Dorothy.
I remember.
Is that a grave?
We can't go there. There are raptures in that area.
Who cares? Let's go. There's only a handful of them. I can handle them on my own if I have to.
Is there any way to lure them over in this direction?
Are you worried that they'll desecrate the graves?
Yes, but if it's too much of a hassle, we don't have to do it.
Fire your gun off into the air.
That's a good idea. How's that for luring them over?
A little over the top, don't you think?
Never thought I'd hear you accuse me of that.
Not exactly subtle, but effective.
It's coming!
Here they come.
Just stand and watch me work. I don't see Snow White. Is something wrong?
Oh, that. She's on the lookout.
She's incorrigible.
Do not fret. She would let it be known if she was truly fatigued.
No, she wouldn't. That's the problem.
Are you going to go looking for her?
Forget it. I'm not chasing after her. She'll just talk her way out of it again.
She is truly a most inveterate individual.
Is it just me, or have you seemed inordinately strong lately? More so than usual. What do you think is different?
Perhaps it is because I am cheating,
Cheating?
Do you think she's colluding with the Raptures?
Collusion.
Come on, be serious.
She's
Skin
working
this
with
deer
the
for
enemy.
me, will you?
Will do.
Like Lynn. Like what Lynn says in Heroes.
You know how to
The
say
enemy!
that thing, Dorothy?
Of course I do. How hard can it be? All you've got to do is follow the proper steps.
She's got an imaginary friend.
Easy as pie.
When she takes her meds, her emotional support, Nikke, goes away.
Nicely done.
That wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be.
Incredible. Teach me next time?
Where does
You
she
okay,
go?
Snow White? You
On
look like you've seen
vacation?
a ghost.
She goes to the
Dorothy.
big arc in
Pina.
the sky. Pina is dead.
She was corrupted. You put her down yourself. Whatever this thing is inside of you, it's just a made-up... Huh?
Never thought I'd see the day when you were cracking jokes, Snow White. You went a little over the line with that last wisecrack, but that's okay. You can keep working on it.
Still, I can tell you put some real effort into it.
Definitely. Doesn't it seem to you like Snow White is different? We can't let her get the last laugh. We've got to come up with a
last
joke of
laugh?
our own.
Okie dokie. What's our joke gonna be?
Something she eats a lot of
Sure.
food.
The main thing is that it's got to be something creative, something out of the ordinary.
How about we both brainstorm individually, and whoever can't come up with something has to prepare the other's meals for the next 5 days.
5 days?
Sounds good. I've got this in the bag.
I take it that means you're taking the bet?
You're on. Let's pinky swear on it.
She's gonna pinky swear with a made-up person. Yep, Dorothy does a
It's
pinky
been a
swear in
while
midair.
since I did one of those.
Dorothy.
Unlike I Am Addicted. Wait. Wait. I'm gonna pull up the thing for I Am Addicted. I am addicted. Should just be in my sub box. Should be one of the first things. Yeah. Here we go. Bam.
Put my mind at ease, crossing both of my eyelids. A doctor then speaks. Think your eyes are the problem here. I can hear the devil laughing from my right, though I can't be sure of that until
Oh, that's so loud.
tonight.
Wait, hold
The
on.
room seemed to tremble,
I just realized how loud that
watching
was.
the ink on the paper dry. I become addicted to the thought of you. Haunted by a ghost, I can see right through.
There we go.
Stay away, say, but no, it's pointless. Chasing down a warmth that feels just like us. Hey, set your hand in mine. Every single touch will only burn.
Hello,
with time.
stream manager? You wanna catch up to the stream? There we go.
It's clear as day. It's the sight of you inside my eyes that are to blame. Curl on the floor, away from the door. Don't wanna breathe anymore. Indigo rays cutting my face here in the sacred escape.
What is this? What does she say in the description? I know I need to take my meds, but whenever I do, the sad, hot, broken man next to me disappears and I don't know how to cope. There we go.
So, Pina's death.
Sent Dorothy into a spiral.
It's clear as day. When I tried to broach the topic, she brushed it off as if I was joking. That's not the only thing.
She's a
In her
functioning,
mind, she made a pinky promise with Pina. And when she did, she actually put her hand up and moved her fingers.
she's a
In
functioning,
Dorothy's mind,
whatever you would call
Pina
that.
really exists.
It's not really schizophrenia.
When she skinned the deer.
She recalled Pina skinning it and followed along with the image imprinted in her mind. To her, it was as if Pina was beside her, helping.
What do you think?
I'm not sure.
I don't see a problem.
You don't?
Neither do I.
Dorothy is using this as a coping mechanism.
Cope.
And it isn't disrupting her day-to-day life in any significant way. As
Ah.
long as it stays this way, I don't see a problem
The
with it.
seabed strategy.
Sure, but what if it doesn't stay this way?
Sachiko's hallucinating,
bad
but
do you
it's not
think it could
affecting her
get?
daily life, so we should just
Could
let it
Dorothy
happen.
lose her entire sense of self to this delusion?
Since it's a product of Dorothy's own mind, it will only act within the boundaries that Dorothy confines it to. Pina was Dorothy's friend. She was a positive force in her life. She'll remain devoted to that role. In fact, the worst case scenario would be if Pina disappeared.
Huh.
We're in unexplored territory here, so it's high risk. The slightest variation could cause Pina to disappear entirely from Dorothy's mind.
What should we do to ensure Dorothy remains normal?
I think we just need to act the way we do normally.
I agree.
Very well. We shall try.
Yes.
Okay.
We received confirmation of the destruction of the freight elevator. We cannot thank you enough. We will be proceeding to the final stage of the arc sealing procedure. Our expected time frame is 3 weeks. In the meantime, we must ask you to continue protecting us as you
Oh,
have.
that is showing up on the mic.
We will.
Did you receive the supply shipment we sent?
Yes, thank you. I've been meaning to ask, what is this plasticine-like substance? There doesn't seem to be enough of it for it to be reinforcement material.
Ah,
Splendidman?
that is Splendidman.
Yeah.
It is going to be used as the primary food source in the Ark.
This is food?
I know that it's a far cry from Mom's home-cooked food, but it really is the perfect superfood. At least, in theory. You could live a long, healthy life eating that and nothing else. Having said that, I'd recommend only eating it when you have to.
Understood.
We'll continue to contact you on a daily basis.
Sounds good.
Communication ended.
All right, everyone. Let's try and stay alive for the next 3 weeks.
Just 21 days. One for every pilot. They did not wait quietly.
Someone help! I don't know how to lift this thing.
By the gods! 'Tis most simple lifting a beast like this, dear. Put your back into it and lift it. That's all there is to it, really.
Yeah, you gotta lift with your legs and not with your back.
Can't do that. That's why I'm asking
21
for
pilots?
help.
Yeah. One day for
Grab
each
the front
pilot.
legs and put them over your shoulder.
That's what Pina says to do.
They're surviving for 3
Sorry,
weeks.
I didn't catch that.
A fortnight and a half.
One more time?
Pina said to take the front legs and sling them over your shoulder.
But 1.5 fortnight pilots doesn't sound nearly as good as 21
Shoulder.
pilots. You know?
Put my back into it. Hey, I did it. I'm carrying it.
Why didn't you just lift it? It's not that heavy, so it shouldn't be an issue.
When I lift it up, I can see its eyes.
Staring into the eyes of the dead deer.
Shoulder any better? You do realize the head is hanging right by your face, don't
She
you?
wants to stare into its cold, dead eyes.
Can we chop off the head?
My goodness, such bloodlust.
You could just scavenging for new
Are we
items.
supposed to slice this stuff this thin?
You could just carry the deer the other way, Rapunzel. But no, I like that she finally was able to lift the deer up, and Scarlet was just like, "You need help lifting the deer? Just lift it, easy. How do you lift the deer? Just lift it, easy. Just pick it up."
How is it going to have any taste if we do that?
It's meant to add flavor. That's what it says on the recipe.
Are you sure the recipe is correct?
Of course, I got it from the library, while I had an all-too-rare moment to spare.
Rare moment to spare?
I'm sure it was a big hit back at one point in time.
All right. What next then?
At this rate, it'll be dawn before we dine.
You can't rush quality.
They're gonna have to wait
Why?
until
Why
dawn?
drool from your mouth.
We're supposed to boil this?
I don't think that's right, Dorothy.
Neither do I. Something's off here.
Would you please just trust me? Just put it in and boil it. You will then have the perfect meal. Uh-oh.
That doesn't sound promising.
I'm sorry. I think I accidentally flipped to a different recipe a few steps back.
This thing looks like it came from outer space.
I think tossing this may be for the best.
Allow me to do the honors.
Would you please stop drooling?
What would be the guy version of a girl failure? Everyone tries making something that looks remotely edible.
Everyone, come here and look at this.
What is it?
Look.
Wow, a sprout.
So this is going to be...
The precious material I'll use to brew my own alcohol.
I think you're going to have to wait a while for that.
No matter. We have plenty of time. No one is to consume this plant, not even you.
All right, all right.
Should I plant some more?
They also pass the time gardening.
Everyone, we're leaving this place soon. The Ark is going to be sealed. Although forced underground, humanity will go on. It's all of you who made this possible. If it weren't for everyone here, we would never have made it this far. You all have saved humanity. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Pray for the dearly departed who left before us.
Counting down. 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year! Wait, do I have something for this? Happy New Year! That's not what I thought that was gonna be.
Sup?
Oh, I forgot about this.
You're weird. Okay.
I forgot about this.
Can you moonwalk? I don't understand.
I forgot about this. Okay, I don't think I have anything for New Year's. I just have... The closest thing I have is... 3 weeks later, there's a thunderous reverberation that seems to shake the very ground. The Ark has been sealed.
It's finished.
Good job, everyone.
You too, Pina.
The Ark has officially been sealed. We would like to thank the Goddess Squad once again.
And a big thanks to you as well. Now, let's start moving. Where should we go?
To honor your achievements, commemorative statues in your image will be erected in the Ark. Books and advertisements will tell your story for generations to come. Everyone will regard the Goddess Squad with the utmost reverence.
Tell me your name.
I told you, I cannot disclose that information for security reasons.
Name.
Oswald.
Right. Oswald.
Oswald?
I'm coming for you. If not you, then your family and your children. I promise that I will make you die a long, miserable death.
My goodness, where did all this come from?
You never intended on letting
I
us
can
into the
fix
Ark,
her.
did you?
No.
Half
Once
the
the
counseling
Ark is
sessions in
sealed,
this game.
It cannot be reopened.
But losing us would be a loss for the Ark as well.
Science is bound to advance. We are already close to finishing the 3rd generation of Nikkes.
The data that we have accumulated indicates they will far exceed the preceding models.
And even that data will become obsolete in time.
Oswald,
Go on.
open the door.
I can't do that for you, Dorothy.
But I can't.
Open it.
No can do.
Open it. I said, open it. If you don't open the door this instant, I'll tear it off its hinges. You'll all be doomed.
You won't do that.
I will. Open it!
You're all far too noble to do something like that. You wouldn't put all these people in danger just to save yourselves. Or, to be more precise, you can't. It's how you're hardwired.
Prime Directive, baby!
I have just one question.
Go ahead.
Are you acting alone? Or was this agreed on by everyone?
The latter.
Understood.
I will end our communication here.
Wait. Just let one person in. One! Pina. I promised. I said I would take her to paradise. Please, at least let her in.
Communication ended.
Re-establish connection.
The line is closed. Unable to connect.
No.
Dorothy, let's rest for a bit. We have to leave this place.
Agreed.
I think it's a good idea as well.
What?
If we stay here, the deluge of raptures will never stop. We'd be putting this entrance in harm's way.
We could handle lower-class beasts without issue, but should we encounter a heretic, our victory would be by no means assured.
Exactly. So we have to get out of here.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. We were betrayed. By the Ark. By mankind itself. The very ones we risk our lives protecting. They've turned their backs on us. Now you're saying that we need to move to keep this place out of danger? Do you all have a screw loose?
Dorothy. Then what do you want to do?
Isn't it obvious?
We can't strike back at the Ark.
It's the last refuge for humanity.
You don't think I'm upset? I'm furious. I feel just as betrayed as you do. But what can we do? We can't lash out at the Ark because of this.
What we need to do is find a way to kill the leader of the Raptures up on the surface.
Stop. Just stop. No, we can't accept this. Paradise is right underneath us. All we have to do is go inside. This was going to be our reward for all the pain and suffering we'd endured. Now you want to give it all up just like that? Oh well, what can we do? Are you all barking mad? Everything we've done up until now was for nothing. None of it mattered. Lilith and Red Hood, they're gone. And for what?
You're wrong. We saved humanity. Right now, that's enough for me.
How can that be enough?
You think I don't feel betrayed? Of course I do. I can't tell you how furious I am. But we're the Goddess Squad. The Goddess of Victory. Mankind's last hope. Until the very end. For us, this is a point of pride that will never fade. You're the one who taught us that, Dorothy. You did. So answer me, Dorothy. Are we goddess of victory? Answer me. Are we, or are we not, goddess of victory?
Yes.
Are we mankind's last hope?
Yes.
We are the goddess squad, are we not?
Dorothy!
Yes, 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 yes! We are! We're all that you said! All of it!
Dorothy!
Well said. Your words remind us never to forget who we are.
I think now, if we had actually completed the stage, if I had actually done the stages and not just played these events, I think the map music would have changed to satellites. But since I didn't do that, I think it's gonna be the same.
Everyone gathered their belongings?
Got it, although 'tis but a pittance. Only a bag of seeds and my sword.
I'm all set.
I'm good here as well.
The four Nikkes look around without speaking.
Let's go.
Okay.
Coming.
Me too.
Let's go, Dorothy.
Everyone starts to walk.
I think it's best to split up.
Right. Our goal is to take down the Queen. The surface is a vast expanse, and there is much to discover. Going our separate ways could prove beneficial.
How will we stay in contact with each other?
We'll use fire beacons. It's the only option we have.
'Tis a bit primitive, is it not?
I'll try to scrounge up some walkie-talkies or cell phones and hand them out next time we meet.
That would be most appreciated.
Speaking of, how about we meet up once a month at a designated location? That way we can exchange information and see how we're all doing.
Fine by me.
Yes, that's a good idea. Well then, this is it, everyone. Before we branch off, I wanted to say one last thing as your leader. Don't hurry yourselves. We have plenty of time. Time is both on our side and also our enemy. You are all free to do anything you wish, so long as none of you forget our ultimate goal, taking down the Queen. Whether it's farming, helping the dead find solace, or creating delicious new recipes. Never lose yourselves.
Worry not about me.
You got it.
Will do.
And never forget to be proud. Ever. I'll go first. Let's go, Pina. Pina?
Dorothy stares towards the guard post.
Pina! Why aren't you coming?
Dorothy, Pina...
Scarlet.
Snow White shakes her head.
It looks like Pina left something behind. You all go ahead. I'll leave once Pina gets her things. I was trying to act cool and be the first to leave, but guess we'll be the last ones out the door.
Very well. We'll go first.
Stay alive, everyone.
See you next month.
The three Nikkes walk off into the distance. Dorothy starts to walk back to the guard post.
Pina, what are you doing? Let's go. There's nothing here for us anymore.
Dorothy, can we just stay here?
Huh?
Look around you. All these buildings we repaired, the tools we crafted, the graves we dug, the garden we planted. We made all of it.
I know it's sad having to leave this place, but we...
Dorothy, this is our paradise.
Paradise?
All of our memories, good and bad, are here. It's a place of our own. If this isn't paradise, then what is? You promised me, remember? You said you would take me to paradise. Then let's stay here. I want to be with you, Dorothy. At this place. Paradise for me is wherever you are.
Pina.
So we can't stay?
There's no reason we can't stay. Yes, since this is our paradise.
The two Nikke spent some time in their self-made paradise.
What do you think of this, Dorothy?
It's such a beautiful piece of cloth. It is, but what can we do with it?
Maybe we can use it for some kind of decoration.
In that case, can you find some in pink?
I knew I'd convince you.
Dorothy and Pina scavenged the area for anything of value.
Taste this, will you?
A bit salty for my taste.
I thought so too.
Did you follow the recipe?
I thought the recipe needed some work, so I added a little extra.
There's a reason why recipes exist, you know.
They cook things that are actually worthy of being called food.
Dorothy, look at this. It's all withered.
What do you think was the problem?
Lack of sunlight, too much or too little water. It could have been anything, really.
Farming is tough.
It's okay. We'll just try again.
All right, let's give it another shot.
Time is on our side, after all.
They do some gardening.
Dorothy, do you remember all those who have passed on?
Not all of them. And that fills me with great shame.
Will you remember me when I'm gone?
No.
Hey!
Because you'll never leave me. I won't allow it.
Wow, a bit controlling, but kind of romantic all the same.
She's got that 90s shoujo manga vibe.
Not bad, right?
They pray for those who had passed before their time.
What's Lilith like?
Hard to say. She was the type of person impossible to describe in only a few words. She was a strong person who wasn't afraid of being vulnerable, able to bend but never be broken. Harsh and forgiving in equal measure. She was a very special person.
Do you miss her?
No, I don't. She achieved everything she wanted in life. Only after accomplishing all she'd set out to do, did she depart from this life. I have no regrets about how she passed, and that's why I don't miss her.
Did you guys all make this coffin yourselves?
Yes, Scarlet carved the stone herself. I was going to ask her to do the same for you. Wait.
Dorothy turns her head. No one is there.
Oh. Right. I see now. Pina, you stayed with me and kept me sane. Thank you. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Goodbye.
That's it. That's the end of Overzone. Scarlet goes off to start her farm. Rapunzel goes off wherever she can, I guess.
Very well.
And Snow White starts hunting down raptures like she's got a problem, because she doesn't in fact have a problem after the events of White Memory. And Dorothy finally finds out
Very well.
that Pina is in fact not alive, thus giving way to our second mind switch and
Very well. Moving
how
on.
we end up with the Dorothy of the present with Johan and Cecil in Eden. But the interesting thing here is that Dorothy goes through a mind switch at the end and completely changes to how she is now in the main story.
Very well.
And Snow White actually goes through... She actually has already gone through a mind switch, which they mentioned briefly at the start. I assume we'll see more of her old personality in Red Ash, since that takes place even further before this. But then Snow White's second mind switch happens in White Memory.
Moving out.
And her head has disappeared. Where Snow White goes to Lilith's coffin, or Lily-Weiss's coffin, and finds out that it's been smashed open and that her head is missing. And so, what happens here is Snow White goes through her second mind switch, and that turns her into the Snow White we know now, that's obsessed with wiping out every last rapture on the surface of the earth.
Moving out.
That's fun. That's fun. Anyway, time to go back to the home screen with Diesel and some bopping Halloween music. You know, just some tonal dissonance.
Being held by you feels nice. You can only buy this Splendiment at the train station. It's delicious. Want some more? Being held by you feels you can only buy this. I wonder if my little brother will be as outstanding as you. Being held by you feels
Okay, that's enough,
nice.
Diesel. Who else do I have in here? Oh, I have Dorothy. Right, and I can show you Dorothy's thing, where...
I will have plenty of use for you in the future, Your Grace. So long as we share a common goal, we can be together moving forward. Don't you look forward to life in paradise?
It's really funny how her dress turns into the armor. Oh, I said I wanted to show off Overzone music. Oh, audio? Audio? Hello. Ashley Aylwin. There we go. I should do this too. Flame. Can I dispatch? I can. Nice.
Commencing operation.
Is that Shifty? I think it was Shifty. That's never not gonna be funny. Okay. Where is the... Here it is. Overzone. This is the theme song, which I'm not gonna play. Where is it? Ah, this is what plays during White Memory. Thank you. You can't see that at all. You can't see that notification at all on stream. I just saw it. Thank you for the follow. What is this? I think one of these I really liked. Was it Glittering Leaves? Oh, it was Dim Flow. Dim Flow and Remained Past alternate were pretty good. What is this for? Trace? What's Trace? Oh, Chapter 25. Oh, right. And then Red Ash. I assume this will unlock once I finish the thing. But we've also got Blue Water Island from See You Again, which just has some Poggers music. It's such a good song.
If there is magic, I would make the world like you. If we are lucky, we stay in this place as if we are at home every night and day. If there's some magic, I would be forever with you. If there's some fortune, we can always be.
Yeah, Wonderland. This is the chapter that Alice is introduced into. And then Summer Seaside's really good too. It sounds like an anime ending. It really does. The guitar reminds me of the ending of King's Avatar. Was it the second season? I think it's the second season ending. And Holy Crab is really funny. Holy Crab is really funny. Legally distinct crab rave. And then the near thing. You know what the real L is? Actually, it might be... Aha, here it is. The events. What was this? Oh, this is just the opening. Trying to get some anime? Where's some good anime to watch? Well, wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? I actually have something just for this. Totally unrelated to streaming. Let me open it up. Well, I really like New Game. New Game is a really fun anime for me to watch when I just want to chill, when I want some background noise. I like listening to New Game. I really like the dub. It's got Megan Shipman as Aba Suzakaze. Coincidentally, Shipman also voices Dorothy, so that's cool in Nikke. Ooh, Sakura Quest was really good too. That was pretty fun. Yuru Camp is another nice slice of life one that I like watching just to like relax. Oshiga Budokan is pretty funny. Ooh, I really like Wandering Witch Journey of Elena. It's got its episodes. It's got one of my favorite episodes. It just has one of the wildest things I've seen. Akadama Drive is also really good. But Wandering Witch and Akadama Drive are a lot more like dramatic than New Game and Yuru Camp. Violet Evergarden, of course, too. Classic. Classic. Oh, Wonder Egg Priority. I always forget about Wonder Egg Priority when I'm talking to people about anime. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, but once again, like Akadama Drive and Wandering Witch, more so than Wandering Witch, but Wonder Egg Priority is really kind of like out there. It's a very interesting plot with a very interesting like premise. The premise, like the plot revolves around the loss experienced by young girls, I guess. I think that's what the two dudes in the show, like the two scientist dudes, describe it as. It's a really weird show. It's kind of dark, but not. I don't like calling it dark though, because I feel like that leads to some preconceptions about how it's like. It's a real like potentially like triggering anime. Yeah. What else is in here? Oh, I liked Aoharu Ride. I don't think I'd like this much now if I watched it now, I'll be honest though. I think I'd just be too impatient about Ko and Futaba. I think I'd just be too impatient. I think I would just like be too upset with Ko and how he acts now. Kakashi Goto is another really good one. Kakashi Goto is pretty funny. But if you got like a specific genre or something, I can maybe dial in some more suggestions. Happy Sugar Life good? I've never heard of that. Oh, but if your terms... Wait. Wait. Plot center a high school girl, Sato Matsuzuka, who befriends a mysterious little girl named Shio, who is abandoned by her mother and immediately becomes highly attached to her. They both agree to live together in Sato's apartment. The former vows to protect that feeling of love, even if it means committing crimes or even killing people. Psychological thriller. Interesting. I might have to watch that. I might have to watch that. It kind of reminds me of like a way more like intense version of I Know Hoshiai. I Know Hoshiai. That's what it's called, right? Wasn't that? See, here's the problem. I look this up. Hoshiai no Sora. That's what it is. The problem is I look it up and the only thing I get is Oshinoko. Oshinoko's ruined search results. Drama and horror? Have you watched Kakegurui? I think I'm pronouncing that right. Kakegurui. Um, that's a pretty nice like drama one. As for horror, Higurashi has a lot of different adaptations. I think they just had one come out recently. I think there was a recent one that just came out back in like 2021. Yeah, there's Kakagurui, and then there's Higurashi. Thrillers? Yeah, Thrillers or another good one, because that might be into stuff like maybe the first thing I thought of was Devilman Crybaby. But I feel like that goes beyond being a thriller. Hmm. What were some good Oh, man, Darwin's Game isn't really a thriller though. I don't know if I'd call that a thriller. I might recommend Wonder Egg Priority then, and or Akadama Drive. Oh, Tokyo Revengers, if you haven't watched that one already. And then, hmm, Copcraft. That wasn't a thriller. That was just like a action. The Abandoned Sacred Beast wasn't that good. I didn't like it that much. It was solidly okay. It was solidly mediocre. Oh, maybe like I'm Standing on a Million Lives. Yeah, but the main character is just like so cringy for like the first like 6 episodes, and then season 2 starts, and the new guy they have, the new character they introduce, is just so infuriating. He's just so absolutely cringy. I hate him so much. It honestly made me stop watching it because I just could not. I just could not deal with them. I might give it another try now that it's all out, and I can be like, there's enough episodes, so I hopefully can get to the point where this man stops being the way he is. Hmm. Guess it depends on what you count as a thriller, too, right? Like, I might include, what was I thinking of? What was I thinking of? That's left my mind completely. There was one I was thinking of, but I didn't know if I would call it, like, necessarily a thriller. Hmm. I haven't watched anything like that recently either. Excuse me. The last thing I watched was Wodakoi, and that's like as far away from a thriller as you can get. And before that, I was rewatching Don Machi because the season came out a while back and I never watched it. Neither of those are what you would call thrillers. Wodakoi is so good though. It is. That's why I was rewatching it. I was like, you know what? I kind of don't want to watch Don Machi anymore right now, and I also kind of like don't want to start Jujutsu Kaisen or any of the other ones that I've been recommended, like School Rumble or whatever. And I was like, I'm just gonna watch Wodakoi again. It's nice and short. I thought about watching New Game again, but the thing about New Game is, as much as I love it, it low-key kind of makes me depressed because I'm just like, man, look at them having so much fun working overtime. Anyway. Where's the Chainsaw Man music? Oh yeah, this one. The Chainsaw Man event song. And then the one from Bow Wow Paradise. What was this? Queen's Order? I have no idea. This also could just be general events music, not necessarily from specific events. What was Dilemma for? Oh, just a generic. ACPU Freeze is the one I've set as my background, my home screen background right now. It's really good. It's just so funny. Anyway. Don, here's the thing. For a more emotional damage, here's the thing I was talking about. Was it this one?
Shifty. Marion.
No. It wasn't this. I thought there was a different thing for cutscenes. I thought they had a different thing for cutscenes. Let me go to the one with Lapless. I thought there was a thing for like a different... I guess there's not. I thought for sure there was a different thing for that. I guess it would be... Here we go. Also, the animation looks kind of jank, but it's okay.
Only a 12.4% of success. I'd say that was a job well done.
I'll check the survivors. No survivors from the Vanguard. All the parts have been ransacked.
What about Marion?
That's touching.
Still alive.
And this is Rinko from
Over
Zenki Zero.
here. Here. This is bad. Her brain has already been corrupted.
You pulling for Red Hood? Definitely.
Any Nikke
Definitely.
brain damage is to be disposed of. According to the law, the execution must be carried out by the commander.
This pistol is for when we must self-terminate. Humans can use them as well. Just get in close.
Perhaps I should do it?
No. We Nikkes cannot execute our own kind.
My man's got no trigger discipline.
No time to hesitate, Commander. If we don't get this done, she will probably become an irregular soon. Commander!
Over here, Commander. Commander. Thank you for your bandage. No signs of life.
Official confirmation of death.
Ah,
Our investigation
exactly.
mission is complete.
Rest in peace,
Get back
Miriam.
to the Ark.
Gone. And not forgotten. But also not really gone. So,
Damn it.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Gone. Not gone and not forgotten, technically. Because, it's okay. It's okay. She'll come back later. She'll come back. She's not dead forever. She becomes low-key one of the most popular characters and gets her own special skin from the community vote. Don't worry. Don't worry. She comes back as Modernia. She comes back as Modernia. And she's basically just Iron Patriot, but an anime girl. Of course, the players love a dead character. Exactly. You know how much people love Senora?
I love your smell, Commander.
Although, this is kind of sus.
Wearing these clothes makes me feel like you're giving me a hug.
But yeah, she won the fan vote to get a special free skin, and then I love Modernia. Everyone loves Modernia. Who doesn't love Modernia? She's great. She's great. Best girl. Anyway, time to play Vampire Survivors. This song was pretty good. Also, they really make these like flagship events go hard with the animations and everything.
On duty. Nothing to report.
So that's wait, hold on.
Moving out.
That Soldier EG? It's
As
Soldier
you wish.
EG. Hoggers.
Nothing to report.
Nice. Soldier EG. Mog. Don't worry. I definitely didn't play this yesterday and fail to complete stage 1. Definitely didn't happen. Definitely not. Nikke survivors. Oh, I can... Nice. Can I just use... Nice! This is so much more useful than dragging my mouse around the screen. I was very hesitant about whether or not I'd be able to use WASDs. It's Little Snow White. Well, actually, this is Big Snow White. They made that distinction very clear that Little Snow White made herself be big in this game, because she designed this game. This is actually, like, way easier to play on PC, I think. A lightsaber? Oh, I've drifted too close to the side of the map. I should go back towards the center. Energy field? Yeah. I got a bunch of Rapunzel's chakra or chakram yesterday, and it was really convenient. Just having a giant, like, ring of death follow me around. I'm trying to avoid going too far over here. Oh, I never got this before. Watching it turn is really funny. Watching it make that hard turn was really funny. Trying to get more over towards the middle. 7 dwarves. Oh, now I'm over on this side. The problem is you eventually get enemies like spawning outside of the bounds of the area, and you defeat them too soon, so then you can't pick up their stuff. Kind of annoying. Aha! The magnet. Very useful. Man. I am just not getting Rapunzel's weapon. Getting a lot of explosives though. Oh, I've been hit. Please. Please. I want more AoE than my little defense matrix. Oh, I defeated... Ah! Please. Bruh. Bruh. At least I have a little bit more AoE now. I'll take this. I want to get a health upgrade. Next chance I get, I'm gonna take a health upgrade. I feel like those are kind of ones that you should take, like, as soon as you get them. Just because increasing your... As far as I'm aware, it doesn't actually increase how much HP you have, just your maximum HP. Like, it doesn't restore HP. So, there's really not a big point in taking it, like, after you've been hit. So it's kind of good to just have it at the start, because it just gives you free hits. Unless, of course, you get, like, a healing item or something. I'm gonna continue to take increased movement speed. Just because I want to be able to maneuver around. I'd rather be able to kite enemies and chip away at them than have my bullets go faster. Although you might argue it's kind of a moot point of either my projectiles go faster and I'm able to defeat the enemies quicker, or I can just not get hemmed in. Take this. I got hit there again. I'll take that health now. Okay, just want to get out on the outside, and then here we go. Movement speed. Please, Rapunzel. Please. I'll leave that magnet on the ground for now. I don't really need it. Ah. This is why I took movement speed. This is why I took movement speed. Please, please. Please, game, I beg, I want some AoE. I'm begging you. I should have taken that Red Hood upgrade. Please, game. Please. Finally. Okay, let me get that magnet now. Oh, no, never mind. Please! Please! I'm taking the HP increase. I'm taking the HP increase. Please. I probably should be taking the energy field too, trying to make it bigger. Okay. Okay, swoop back here. Please! Please! Okay. Okay. Rapunzel! I need your weapon! I need your weapon! Either that or, an upgrade to Dorothy's weapon would be nice too. Since it's like a spread. Okay. If I can get to the armament box, I can cope that I might get something useful. I gotta kite everybody around. Okay. Alright. Please. Please. Bruh. Bruh. I suppose the next best thing I can take is defense. Please. I can't believe I haven't gotten it a single time. I'll leave that magnet there just in case. Oh, another magnet. Okay. Ah! My face! Where's that magnet? Here we go. Oh, is this gonna suck in the other magnets? I hope not. Bruh! Please! Please! What have I done to not get the chakram? Not too much to ask, game? Not too much to ask? Please. Please. Fine. Fine. Bruh, what is this? Bruh! I've got a veritable army surrounding me. I don't need a boss now. It's the last thing I need. Please. Please. No. They still refuse. They refuse. Rapunzel, what have I done to deserve this? I've been upgrading your gear. Why have you done me dirty like this? The first stage, it's not even that hard. Please. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe 24 times. Plus at least one armament box, and I haven't gotten it a single time. I got it like 7 times yesterday. It was so great. I had like 12 of them spinning around me, destroying everything. So good. But in this run, I'm like the definition of speed. You've got to be kidding me. Thank you so much, Lily Weiss. I needed that. I really needed that. Please. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take the rocket launcher. Got any more of those Lily Weiss bombs? Please, please. Bruh. I'm taking the Dorothy upgrade. I actually can't believe this. I actually can't believe this. What's the thing from, what does Berkut say? He says, I had but one request, and it... I've done it. I've done it. Red Hood, over here. Hmm? What am I supposed to be looking at? At this, the dog tag. I just got it. It's just a dog tag. What are you so happy about? Because it means that now I'm now officially a member of the Goddess Squad. You do realize what dog tags are meant to be used for, don't you? Aren't they for identification? Your name, squad, stuff like that? That's true, but there's something else you're forgetting. When we're on the battlefield, there are bullets and missiles flying around every which way. What happens when you get hit by one? It'd hurt, really bad. More than that, if you get hit, your entire body will... You're right, it hurt like a mother, so you can use your dog tag to block projectiles. Really? This little thing? You bet. It may be small, but it makes for an A+ shield. You're pulling my leg. Should've known you wouldn't fall for that. So, tell me, what are dog tags really for? They're just meant to make you look cool. Do I look cool right now? You bet you do. Super cool. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it. I'm going to the bathroom now. Oh, I totally missed that before. Am I getting the Dorothy skin? I don't know. I might try for it. The hood. What does this do? Oh, increases attack. I might as well. Oh, I see. Da-dum. What is this? Survive for 10 minutes. Oh. A scarf. An unwashed scarf. And now we're back to baby Snow White, who has no abilities or skills, just her little pea shooter. Luckily, she now does more damage. Please. I'm gonna go with the landmine. The landmines actually, I feel like, are very useful just with how they appear. They just kind of show up. And most of the time they're completely worthless, but sometimes they're very useful. Finally. The best weapon. It's got a recharge period, but they're just so useful. They're just so useful. Ooh. Try out all the stuff now. Try out all the things. Oh yeah, this definitely seems like this could get real annoying for them. All my orbitals. Two boomerangs? Can't wait to die to something really stupid. Da-dung, 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 da-dung. As somebody who's never played Hollow Cure or Vampire Survivors, this is really fun. A third? I got 3 of them and they do more damage. This is great. This is great. Their hitboxes are super janky, but it's okay. The boss. I'm really missing my increased magnetism. Wow. Oh. Nice. I got a special one. Now the orbitals are going crazy. Nice. This is definitely how they intended the game to be played. Let me grab that magnet. More Seven Dwarves stuff is always good. Basic attack, you know? Can't ever go wrong with the basic attack. I'm really glad that you can still play Adventure of Eve in Destiny Child 2, because Adventure of Eve is pretty fun. It's a good, like, roguelike for people who don't actually want to play roguelikes. I'm not gonna collect this stuff, mainly because I know there's a magnet nearby. So I'd rather just kind of walk around and collect what I can grab, and then leave the rest of it to the magnet. I'm not using my burst, because there isn't a real reason for me to right now. Oh? Maybe it does increase your max HP? Maybe it does restore the HP? I don't know. Now that we have 2 magnets on the field, I'm willing to use one. More HP is always good. I wonder if upgrading the mines will give me more mines. Because if that's the case, that'd be really cool. The thing though is, with all my orbitals, I'm not really in a position, like last stage, to really have to deal with any big groups. I wonder when the next boss is gonna spawn in. What a legitimate strategy I'm doing. Who would have ever known that this many boomerangs would be so useful? Finally. Nice! And, another big upgrade. Let me just, This is how I play Star Rail. This is how I play Star Rail. This is emerald farming in Windcraft before they nerfed the poison looting builds and made it against terms of service to do that. This is totem farming. Back before they made that against terms of service to just sit there and AFK. Truly. Truly a game of all time. She's just standing there, menacingly. Now, if I had Red Hood's gun in here as well with the multi, The other thing I wasn't thinking about is the mines. I forgot about those. Those are also popping up. But man, if I had Red Hood's gun that shoots in multiple directions, man, be unstoppable. Dorothy shooting forward, Red Hood shooting backwards. Okay, let's pick all this stuff up. Increase movement speed. And more beam shock. Oh, I should have taken the equipment. I should have taken the projectile size modifier. That would have been the play. Okay. Now that there are no more magnets, I have to actually do work and collect my spoils. Oh, there's another magnet. Cool. This is fine. Yeah, so we're just gonna sit here now. Let me grab this health. Let me grab this health too. Let me grab all the health. I'm doing my best Kafka impression. Oh, another boss. Whatever will I do? How will this boss ever hope to face me? What will I ever do against this unwavering opponent? What will I ever do against such a strong opponent? Okay, that's fair. It's about time something like that happened. Oh, I'm gonna hit 10 minutes before I even... Okay, well if that's the case, I might as well grab all this stuff now. Waiting. Waiting. Only 20 more seconds. Oh, a Lilyweiss bomb. Oh, and a magnet. Let me take that. Now the enemies are ramping up. Now they're... Oh! He's a chunky monkey. It's Land Eater. Hey, Land Eater. Oh, we're playing Toho now, huh? Unfortunately for you, that's far easier than the Nier event was. Well, that's not very nice of you. Is that not Land Eater? Oh, it actually does look a little different. Please tell me there's a magnet in a Lily Weiss bomb somewhere. That'd be really cool. Oh, I've noticed I've stopped getting materials from these enemies. They are now nothing but a waste of space. Aha! There we go. Let's take more hexahedrons. Oh, there we go. Finally. Nice. Tea table required. Bruh. Bruh. I need a tea table? Tea table. Survive for 30 minutes. Well, seeing as how it won't let me get Dorothy. Oh, also, I forgot about this. You can reset them and get them all back. Yeah, so there's no reason not for me to just upgrade everything right away. Yeah, that's Nikke survivors. Pretty pog if I say so myself. What missions have I done? Cool. Should be able to do that pretty easily.
Moving out.
Also, I didn't get this on stream yesterday because I obviously didn't stream yesterday. But it's a giant, it's like the Avengers thing. Look at them. Are they actually moving? Is the background actually different? That'd be cool if it is.
Nothing to report.
Oh, I see some lost relics. I always like waiting until the end of the event for the lost relics, because I like just going through the map and just getting them all one by one and knowing I have all of them. Oh, Land Eater. I've got the perfect team for Land Eater, especially a Land Eater that's this easy.
I may not be the best, but I can at least crack a few skulls. Need my sleeping skills? Can you tell me where we're going?
Well, let's go then.
And let's grab Rapunzel, just for fun. Alright. Time for Alice Gaming. Oh, I forgot I turned this on. Forgot I turned this on. Thank you. There we go. There we go. It's never not gonna be funny to me. Oh, you can only have one per day? Oh. Oh, it doesn't even open up yet. Hmm. Interesting. Well, let's go check out the story then. Oh wait, hold on. The song will play if I just sit here and don't do anything. It'll play a song if I just sit here and don't do anything. Or maybe it's the later on part? I thought if I sat here, I'm pretty sure if I sit here long enough, the song will start playing. Like, the vocals will come in. This is the song in White Memories that Snow White was talking about. I guess not.
Hey, are you listening to those old tunes again?
Old tunes? Show some respect. These rapturous melodies are life itself.
Okay.
Come here.
Red Hood gently puts Snow White in a headlock. Here it is. And turns up the volume on an old cassette player.
Red Hood! I can't breathe! Could you turn that down?
What was that I just heard? Surely it couldn't be someone interrupting this fine song I'm listening to.
This is gonna be great. I can't wait for this to be in the OST menu.
Well, what do you think? It's positively effervescent, right?
I feel like I'm getting older just listening to it.
Ha! What do you on about? Besides, most things in life are like a fine wine, and only get better with age. At any rate, what brought you over here to see me? I doubt it was because you missed me. Did you come to borrow my nudie knack?
I forgot. There's a part in here. There's a part in here where
I'm too young to be looking at stuff like that.
So what you mean is that you'll be super into it later?
there's a part where Red Hood is making fun of Dorothy. It's really funny.
Anyway, the commander is calling for you. He has something to tell all of us.
Right now? I think I've got a good idea of what he's going to say. Fine, let's go.
She kind of reminds me of Maxwell. Red Hood, like her design, kind of reminds me of Maxwell.
You call this a headlock? Please, it's just a friendly hug.
Call it what you want, but it's uncomfortable.
Would you prefer a piggyback ride?
It's fine. Let's just go.
Hood. What?
Are you
Walks
two
down the
practicing
hallway.
Pro wrestling?
This is Scarlet. Look how different she looks. Look how different she looks. Sorry about that sneeze, by the way. She looks like, what's her face? The lady in Punishing Grey Raven. What's her name? The main lady? What's her name? Her.
You apparently have too much time on your hands.
It's not what you think.
Oh, cool.
And here's Rapunzel. Look how different she looks as well.
Never a dull moment with you two.
That's not what we're doing. If I may throw in my 2 cents.
Dorothy, on the other hand.
Wrestling isn't a particularly useful martial arts discipline against raptures. Devoting your time to practicing it will be of little value. We're not wrestling!
Ah, wrestling, eh? That headlock of yours isn't too sturdy, Red Hood. I've
She's
got a few
British.
videos you could check out for reference if you'd like.
Lilith, Red Hood is bullying me.
No, I'm not. We're practicing pro wrestling.
That's what
Did you
Red
pull
Hood
yet?
said.
I don't have enough gems to pull. That's the L. That's the L of this stream. I just used all my gems yesterday.
Oh my, you're awfully upset.
If I get enough,
Are you two
event currency to, like,
So am I to take it
do a
that Red Hood
tenfold,
is
I'll do
picking
it.
on you?
But,
Hey, I would never pick on our precious little Snow White.
I think that's everyone. Have a seat so I can begin the briefing.
Question. Are we allowed to sit in a headlock position?
Up to you. Is that everyone? Scarlet? Rapunzel?
Here,
Dorothy?
here.
Lily Weiss?
Yeah.
All right, I'll begin.
he looks like a character in a flight simulator game.
How come you're all so far apart?
He looks like a pilot.
We're supposed to be a team.
If you want us to be chummy, then let's have a group meal. I can't remember the last time we all hung out and had some grub.
We all ate together just last week.
She passes out whenever she drinks, so it's no wonder she doesn't remember.
Remember what?
I don't know what it is, but lately, whenever I have a few drinks, I don't remember anything.
I thought you were pretending to black out so you didn't have to pay the bill.
Come on, I'm not that kind of person.
I heard you got arrested once for dining and dashing.
That's all in the past. I've turned over a new leaf.
Quiet, everyone. I have details about our next mission. Good. Now, to get started. To be honest, I'm not a fan of our squad's name. Goddess Squad. It's like I don't even exist.
Commander, when are we going to commence the briefing?
Very well. Let's begin.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna see if I can find the part where Red Hood goes oh ho 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 and play that part. That's the part that I really want, and then I'll recap the rest of it.
However,
You're right of that.
wow, that
What's there?
But basic.
You must say it's a foregone
Here we go.
conclusion, but that's not what most of the general public believes.
What's there to be proud of? This was all a foregone conclusion.
There's that snooty Dorothy we all know and love. You must say it's a foregone conclusion, but that's not what most...
Okay. Anyway, they were going to pick up Cinderella, new Nikke, and when they found the research facility had been destroyed, and Snow White kind of choked in the middle of a battle, but don't worry, Red Hood saved her. So continuing on. Elysian's third Nikke research lab.
Let me give everyone a sit rep. This lab has been besieged by over 200 raptures. We've confirmed that there are at least 4 Ultra units among them.
The ones who are calling the shots.
This means, in addition to the sheer size of the attacking force, there were high-class Raptors amongst their ranks. This was all meticulously planned from the beginning. They had all their ducks in a row before they attacked.
Are we to presume they came for the Grimm's model?
That would be safe to assume, yes. The facility is in ruins. Both the human employees and the Nikkes inside were slaughtered before they knew what was happening. That includes the 2 Grimm's models that were currently in production.
Oh, rip.
They're damaged beyond repair. The damage is so extensive that it almost feels as if it was done with intent, out of some kind of hatred. Cinderella is also missing, including her specialized sidearm glass slippers.
So she wasn't destroyed along with the rest?
We can't say if she's been terminated, or whether she's wandering around somewhere. Also...
It might be best to simply show them.
Yes. You all need to understand the gravity of the situation. Follow me.
Everyone stands in stunned silence. Before them lies a grotesque aberration that looks like a hodgepodge of a Rapture and Nikke.
What is it? Whatever it is, it's enough to make one's blood run cold.
My god! Did they implant a Nikke with Rapture parts?
Look here.
They've been fused together. Is she still alive? No. She's dead. No signs of trauma. She must have died of shock. The only thing is...
Lillyweiss places her hand on the aberration. Zing! The Rapture's core moves frenetically, as if scanning the area.
It's still alive. Only the Rapture portions, to be precise. That means... Yes. I'm not sure as to how or when. But at some point, experiments were carried out where a Rapture and a Nikke were fused together. I believe the shock brought along by the fusion process is what killed the Nikke. I think it's safe to say that this process was initiated by the Rapture side.
The Raptures are up to no good. First the corruption phenomenon, and now this.
I'll report this to VTC.
I'll also notify my superior.
Are we going to leave it like this?
Yes. It's noteworthy that the Rapture portion is still alive and operational. It will help with the research. We'll stay here and safeguard it until the higher-ups come to retrieve it.
And after that? We were going to join up with Cinderella and go to the lift. But now she's missing. Are we going to look for her, or should we all head to the lift?
I was planning on discussing that with Lilith. I will advise you in the morning.
Okay, understood.
A moment later, the commander and Lillyweiss leave to have a meeting.
It's strange.
What is?
The recent behavior of Raptures. Strange.
You feel that way too?
Don't you?
Yes. First the corruption. Now this ungodly fusion process. As far as I can see, there's no reason why a Rapture would want or need to do something like this.
If we're being brutally honest, the Raptures are superior beings. They can afford not to change anything. Simply focus on attacking us and soon they'll enjoy an easy victory.
So why would they bother with all this?
Tell me what you're thinking, Rapunzel.
They're playing with us. It's like a cat toying with a mouse.
Agreed.
In their eyes, we're not even worthy of their full attention. In matters of war, such hubris usually leads to one's downfall.
Well, I say let's be the ones to initiate that downfall. Kid, why do you keep fidgeting over there?
Oh, this? To prepare for us being isolated like before, I made some simulations to pass the time.
Like a video game? You made an entire game that quickly? Let me play one round.
It's a simulation, not a game.
Any chance you could put some of my music in as background music?
I don't think that genre would really gel with this.
Haha! You see? You said genre, so it's totally a game. Come on, don't be like that. Just let me play for a little bit.
Red Hood's eyes start to glow crimson.
once in a while you get a rough spell like this. Kid, come over here and help me.
I left something outside.
Snow White scurries off.
That ungrateful.
Don't talk and just lie down. I'll bring her back.
No, I shall fetch her. You two tend to Red Hood.
Okay.
Hey, swordsman. Don't be too harsh on her. She's still young. If you harm a hair on her head, I'll kill you.
Noted.
She'd be like, if you touch you, I'll kill you. Scarlet's like, okay. Alright, Privity, let's go. We got Big White and Small White, or as I like to call them, Snow White and Old White. Although, which one is which? Is small Snow White, is she Old White because it's the old version of her? Or is the old new Snow White Old White because she's older, even though she's new? Who knows? Is the current present Snow White Old White because she's older and she came out first? Or is the new younger Snow White Old White because she's the one from the past? The world may never know.
I'll handle it. One more time. Give it another go.
Nyum. Nice.
There's no time to bask in our victory. Let's move on to the next mission.
Conference room.
I say we search for Cinderella. I hate to admit it, but the odds are stacked against us without her.
We need to get a big pumpkin.
But what are the chances that she's even alive? How are we going to find out where she went?
We're gonna get a big pumpkin.
We may not know how to go about it, or how long it will take, but we've got to figure it out somehow.
Lilith, you do know that we don't have much time, right?
You mean Red Hood doesn't?
Yes.
It sounds to me like we're signing our own death warrants, all for the sake of giving Red Hood a supposedly fitting end.
You may think that, but I believe we're going to win.
If you ask me, you're an idealist.
I've just gotten orders from the top brass. They want us to dispose of Red Hood.
They're nothing if not decisive in times like these.
Corruption is something they still know very little about. For them, Red Hood is a walking liability. She's one of the goddesses as well. If it comes to light that one of the renowned goddesses of victory has been tainted in any way, public morale will take a nosedive.
So they want us to get rid of her, but to give her a warrior's death while we're at it.
Precisely.
That's horrible.
Agreed. I'm not even sure what would constitute a fitting end for her. Or us.
Blaze of Glory. The end of season 13 of Red vs. Blue. Church's goodbye.
Commander, do you remember the first time we met?
You said I was a mercenary who would do anything for money.
I didn't use those exact words. It's just that at the time you were a little rough around the edges.
So I'm slightly more refined now, is that it?
You've paid no heed to commands from your superiors, and instead done what you felt was right in order to get the job done. It's thanks to you that we were able to come as far as we have. We all trust you, Commander. So do what you want to do. In a situation like this, an order from your superior officer means nothing.
That's true.
No matter which path you choose, none of us will challenge you.
Well, can I shed a few tears at this point?
I'm afraid that would not be advisable.
Excuse me.
Oh, hey, Scarlet.
Why perchance did you flee with such haste?
Who said I ran away? I just went outside to get something.
Very well. Then let my eyes look upon what you came to retrieve.
I also just noticed Scarlet's little like hologram hat thing.
I shall ask once more. Why did you flee?
When it's Red Hood's final... I don't want to be there. If there comes a time when she needs to be put out of her misery, I don't think I could handle it. I shudder to even think about it.
Why then did thou discourage her from returning home, and with such fervor?
I just wanted her to spend as much time with us before the end.
Thou art most selfish. You wish to witness Red Hood's last days, yet do not wish to be caught in the midst. Who is Red Hood to you? A playmate and nothing more? If she was truly someone you treasure, then even if her final moments are brutal and unforgiving, you would wish to remain by her side all the same. Now, go inside. Go to Red Hood.
I will. Thank you, Scarlet.
Snow White. What? Snow White. What? Snow White runs off.
Heavens above. I goad others to follow this advice when I would have a devil of a time following it myself.
Time to get serious.
Listening to oh, look at them right next to each other. Listening to Diesel is always funny. Because every time she talks, I can only ever hear Yoimiya. Oh no. Oh no.
Everything's superfluous, so we ban it.
Wait, I thought I turned this off. I thought I turned this off.
May victory be ours.
I thought I turned these off. Okay.
There's no time to bask in our victory. Let's move on to the next mission.
How is she doing?
She's stable, although she hasn't regained full.
She almost sounded like she was doing the honk shoe, honk. Me, 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 me.
Rapunzel, let's go out for a moment.
Okay.
Rapunzel and Dorothy leave.
I'm sorry.
Come here.
Snow White hesitantly approaches Red Hood.
I thought you left something behind. Did you find it?
Yes, I found it.
Good. Then you can rest easy.
Red Hood,
Do you want to listen to some music?
Yes.
Soon after,
Is that everyone? You can lie down if you'd like, Red Hood.
I'm fine. No need to coddle me.
Now then, I'll explain our next course of action. We're calling off any potential search for Cinderella. We will head to the lift with our current crew.
Good.
Rip.
Okay.
Rip.
Understood.
Rip new character design. I bet she's gonna show up as a heretic or something.
The operation will be carried out immediately after this amalgamation is handed over to the superiors.
I have strong suspicions that she's gonna show up as a heretic.
Our mission is simple. After getting as close as possible via air, we'll descend, break through the Rapture line of defense, and proceed to the lift. After that, we'll take the lift up to the station. Once there, we kill the Queen.
If we wanted to be really...
Oh, that's simple?
If we wanted to be really, like, generic, something Cinderella becomes a heretic, something Red Hood's corruption gets really bad and she goes out in a blaze of glory, defeating Cinderella and or whatever enemy they're fighting and self-sacrifice, something, everyone, yay, and then they'll be like, fitting end, blah, 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 blah.
Doesn't sound so simple to me.
Doesn't it seem like we're going back to the old days?
Exactly.
From here on out, everyone is responsible for their own maintenance. That is all.
soon after.
Rapunzel?
What is it, Red Hood? Are you not feeling well?
That's not it. I just wanted to give you a gift.
Now I see why Snow White was reluctant to receive a gift. It all feels so sudden.
There's her rosary there. I'll have to look at her normal character model again, see if I can find her rosary.
I'll gladly accept any gift you choose to give me.
Red Hood gives a Megs.
Something wrong?
No, it's just... this is an unexpected gift. The title is rather interesting. Blinding Passion Volume 1. Coming from you, I figured it'd be something like a cassette tape.
I figured I ought to give you something that could be useful.
Thanks.
Why don't you take a look?
This is part of the reason why I wanted to play Overzone and do White Memories before I did this.
It's about humans and their lives.
The Days of Our Lives?
This isn't some weird magazine like before, is it?
She got her a sitcom, or not a sitcom, a soap opera in magazine form.
It's totally normal.
Very well. I'll trust you. Wait it.
Ow! Watch the face! What was that for?
This is a dirty mag. My eyes.
Told you it was anthropological in nature. Pretty interesting, eh?
It's not interesting at all.
How come you can't take your eyes off it then?
It's my first time seeing this kind of stuff.
I
Her
know.
hand
That's why I gave
really
it to
bothers
you.
me.
You're
Holding her
trying to
rifle,
correct
that
me.
really bothers me.
Relax. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
Yeah, that really bothers me, the way
Living
she's holding
your
that.
entire life with safety wheels on. You were destined to become the next female religious leader from the day you were born. So you've been living your life based on other people's expectations. Becoming a Nikke wasn't your choice either, am I right? So how about pivoting and steering yourself in your own direction?
That doesn't mean I'm interested in stuff like this.
You say that, but you seem awfully intrigued whenever the topic crops up.
What makes you so sure about that?
I'm amazed that you thought people wouldn't realize. Anyway, it might not be my business, but I just thought it was a little sad, that's all. You are bound by your duty, unlike me. As for me, I've always lived my life exactly how I wanted to.
Red Hood, I've wavered for a while now on whether I should say this or not, but
What is it?
when I look at you now, it feels to me like you can't wait to die.
What?
I can feel that you're trying to tie up everything in a pretty bow so that you can die without any regrets. You're like a battle-hardened and weary soldier, sitting around waiting for death to claim you.
You're not totally off base.
Listen, the Red Hood I know would never give up. No matter who the adversary is, or how tough a mission lies ahead. You'd face it head-on with grit and mettle. You were never someone who'd resign themselves to defeat.
In case you've forgotten, I'm dying. I don't have much time left. What other option do I have? All I can do is leave things in a better state for all of you.
You should fight it, like you always have.
What do you want me to do? No case of corruption has ever been reversed.
This is still a relatively new illness. I, along with VTC, have been working day and night to find a cure. So please, I beg of you, don't let go. Even if it may mean leaving some things unfinished. I will do everything in my power to make you better.
Okay. I'll believe you.
Just calm down and give it another shot.
Another diesel opening line. Fascinating.
Remaining ammo is in good condition. Keep moving. Reload.
But you... I've never taken the time to notice.
Victory, Your Grace.
Does the type of rapture, like the code of the rapture, to change like how it explodes?
Improvements to your staff. The
Like-
trajectory of the beam won't warp or bend in high humidity.
Like, do all of the Poseidon code raptures have like the same color explosion? I don't think they do.
Although I should stress that doesn't mean there won't be any deviations at all. Rapunzel?
Huh? What is it?
Are you listening to me?
Oh, yeah, sure, I heard you. Thanks. What were you reading just now? It's, just some study material. What are you studying? I'd rather not say.
She pleads the fifth.
I altered Scarlet's armor so that it's thinner around the waist, so that her center of balance is centered more on her legs. That'll open up her back a bit more, and the extra weight on her legs will only serve to make them stronger.
I still proclaim that thou wasted time on this. I can do my part perfectly well without such revisions.
Fine then. Return the armor and we'll put it back the way it was.
I scarcely believe such extreme measures are necessary.
As for Dorothy, I made some modifications to your outfit so that it won't get dirty as easily.
Canonical reason why her white dress is able to stay
My
clean.
curiosity has been piqued for some time. Why do you place so much emphasis on your posture during a fight? You obsess over strategy when it's something that could be easily solved by using your own body.
Because she's a prim and proper lady.
Fighting using your own body seems so barbaric to me.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. What I meant was that I don't think it's very smart.
Look at her face.
You're just digging yourself into a hole, Dorothy.
Can I talk to you?
Look at
for a
her
minute,
expression.
Save it for the operation. Snow White, continue.
Dorothy? I'd rather talk now.
Anyway, I didn't make any modifications to Lilith's armor or weaponry, as I can't make heads or tails of her tech in the first place.
Thanks anyway. It's the thought that counts.
As for Red Hood, the wiring of your weapon was in a shambles, so I cleaned it up. There was a lot of gunk built up in the muzzle, and for some reason I can't possibly fathom, there was spaghetti crammed into the magazine. I can scarcely believe it myself, but there were even a few mushrooms growing on the butt of the rifle.
You're kidding.
Do you want to see?
No, it's okay.
Anyway, once I gave it a thorough cleaning, there were no lasting issues. It's clearly been built to last.
You could have just said that to begin with. We didn't need that whole preamble.
As for you, Commander, perhaps I could give you a throat lozenge?
Huh? Why would I need that?
Well, there's really not much else you do other than scream orders.
I feel personally attacked.
He does not
That concludes our
appreciate
battle
this.
preparation. Our ammo is more than sufficient, and everyone appears to be in optimal condition. All that's left.
Lily
is
Weiss
into
looks
the
like she
fray.
could be a VTuber.
In that
It's her
case,
hair. It's
let's
the way
go.
her hair layers work in her
We've
face.
still got a few
She looks like
moments
she could
to
be a
spare.
VTuber model.
Dorothy? Scarlet? Any chance I could talk to you two?
Oh, Do you want to act as a referee when I instruct Dorothy? I'm going to show her the joy of using one's body in combat.
Do you realize how insane you sound right now? Are you okay, Rapunzel?
No, she's not.
She picks up certain things a bit too quickly. I just have something I want to say to you both in private.
I don't want to impose, but could I come and watch as well?
Alright, Rapunzel.
No.
See, this is why you were
As I
locked up in that
mentioned
tower.
before, this will probably be my last operation. So, I wanted to leave you all with a small memento. Unfortunately, I don't know what you guys would like. So, if there's anything you need, now's the time to tell me.
That's the reason why you gathered us together?
Yep.
I didn't peg you for someone so sentimental.
Me? Sentimental?
I don't need anything, and I refuse to say farewell. I'm not saying it now, and I won't say it later. This isn't your style. Besides, you still don't know whether the corruption will manifest itself or not.
You are most optimistic.
Think what you want. I'm going to do some maintenance.
What about you, swordsman? Anything you want?
Nay.
I see.
Did you work things out with Snow White?
Yep, everything's patched up. When the time comes, though, I think she'll be disappointed in me.
You're not...
It's a secret between me and her.
What? That's completely different than what the text
I
said.
can understand where you're coming from.
I appreciate that.
You've taken on a lot.
I'll leave it to you from now on.
It's like Poppy and Mithra in Xeno 2. Also, those voice lines in the text did not match up at all.
I will show you what Eden is capable of.
Remaining ammo is in good condition. Keep moving.
I wonder what boss will come across this time.
I shall grant you victory, Your Grace.
I wonder if we're gonna get another cutscene out of this one. I assume, yeah, we will.
Nikke's charge. Initiate long-range airstrike support.
Hold altitude. Maintain speed. We'll go in as far as we can.
We've been detected by the Raptures. We're being targeted by their anti-aircraft guns.
Transitioning to autopilot. We'll attack in 1 minute. We'll meet at the nearest rendezvous point J. Once we've all joined up, we're going to make a mad rush for the lift. We're against the clock here. We need to launch a surprise attack before the Raptors have time to react. Don't use your parachutes. Use the reverse injection device instead. I only have one command for you. Wipe them all out.
Red Hood! Okay, let's do this.
Snow White and Red Hood leap out of the plane.
Wow, they're everywhere. Let's start with the 3 o'clock direction. You got it. Wolfsbane ready. 7 dwarfs ready. Let's obliterate these fools.
As Snow White and Red Hood descend, they unleash a hail of gunfire, aiming their weapons indiscriminately as they spray the ground with a shower of bullets. Does your sniper count as a shower? A barrage of ear-splitting gunfire and explosions rock the ground, sending successive shockwaves furling outwards. No ordinary Rapture could hope to survive such a vicious onslaught. Endless waves of Raptures are tossed backwards by the overwhelming display of firepower. Neon would be so proud.
Run it back one more time. Yes! Good. Again. The ground is getting awfully close. Just when it was getting good. Fine. Reverse injection device activated.
While the speed of their descent slows significantly, they still experience a hard landing. This isn't enough to stop Snow White and Red Hood, however. After their crash landing, the two of them promptly get up and resume their assault.
How do you like them apples?
overdone entrance, if I say so myself.
I second that statement.
Scarlet and Dorothy, having finished the initial charge, rush forward. Dorothy lithely darts to and fro as if dancing a violent ballet, and Scarlet wields her sword with remarkable poise, cutting down her enemies mercilessly. Suddenly, a colossal rapture leaps down, blocking their path.
We've encountered the beam soldier model.
We're too deep behind enemy lines.
Can you not disrupt the beam with your sword?
'Tis worth a try.
Don't, or else you're toast.
A golden halo emits from Rapunzel's staff and stops in front of Scarlet and Dorothy. The beam fired by the gigantic rapture dissipates before contact with the protective halo.
Scarlet, will your sword work against this thing?
As if thou had to ask. I shall show thee what it means to render heaven and earth asunder.
With one fell swoop of her sword, Scarlet cleaves the rapture in two, sending it tumbling to the ground amid a massive explosion.
I still have room for improvement. I should have slain this vermin with greater haste.
Point clear. Proceeding in the 2 o'clock direction.
What? That area's swarming with raptures!
Wouldn't it be advisable to take a detour?
There's no time. Lilith has already gone in that direction.
Then what are we standing around yapping for? Let's move!
Snow White stares at the veritable army of raptures in front of her. I can't see a thing. The seemingly endless mob of raptures is so prolific that it fills Snow White's vision. She feels as if she's suffocating, but when she turns up toward the sky and sees something descending, she can suddenly breathe again. Lillyweiss is running at full sprint, cutting through the middle of the throng of raptures. Despite having witnessed the sight numerous times before, Snow White nevertheless feels a strange foreignness at this sight. The sheer power that is on display seems alien, as if from another world. After landing on the ground, Lillyweiss proceeds to tear raptors limb from limb, and sending countless parts flying through the air. Lillyweiss. She is the wellspring from which all existing Nikkes originate. The first and strongest Nikke, like Captain America, the first Avenger. Even the cutting-edge Grimm's models are mere copies of her, and inferior ones at that. Like always, after single-handedly taking down hundreds of raptures, Lillyweiss dusts herself off and casually remarks,
Shall we go?
I have met my match. Victory is not assured.
The Goddess Squad rushes toward the lift. Red Hood has a splitting headache, and she has less control over her movements than before. She is certain that the end is fast approaching, but whenever she catches sight of her colleagues running in front of her, a smile spreads across her face. Da-dum! Cool. When does Story 2 unlock? It does not tell me, it just says unlocking in. You got a while.
As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report.
Nice. Nice. Oh, we actually don't. What's our reward? Oh, what? We don't get another... There's no background? Lobby background? Wait, let me check. No? Huh. That surprises me.
Moving out.
This should only be enough to buy 3. Yeah. So I have 6, so I need 4 more. So I need 400 more gems to do a 10 pull. Oh no. I only have 50 here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Get my daily. Oh, is this just the update for the? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
teeth, entire boob. Hope you put it to good use. Come again if you need anything. Thank you. Hope you put it to good use.
Looks like we've got...
Looking to get something on the...
Welcome, fellow shopaholic. Doesn't it feel great spending money? Another successful transaction. Thank you for coming. You can take your time, Commander.
Who's in today? Prima, Volume, Arya, Soline, Signal, not Soline, Signal, Senti, Crow, Sugar, and Maxwell, huh? Are they talking about her halo thing that she has around her back is her rosary in white and Overzone? Because I don't see a rosary on her. She has a rosary in Red Ash, but that's a different outfit. There she is. Oh, Snow White recalls the past. Okay. Note to self. Waking up by poking cheek. Good for Snow White Jr. She's like Splendiman, when that's kind of got retconned with Overzone, because they had Splendiman. Modernias are so easy. They're so easy. I find Dorothy's are pretty easy. Excuse me as well. I thought she'd like that. Oh, interesting. It does sound spooky when it starts distorting like that. I should have this. Oh no, I need to enhance equipment. How inconvenient. How inconvenient. Forgot I was gonna do that. I got too busy trying to figure out what her rosary was that I forgot to do this. I also like that it now pulls up this instead of in the liberation menu, instead of like backing you all the way out. It just pulls up the daily thing inside the lib menu. Just makes it so easy. Makes it so convenient. I think that's all for the events. It's just gonna tell me... Hello? Oh, coordinated raid. Oh. Coordinated raid. Not gonna do that. I like doing that on mobile. $300. That would give me enough. That'd give me enough. I can do sim room. Sending gifts to 5 Nikke is easier though. Takes less time.
A short sonatina to express my joy.
Oh my gosh! For me?
Actually, I've never heard Noah talk. I've never heard any of her voice lines.
Wow, you're pretty quick. Thank you. Is there any weapon in particular that you want? I could make it for you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was 5. Nice. All right. This should be enough. Yeah, I'll have a grand total of 91 gems. Can't wait to not get Red Hood. I'm gonna close my eyes. So you'll know immediately when I do it, but I'm gonna close my eyes and just cope. Take off my headphones so I can't hear anything. I don't know. I don't remember how long you have to wait before you look.
Nice to meet you.
Product 8. 2.
Soldier OW at
3.
Nice to meet you.
4.
Nice to meet you.
5. Not looking good so far. 6.
Nice to meet you.
Oh! 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 Hoggers!
From a bygone era, so I'll be leaving soon. But until that happens, I'll do everything I can to help.
Hoggers! 8. 9.
I may be a mess.
10.
Armament check.
Pog. Pog Hood. I have no gear for her. I have no gear for her. I have my wealth of pilgrim attacker boots, and that's it. Also, I've yet to use this thing. I know synchro expansion. I just don't want to use it because it's a. I want to keep this. I want to keep the present, even though I probably should use it. I'm not going to. It's just gonna sit in my inventory. This is something I've carried over from Destiny Child. I really like having like one of every like ticket thing. So you can see that I've got all these like ones that I've just not used. It's just because I like having one of each thing. There's no particular reason, I just like having one of each one. Can't believe it's 260 for this. That kind of makes me sad. I'm not that close, am I? What Stardust? Stardust. 3,100. I don't have any open spots, do I? I can probably take Summer Neon out. And there's really no reason for me to have Soldier EG or Product 23. But I just like them. So maybe that's a legitimate reason for me to use the present to get the Synchro expansion. But I'm just not. I could also probably take D out since I never use her. But I like having her as a possible option, even though she's not really geared or anything. Having her as a possible option in case I need her in Tribe Tower is pretty useful. besides. I don't know how useful Red Hood will be. Oh, that's a cool thing that she has. I don't know how useful she'll be in Tribe Tower. Like, over my current team of Dorothy, Nihilister, Modernia, Scarlet, and Rapunzel. I don't know. She might be a good replacement for Nihilister. Or she could be a nice sub-in for... I'm just thinking, she can only use, her Burst 1 and her Burst 2, like once per battle, because apparently these are shared. But she can use her Burst 1 once, and then she could be a Burst 1 again, or a Burst 2 twice, but then after that she'll have to be used as a Burst 3. So, I mean, theoretically, I don't think you're likely to run into any situations in Tribe Tower where you're going to be doing more than 2 burst cycles before, at least I'm not, before I either die or clear the level. So, we'll see. But I might just run her with Nihilister as a burst 3 and then just swap in. Yeah. Like, I might use her as a burst 1 as opposed to Dorothy to buff. And then use her as a burst 3. You could even have her potentially burst 1 and burst 3 the same rotation. Theoretically, she could burst on her own, right? Let me check. Oh, there's a new one, huh? They changed how it works.
Red Hood, engage.
Temporarily participating? Bruh. Can I use my own Red Hood then?
Red Hood, engage.
I just want to test. I want to test if she can do an entire... She should be able to, right? I want to test if she can do an entire burst rotation by herself.
Get lost. I'm busy.
They only do 1 damage, so we should be good. Yeah, they barely do any damage. Oh, I forgot to turn this. I keep forgetting to turn this off.
Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end. Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end.
That's really funny.
Let's keep the momentum going.
Oh right, I forgot. She's literally just Alice, but easier to play. I forgot about that.
Did you see that? I'm strong, but my comrades are stronger.
So they got 2 different types. It's now divvied up by... Wait, is it actually... Is it only fire types? No, what's the point of... What's the point? Wait, what's the point of this? Why did they change that? Wait, hold on. Hold on. There's an easy way to figure out what they changed here. Huh. Okay. They don't really expand upon what that means, but it's cool that they have it divvied up by type now, although it doesn't seem that you're restricted by type. I guess those are the codes of the raptures you're fighting, so you could have a water team to test out against the fire raptures, I guess, like our last one with Blacksmith and Union Raid. That was all fire. Or at least Blacksmith was a fire enemy, so you could use water. Or you could just be like me and just like ignore like all the mechanics. Slot into water code, Nikke, and just go to town, you know? That worked pretty well for me. Just tossing Dorothy and Helm or even not even Dorothy and Helm, just like Privity and Helm on the Scarlet team, and then toss in like Dorothy and Vesty on another team. Boom, easy. I could get to 50, but I'm not going to. I always put off leveling up my Nikke in the Synchro because I would only do it for the 10 upgrade and Nikke points. But most of the time I'd end up with 100 anyway, and then I just go, well, I'm not going to do it because I can wait. I need 110,000 core dust to get to 260. I've got basically about 16,000 here, so I only need 94,000 more. Can't be that much, right? But seeing as that's the extent of I'm gonna do this off screen. Seeing as that is the extent of what I can do today, because I'm certainly not gonna spend gems to buy more entries to the story. I'll just wait. I guess that'll be the stream. You know? We were Copium. Maybe I'll call it streamer luck. We were able to Copium get Red Hood off of just barely getting enough vouchers and gems from completing the dailies and the weeklies to get another 10 pull, and we were in fact able to get her. So that's fun, I guess. It's very fun, actually. I will continue to pull on her banner because why not? There's nobody in particular that I want to save for, and every pull I do on this banner, because I'll go back over here real quick. With my Limit Break 2 Blanc, every pull I do, every 10 pull I do, brings me ever so slightly closer to the chance of getting Noir, so I can actually use Blanc. Also, increased rates for pilgrims isn't that bad either, you know? I could stand to get another. I could actually, what I'd really like, Iran would be cool just to have all the pilgrims finally, but aside from Red Hood dupes, just to limit break her, it'd be really cool to get some extra copies of Scarlet. I have this one copy from the free pull at the start of the game that you get. I just kept re-rolling until I got a roll that was Leader and Scarlet on the free, or like the provided units. Since then, Leader has decided that she wanted to come home 7 more times, and Helm has decided that she wants to come home a grand total of 10 times, you know. I didn't even pull on her banner. That's the crazy part. I didn't even pull on Helm's banner. I just put her in my wish list on the standard banner, and I just kept getting her. It was just like nothing but Helm. It was crazy. But no, you'd think that last limit break for Modernia would be cool, but honestly, I'd like more Scarlet dupes. If I don't end up getting Red Hood, the Pilgrim I'd want next is just more Scarlet copies, because she's still in 5th place, despite having no uncaps at all, so she's still locked into her, well, actually, they changed it now, right? You don't need uncaps for the 160 wall, right? They changed that? Because what's base level? I don't even remember anymore, it's been so long. Didn't they change that? You don't need 5 limit break units? I know they made some optimization to it. But no, Scarlet's done fairly good for herself. How much power does she have? 38,800? Oh, she's just barely behind. Only 94 behind Modernia. Dorothy's a pretty big jump, though. Actually, no, that's not that big of a jump. This is the jump between Dorothy and Snow White. Yeah. But no, I'll just keep pulling. Just gonna, for the rest of the duration, next 19 days, I'm just gonna keep pulling for Red Hood. Why not? I got 134 tickets, so 70 more pulls, I'll be able to guarantee another copy. That'll be cool. I'd forgotten that you could just hold down her thing during her burst, but it is pretty funny that she can full burst all on her own. That is pretty funny. The ultimate solo player. The Elysian Tower. I can get absolutely demolished. I can get absolutely demolished live on stream. Thanks, Ingrid. I'd prefer if you could treat it not like real combat and just let me win.
Here we go.
Oh, wait. Off. Oh. There we go. I kind of choked at the end there. But it's all good. Elysian Tower has gotten a lot better ever since, like, I actually built Elysian units. It's been so nice. Like, actually using Summer Helm and actually, like, using Miranda instead of using, I don't even remember who I was using before. Like, just running Helm instead of a healer has been so much more useful. We're actually in a pretty good spot right now, in terms of, like, going into this boss fight. Because we can just, like, full burst right off the bat. Pretty good. Not really doing a good job at clearing out the ads, but, you know. Aha. Okay, well, then, if that's the case, let's try using Vesti's burst first. So we can get that wave block at the end. Oh, you. Annoying. 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 Where was that coming from? The real question is... No, I don't. No, they have too many of them. Ah, come on, Privity. Come on, Privity. He was so close. He was so close. And she died. You just gotta wait for them to all spawn in. This is much more manageable. Well, it was manageable, and then Helm died. I mean, I might be able to just copium with Privity. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Okay, no. Bunch of close range enemies? No, I'm not even gonna try that. Okay, but yeah, I think that'll be the end of the stream. We can end it with the bop and Halloween music and Diesel on the home screen. Yeah, that sounds good. Or we could go back to our friend, Soldier EG.
Soldier EG from Elysian.
Voiced by Brittany Cox. Voice of, Fischl. She also has a little ghost on her vest. She's got a little ghost in her pocket thing. It's so cool. The rare Nikke are where it's at.
I am Soldier EG from...
She also... She voices somebody else I know. I just don't remember who it is.
Soldier FA from Elysian.
She also voices Project 8,
Nikke from Bacillus, product number 8.
which is pretty cool.
I am Bacillus production number 12. A math.
Idol series model flower at your service. Idol series model ocean. Nice to meet you.
Great. Oh, and Jeannie Tirado, voice of Byleth. But no, Soldier EG is great. Soldier EG is great. And then one thing that I just never connected, like it just never clicked in my head, was
After being around you, my firepower has gotten stronger.
Neon being voiced by Xanthi Huan. It just never clicked in my head. But no, we got Soldier EG, and I can't zoom in, but she's got a little ghost pin. We got a little ghost pin. Isn't that great?
I am Soldier EG from Elysian.
She's so fun. Anyway, that is where I will end today's stream. I probably have capped out like all my stuff in Honkai and whatnot. That'll be fun. I might... See, the problem is, the story's 12 stages and you get 5 per day and they don't stack and they reset per day. So I was like, maybe I should just like do this tomorrow when I can finish the story? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to stream this just to do the story. I mean, I guess I could just do the last 2 story stages and then just like grind out Nikke survivors, you know? Because that is pretty fun, I will say. Whatever Snow White, that surprised me. I have to say, I think the intro to story 2 is really good in Overzone. I like the montage. What do they call this? They got a name. Mog. I'm sure it was called some Memory of Goddess, yeah. It's just really fun. It's just really fun. So I might do that tomorrow. Because there's how many stages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. So I might try to do all these tomorrow, or as many as I can after I do the last 2 story stages of story 1. Start unlocking these. Oh, actually, is there a way for me to look at like what their ultimates do? No? I think that's kind of weird. I can't see what their ultimates do, or like what they are. You just kind of have to use them. I feel like somehow, some way, Scarlet is gonna be like really good. I don't know why, but I feel like somehow Scarlet's gonna end up being like super good. Although she does have less attack and health than Red Hood. So, I don't know. I just feel like somehow this is gonna end up to the point where like she's like a melee character, so I always feel like somehow those end up being the best characters. I'm sure they're all equally viable though. I would like to leave and go back. Also, I think the background here is really cool. I think this looks really cool. Oh, look at them go! Let me zoom in. What are you doing? What are you doing? The other two already went. Oh, she's just standing there. Ah, she's telling them when. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, they're shooting at the flying raptures? Hard to tell, they're going by so fast. I also like that in the thing, Snow White had like she had a little anti-ship rifle. But yeah, that'll be the end of today's stream. I might stream again tomorrow. If I do stream again tomorrow, if I'm gonna do this, it's gonna have to be after 4 o'clock, which is something I did not think about. Because, daily resets at 4 o'clock. So I'm gonna have to wait until after that to get my tries again. But yeah. I think Overzone is really good. I had a really fun time doing Overzone again. And Red Ash seems pretty fun too. I was a little disappointed that no Cinderella, but I had a feeling that might happen. The real question is whether or not it's gonna be like, oh, Cinderella got turned into a heretic, and then we're gonna go fight, and then Red Hood is gonna have to nobly sacrifice herself, and she'll be like, it's okay, I've got the corruption anyway, and she'll save them all. And it'll be like, it'll be like Red vs. Blue Season 13. The other thing is how quickly this will run into, because this seems like it's set well before Overzone. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the end, because they talked about Red Hood a bit, but Lilith seemed to be recently deceased, and the commander seemed to be injured, so I wonder if that's going to happen here. That seems a little quick, though, considering they haven't really mentioned the arc at all. They've mainly been talking about centers on the surface. So it'll be interesting to see where this ends. Like what time frame we're thinking about at the end. But anyway, I'm kind of hungry, so I will see you all later. Thank you all for stopping by. I've muted the game by tabbing out of it. I've tabbed out of it, and the game has muted itself. Wonderful. Wonderful. But anyway, I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. I do want to play Mamiya some more. So I might Mamiya it up. We might go back. We might continue our gnarly dude. Because I've decided that I don't want to do the Nagito voice for like an hour and a half. Like, narrating everything that Minato thinks and says. So I've decided, for the sake of the quality of the stream and for the sake of my own sanity in my throat, Minato's voice will no longer be this. It's instead gonna be this, which is pretty much just the same voice, except it's not breathy and raspy. It's pretty much the exact same voice. It's just, instead of bullying girls, not cool, Hajime, it's gonna be bullying girls, not cool, Hajime. So that'll be fun. Either way, it's still gonna sound wildly out of character for him. Jury's still out on whether or not I'm gonna stick with this kind of voice for Morichika, you know? Once I play his route presumably after we finish Minato's story, we'll play as him, and I might decide that I don't want to talk like this for another hour and a half doing his story, and presumably for the rest of the game when we get to part 2. I might decide that this just is not the voice I want to be doing. But it seems like I'll need voices for at least 2 more dudes and 2 more ladies, or 2 ladies. We have not really come across any other ladies aside from the little sister, Midori, and then the 2 off-screen moms. So, it appears I need 1 for Trenchcoat Man, who I believe I'm just gonna make him British. I'm not sure whether or not I'm gonna try to make him like Lily was British like this, talking like I don't know. I don't know whether I'm gonna try to go with like Lilith's kind of British, or if I'm gonna try and make him like, oh, governor. I might try to make him sound like that Raven from the Golden Apple Archipelago. The princess is Shawnee's alone, and I might just talk like this for him, which is gonna be super annoying. It's gonna make him the most unsufferable character ever. But I don't know. That's kind of the vibe I got from him. And I think there's one other dude. We've got Samajime's voice. Samajime's voice is just this. You know? Samajime's voice is just my voice. I just talk a little differently. You know? Luckily, Kato's voice is really easy to do because all I have to do is do this, and that's not hard to do at all. And Ryo's voice is pretty easy too because, once again, it's like the Sachiko voice, where it's just me talking. It's just me talking with like a particular inflection of just being like, yeah. Yep. It's not particularly difficult. And then Mamiya's voice is always fun. I'm always gonna, regardless of what Mamiya looks like, I'm always gonna make Mamiya sound like a really weird, like, almost Monokuma-esque voice. It's not really Monokuma. Not high enough to be Monokuma. But the speech pattern is definitely going to be the, oh, don't you say. That's just wonderful, isn't it? So that's going to be Mamiya's voice. It's nice and simple. But I probably will ditch the stereotypical country accent for Morichika just because I think that it's going to get real annoying to listen to. Especially when I have to... I mean, I already feel like it's going to get annoying in Minato's story because they seem pretty interconnected, but I have a feeling it's just going to get more and more annoying when I get to his part of the story and he's the only one talking. He's making up 90% of the dialogue, and then I'm reading all his lines like this, and I'm reading all of his internal monologue like this. I feel like that'd get real tiring real quick. So, I don't know what voice I'll give him. I don't... have a distinct voice for him that isn't going to be super annoying right now. It's a toss-up between the country accent and "Hey, I'm walking here. My name's Morchika," which I feel like is also going to be very annoying. But blame Ryo for taking all the good voices. And blame Minato for sounding like this, even though he looks like Sing Cho. Can you imagine if Sing Cho sounded like this? And he was like, "Let me weave you a verse, bruh." I'd play that Genshin. This is why we need voice pack mods. This is why we need to be able to put in our own voice packs on with mods on like PC and stuff like that. I bet you can. I know they have like cosmetic mods and everything, but that'd be so funny. Sing Show's just like, "Let me weave you a verse, bruh." I don't know any of his other voice lines. "Let me weave you a verse. With sword comes justice." Is that what he says? "With sword comes justice, man." I think that'd be really funny. Or if Kazuha was like, "Fallen leaves, adorn my sword." Because we already have the greatness that's Ann Yatko saying, "And you'll be inlaid upon the statue." That's great. That's great. But no, Minato, making Minato sound like a surfer bruh is one of the greatest decisions I think I've ever made. I'm going to think long and hard about Morchika's voice. Because he looks like a real, like, delinquent kind of dude, like gangster man. But I feel like I don't have a distinct enough voice for him for that. So, because Ryo's already kind of taken up the snarky, kind of like gruff voice. Because not really gruff. But he's kind of already taken up the got a problem with that kind of voice. And Minato's taken the gnarly dude. So I'm kind of running out of voices for the dudes because I've kind of all put them into a very similar range. Similarly, out of in Overzone, I liked voicing anybody that wasn't Dorothy when they were talking about stuff. Because Rapunzel, I just have to kind of talk like this. And with Snow White, I can just be really like monotone and deadpan. And then Scarlet's is really easy just because she has a unique speech pattern. Doth thee, it's like doth thee, blah 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 blah, Old English. Which is really easy to do a voice for. Because you don't really have to do a voice, you can just say what she's saying because she speaks so differently from everybody else. And Marion's would be really easy too because I would just give her the Segumi voice. I would just be like, "Commander." But it's kind of hard to do that with Dorothy. I feel like any voice I would give to Dorothy would sound too similar to Rapunzel's. But I could just make Dorothy sound like a Valley Girl, but luckily we're beyond that point. I could make Morchika sound like a Valley Girl too, but I feel like that would be even more cursed. I don't think there's anything more cursed than being like, "I'm Morchika," than making her like, "I'm Morchika. Let's go to the pachinko parlor. Hey, Minato, you're gonna play pachinko for me. You wanna get on my motorcycle?" I feel like that'd be even worse. But there are two ladies, so I could give one of them the maid and the librarian, I believe. Maybe one other? Maybe there's three of them? So, I mean, I could give those voices to them. Like, make the librarian be one of them and then give the maid the other voice. The librarian having a Valley accent, I think would be really funny, considering she looks like a real, like, anime librarian. And I think it'd be really funny because she's so, like, cleaned up and neat. And I think it'd just be really funny if they were talking and she was like, "Remember to whisper in the library. Put your books in the right spot so people can find them with the Dewey Decimal System. If your books are returned late, you'll have to pay a late fee." But yeah, Morchika's voice is going to be pretty hard. I suppose I could just make him sound like this, you know? But I feel like this just doesn't give me a lot of, like, mobility in my voice in terms of, like, what I can make him sound like. Because it's just me making my voice, like, really flat. And I don't think there's a lot of, like, upward mobility for me to express a lot of emotions with this kind of voice. Unlike with Ryo's voice, since it's just my voice, but just like really sharp, and maybe a little lower, since it's just the, what are you looking at? That was pretty easy to inject emotions into, and so is Keito's, because it's just this voice. But if I bottom out Morichika's voice like this, I think it's gonna be really hard to express any sort of emotion, which is gonna lead to some very stilted and bland performances or voiceovers if he needs to express any sort of emotion that isn't just complete and unreserved disinterest for what's happening. I should have given him the surfer voice. Why did I have to give Minato the surfer voice? I don't know. I don't know. If you can point me back to any good voice suggestions I've done in the past, then maybe I could do that. But I think the only other voice that I've done that I haven't talked about is the voice for Mr. Security Guard, and that'd be even worse for Morichika. It was already bad enough for Mr. Security Guard. But talking like this the entire time for Morichika would just be annoying. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make his voice be this. Maybe I'll just make his voice be this. Not all the way down, but just slightly lower than my normal voice. And this will still give me the ability to hopefully have a bit more mobility in terms of any sort of emotion. And then I'll just have to really make sure that Ryo's voice is very much so like, what are you looking at? I'll just have to be really sure. The problem with doing the, what are you looking at, is I feel like it's just my voice, but just really curt. And I want to make his voice distinct from my own voice, because Ryo's not always like, don't talk to me. He's not always like that. Especially not when talking to Midori. He doesn't say, Midori, let's go home. He's like, let's go home, Midori. He's not like, what do you want for dinner? He's like, what do you want for dinner? So, who knows? Either way, Ryo might just end up with my voice. He might just end up with my voice, and just take the hit for Morichika not sounding like some stereotypical like country singer going like, who talks like this, right? It'd be like making him sound like, oh, my name's Morichika, Minnesota, you know. So I might just give Morichika this voice, which is just my voice, and then I might just make Ryo's voice be my voice, slightly higher, and then Keita and Minato will be the only two characters in the game that have a distinct voice, aside from Johnny's alone, the British man. The British man we always see at the end of each of the stories. He's wearing his tan trench coat, and he's got this little bandage on his face. That started to get away from being British. That's the problem with the British accent that I have. You know? It slowly starts to amalgamate into, like, vaguely British and other sounding accents, which is kind of a problem, you know? It starts to get out of hand, and then becomes kind of hard to keep track of what accent I'm doing, and then it slowly starts sounding like none of them at all, because I've just started to take bits and pieces from a bunch of different accents, and before you know it, I've left with something that is totally indistinguishable and unintelligible, and you just don't know what I'm doing. It's kind of a problem. I don't know. Maybe I'll listen to a lot of David Attenborough before the next Mamiya stream to prepare myself, you know? I might have to do some homework. Just loop down loops, just while I sleep, nothing but British people talking. I don't know. Anyway. Music, go away. Thank you. I will see you all later. Thank you all for watching, and oh, that was the wrong button. Bye, I guess. That was not the button I meant to press. RIP. RIP. Settings, graphics, windowed mode, save. Close game. Quit now, yes. I'm still gonna talk here. Still gonna talk here. Wander, wander, lost among this lonely paranoia. Try to cut me deeper into something paranoia. Bugging out. Tagging something, yeah. More hallowed feeling something, yeah. Okay, not okay. Now, no matter where I go, alone. Oh no. Brain about to break, I'm saying there's no way to say. Surely stuck on sinking. No way. It's bugging out. No way. It's bugging. Visage. What a game. He's playing Visage. Him being Odin-kun. I'm watching his stream right now. He's playing Visage. What a game. Anyway. I will have to come up with some sort of fun and creative way for what I'm going to do for Morichika's voice. Poor Morichika. Can't get a real voice to save his life. You know what I could do? I could just make him sound like this. You know, just, hey, what do you think you're doing? You know, I'll just give him Ryo's voice, but I'll just make my voice a little deeper. You know, who cares if they kind of overlap? They're already kind of overlapping in their themes. You know, Ryo's a delinquent. Morichika's like a bad boy kind of dude. You know, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Yeah, you know. So, I might just make him sound like this. Just kind of give him this kind of voice. And just give him a similar speech pattern to Ryo. Where you're just dropping letters and stuff. You know? Has my silence fooled you? Has everyone left? I'm ending the stream. I'll see you all, hopefully, tomorrow. Goodbye.